I was caught up in a hero summoning, Lane, 09, story. Caught up in a hero summoning, Mama Kaito finds himself living in the peaceful otherworld Drinya. Mama Kaito, who has a special relationship with the underworld king Kurama Uena and the Death King Isis, also opened up his heart towards Sieglinde. With all the bonds he has formed, Kaito has decided to live in this world. And he's starting to feel that the world is about to start moving in the big way. Dear Mom, Dad, it's been almost half a year since I came to another world, Drinya. These 6 months have been so colorful that I have accumulated a good number of notebooks for my diary notes. I remember that when I first came to this world, I was confused and a lot of troubles had happened. But after half a year, you end up getting used to it, and recently, I feel that I'm able to spend my time calmly and peacefully. Calmly and peacefully. Kaito-san, that's some kind of otherworld joke or something? With you writing that in your diary, there would be no one who would laugh at your joke, you know? What do you mean by that? No, I mean, the super trouble magnet Kaito-san calmly living through life. Alice-chan will declare it now. That's not gonna happen. N number. But you see, there hasn't been major stuff happening lately. Before I knew it, Alice was peeking into my diary from the side, and I responded to her words, a little confused. Indeed, I do feel like I have this constitution that seems to attract trouble. I won't refute that, and accept it myself. However, there haven't been any major incidents lately. The cause of the unprecedented true blessing bestowal to Lilia by the supreme god Kronos, the cause of the high ancient dragon strutting around the flying dragon flights of the royal capital, and the cause of the planning of the Six Kings Festival, the first large-scale festival in the demon realm organized by the Six Kings, is going to leave in peace? Sorry, it must be my imagination. Now that she mentioned it, there certainly were few incidents that had a major impact on me personally, but they're frequent incidents that had a global impact. If I were to be asked if I'm the cause of all that, I'd have to tilt my head a bit. But it's also difficult to deny, which is troubling. I mean, including all that, how could you have turned the world upside down in just 6 months? As the ruler of the shadows of this world, Alice-chan, I'm beyond astounded and could only laugh here. Kaito-san, you're seriously a singularity. Rather than that, don't you think more than half of it also got you involved in it? No, well, that might be the case. It's just, even in places I'm not involved, you're getting to know the Six Kings executives and other important people. So I think Kaito-san's ability to draw connections, no, ability to draw trouble towards you is the real deal. With you saying all that, don't you think something big will happen again soon? Could you not say anything that makes me uneasy? Speaking of which, when I first met Kronos-san, I remembered when she told me I was blessed with a strange fate. Well, but even then, my life might not really be at peace, but I feel like my life has been calm. Besides, it was just the past few days that had been abnormal. It's not like major incidents really happened that much. Kaito-san, do you know the term calm before the storm? Like I said, could you not say anything that makes me uneasy? I wonder what this feeling is. When Alice says that, combined with how suspicious looking she is, it makes me feel strangely uneasy, even more so than when other people say it. I mean, I just thought about it, but you don't tell me you had thought of something that might happen. Well then, it's getting late, so I guess I'll be excusing myself. I think it would be better if Kaito-san sleeps early, you know. Wait right there. Oi, what the heck is with that unabashed behavior of yours? It's alright. The probability of that happening is about 20% at the moment, so what will? Wait, stop. Oi, don't disappear. 20%? Eh? The heck is this? In other words, there's a 1 in 5 chance that something big will happen. I'm getting worried about the future. The 17th day of the wind month. On that day, those words were suddenly spoken. I think it's time to bring my baby Castellas to the next level. The possibilities of baby Castellas are endless. However, I think I've only been able to tap into a fraction of its potential. In order to reach its maximum potential, we need to challenge ourselves not just with established practices, but also look at it from multiple perspectives. Coming to my room at night just like usual, Kuro. No, the baby Castella demon declared with a serious expression on her face. Is this one of those topics that would continue expanding? I don't have a good feeling about this at all, so I'd like to switch to another topic. And so, Kaito-kun. You and I, let's explore the possibilities together. I have no clue what the heck is going on. I mean, seriously, you're asking that now? It's almost midnight. It's alright. I've adjusted my work with my trading companies and other such business for that purpose so that I can have the whole day tomorrow. So we can do it tomorrow tilde. Would it be alright if I refuse here? I don't have the power of foresight, but I can somehow see myself fainting in agony after eating a very bad baby castella. But well, seeing Kuro having such a big smile on her face, I can't say no to her either. Guess this is what they meant when they said the one who fell in love is weak. Well, I'll just think of this as an unusual date invitation. I don't have any plans either, so I don't really have any problem going along with you. But even if you say explore possibilities, have you decided what exactly you want to do? I wonder. Even though we have all the main members of the Baby Castella research group here, consisting of me and Kaito-kun, we can't just go testing things out at random. When the heck did I become a main member of a research group that gives me a headache just from hearing about it? However, I can't say I don't have any idea what she's talking about, although I'm unwilling to say it. Since I have been eating baby castellas almost every day since I came to this world, and have experienced many different flavors of it, it's fair to say that I'm knowledgeable about baby castellas. I may be repeating myself, but this is something I'm unwilling to say. I guess it would be a good idea to ask for a third party's opinion, right? It's great and all that Kaito-kun and I have deep knowledge of baby castellas, but I think this deep knowledge is also the reason why we're stuck in a stereotypical way of thinking about them. That's why, by listening to the opinions of people from various fields, we may be able to see aspects that we haven't been able to see before. I see. She seemed to be pondering more seriously than before, but it's only about baby castellas. Moreover, this is about new possibilities that don't really need to be sought after. Alright. Then, we'll go around tomorrow and ask various people's opinions? I guess so. That's the rough plan we'll go about, but let's think about the parts that we can do now. No way. Is she still going to talk about this? Kuro seems to be having some sort of misunderstanding here, but I don't have much passion for baby castellas, you know? But sadly, with how happy Kuro looks, I couldn't say such a thing to her. Kaito-kun, what do you think is the ultimate baby castella? The tastiest baby castella, I guess? It's true that this is the factor leading towards one of the ultimate forms. However, taste is something that has an infinite variety to it, and what is the ultimate taste for me isn't necessarily the ultimate taste for everyone. That's true. Besides, baby castellas aren't luxury food. Therefore, I don't think it's enough to just pursue tastiness. The cheapness and comforting gentleness are part of the appeal of baby castellas, so I think that if you disregard these aspects and pursue only deliciousness, can you really say that it's the ultimate baby castella? That's tough. Kuro's amazing. She's really thinking this seriously about baby castellas. Also, all that philosophical talk doesn't really answer your earlier question, so I guess this would take long? Yes. That's tough. Baby castellas have endless possibilities. That's why it also opens up many options. It's a subject that won't allow us an easy answer. Why yeah, I suppose. Well then, let's leave that for tomorrow. That's why, in order to clarify the vision of completion, let's consider the advantages and disadvantages of sharpening each of its aspects. I guess so. Let's do that. This won't do. This feels like we'll end up talking about this for a while. Seriously, what in the world is driving her to this point? The next day, the search for the possibilities of baby castellas, which benefits no one other than Kuro, had started. To be honest, I was tilting my head in wonder if the preparations for the Six Kings Festival would be alright, but well, if it's Kuro, she would probably do that part well too. Anyhow, for today's purpose of asking various people for their opinions, the first arrow in the quiver had been released towards I see. The new possibilities of baby castellas. Is it? That's why, I want to hear your opinion, Lilia-chan. Yes. Yes, we went to Lilia-san. No, since I'm staying at Lilia-san's mansion, it's certainly a reasonable decision to ask her first. It's just, I wonder, why is it that this person always ends up getting the short end of the stick? No, I'm aware that most of it is my fault, but if you don't mind my opinion, how about making them feel high class? Hearing the words Lilia-san timidly said, Kuro looked as if she was thinking about something. I see. I used to think that baby castellas should be sweets for the masses. However, this may have led to my vision narrowing. By daring to go in the opposite direction, we could certainly arrive towards new possibilities. Yes, that's right. Lilia-san looked pretty nervous. Or rather, I can feel her desperate desire for all this to end. That's why I decided to join in the conversation a bit and follow her up. I think it's a good idea too. I know you said that tastiness doesn't really lead to the ultimate baby castella, but as long as it's food, I think it's a good idea to try to make it taste good. What the heck am I even doing? For me to seriously think about baby castellas, I almost feel like laughing at myself. However, both Kuro and Lilia-san seem to be seriously thinking about it, so there's no way I could just laugh here. I suppose so. Well then, I'll add making a high-class baby castellas to the ideas I had in mind. Thanks, Lilia-chan. It's my honor to be of help. I see. I've already expected this, but it seems that this baby castella demon will not stop just because she had found one possibility. As for me, I'd like to just make some high-class baby castellas and relax while eating them. But with how motivated Kuro looks right now, that doesn't seem likely. After that, we received the opinions of Luna Maria-san, Sayag-san, Aoi-chan, and Hina-chan who were at the mansion, before Kuro and I went out to the city. At first, we would gather opinions from people in Symphonia's royal capital. But considering the people Kuro and I were both acquainted with, the place we're going next would inevitably possibilities of baby castellas. What in the world is that? You know, I'm feeling this emptiness, as if a topic from a different world had been suddenly thrown on my face. I'm completely disinterested in that, so can you just go home? Looking extremely astounded, Alice, sitting behind the counter of her general store, said. As expected, as both of them are part of the Six Kings, she speaks frankly and without reservation to Kuro as well. I know she often jokes around things, but for once, I agree with her. However, if Kuro could be stopped by that, we wouldn't have been this troubled. Shiltira is a good cook, so I thought you might be able to come up with something from a different perspective. What do you think, Shiltira? What possibilities do you see for baby castellas? And my words were completely ignored. No, like I said, I'm not interested in that at all. And I'm busy tending to my store, so just turn around and leave. Just as Alice pointed at the entrance of the store, looking deeply annoyed at how unperturbed Kuro was while ignoring her words, Kuro pulled a bag out of nowhere and put it on the counter. Speaking of which, I still haven't placed the consultation fee yet. Have I? I'll tell you this now, but I can't be swayed with this much. What is this? I may have awakened to the ability to predict the future. I can already vividly predict what's going to happen next. As if to affirm my thoughts, Alice put that bag in her pocket and a dazzling smile appeared on her face. Well, it's a request from none other than Kuro-san. As Kuro's family, of course, I will do my best to help you. Thanks Tilda. See that? She really was bribed. I don't know if I should say she doesn't betray expectations or not. And so, once again, Shiltira, what do you think is necessary to bring my baby castellas to a higher level? How about simply adjusting the quality of the ingredients and some aspects with the way you bake them? It seems that Kuro-san has been making various strange, original things, but I don't think changing things up is all there is to it. By trying to maximize the original goodness of baby castellas, you can improve the overall quality of the product. Wait, what's with that face, Kaito-san? No, I was just surprised to hear you give such an extremely proper opinion. I would really like to have some time to ask Kaito-san once what kind of person you think I am. But well, anyhow, that's my opinion. When Alice said that after throwing a light tsukumi at me, Kuro nodded a few times before brightly smiling. I see. Then, why don't you try making some for us as a test? You see, neither I nor Kaito-kun have eaten yet. Baby castellas don't count as a meal, you know? No, well, I've been paid too much, so I guess I don't mind giving a little extra service. Today's Alice looked really decent. Oi, Kaito-san, why do you praise me and speak ill of me in the same sentence? If it's the goofy Alice and the serious Kuro, it would usually be Kuro who would definitely say something decent. However, when baby Castellas are involved, Kuro would go on a rampage, making Alice actually look like a sensible person. No. Just because she often acts goofily or makes fun of other people, I feel that Alice is actually thinking with common sense. Anyhow, it seemed that Alice was going to make the first prototype after starting this project, and with a slightly astounded look on her face, Alice went behind the counter and came out in about 10 seconds. It's ready, Tilda. Isn't that too fast? No, Kaito-san. Even I can normally use space-time magic, you know? I see. Just like Ain-san did back in the barbecue, she manipulated time and finished cooking in an instant. Putting the plate with some baby Castellas on the counter, Alice urged me and Kuro to eat them. Accepting her offer, I picked up one of the freshly made baby Castellas and ate it. Whoa, this is delicious. What is this outrageous tastiness? Its taste definitely is of a baby Castella that I've had enough of. However, the hardness of the dough, the texture, the temperature, all of them were sharpened to the ultimate level. This is extremely delicious. You're amazing, Alice. Foo. Well, this is roughly how it would be like if it were up to me. Have you come to see Alice-chan in a better light? You can compliment me more, you know? I'm the type who grows with praises after all. The smug look on her face is annoying, but I couldn't complain this time. Just by taking a bite of this baby Castella, even I, an amateur, could understand that Alice has overwhelming skills. I even feel like this would be the ultimate baby Castella. Delicious. You're really good at cooking, Shiltia. As expected of the person Ain publicly declared to be her only rival as a maid in this world. No, seriously, that's something she just says on her own. I don't remember becoming Ain-san's worthy rival, nor do I remember becoming something like a maid. The fact that the perfect maid Ain-san declared her as her rival normally means that Alice is that great. But when you look at Ain-san's unusual fixation with maids, I can understand why Alice looked really repulsed to receive such a title. I had such thoughts in mind. Immediately after, I heard a familiar voice. Something like a maid, you say? Now that is quite the statement. May I take that statement as a challenge to the existence of maids? And by extension, a challenge to me? No, I'm not challenging you though. I mean, why are you nonchalantly appearing here? Please turn around and quickly leave this place. Alright. This challenge, representing all the maids in the world, I will accept it. Oi, you there? Why the heck are you ignoring your master over there and my opinion? The only one who can treat me roughly is Kaito-san, you know? Ain-san suddenly appeared and started fighting Alice. After doing that for a little while, she took her eyes off Alice and slightly bowed her head to me. Kaito-sama, please take care of Kuramo-sama today. Yes. After saying this and bowing her head once more, Ain-san turned toward Alice again. At that moment, Kuro took my hand and pulled me away. Well then, Kaito-kun, I think it's about time we get going. Why yeah, I guess so. When I nodded at this suggestion, Alice flusteredly called out to Kuro. No, Kuro-san. You intend to just ignore this guy? Seriously, please stop her. Shiltia, do your best. You're not going to be responsible for her. However, Kuro just took it in stride. And taking my hand, we walked towards the exit of the store to go to the next place. Well then, Shiltia, let's settle this. No, I admit defeat already. Who? You think it's not worth it to fight someone such as I? I didn't say that. I understand already. I'll go along with you for a little while, so when we're done, please go home. Asterisk. The next place me and Kuro went to was the Archlesia Empire, in Symphonia's royal capital. There's also the king, Rai-san, who is a mutual acquaintance. However, when I checked with Orchid via Hummingbird, it seemed like they were in the middle of a meeting, so I decided not to bother them. That being the case, the next place we'd visit should be another country, the Demon Realm, or the God Realm. What bothered me a little was that when we talked about mutual acquaintances, Kuro looked unusually hesitant. In the end, Kuro went right back to her usual self. but I wonder what that was. I wonder if Kuro and I had other mutual acquaintances living in the royal capital. A few questions lingered in my mind, but I never got an answer when I thought about it, and Kuro herself somehow didn't seem to want me to ask, so I decided not to think about it any further. And so, we came to the Archlesia Empire. And without hesitation, Kuro headed for the Imperial Castle. Although she was completely unannounced, as one would expect from one of the 6 kings, she got a face pass. Kuromo-sama, welcome. Long time no see, Chris. Sorry to bother you at work. No, if it's Kuromo-sama, you would always be welcome. When we were guided to her office, we were greeted by Chris-san, the Emperor, with a smile on her face that looked somewhat innocent, unlike her usual calm appearance. I tilted my head for a moment at the sight of such a Chris-san, but then, I remembered that Chris-san had lived in Kuro's house for a while. The fact that Kuro calls her name without honorifics must mean that she's her family too. Sorry to bother you, Chris-san. Mama-sama too, welcome. I apologize for not giving you a proper welcome. No, please don't worry about it. After finishing greeting Kuro, Chris-san smiled and greeted me as well, which made me smile a little, because I felt that her tension was somehow higher than usual. Please wait a moment, I will have tea and pastries prepared. I had some sweets made from fruits that Raz-sama shared with me the other day. Does Raz-san come here often? When I asked her, hearing the name of an acquaintance, Chris-san happily smiled and nodded. Yes, rather, Raz-sama is the one who visits us the most. Chris and Raz have been good friends since before, right? That's right, we're considerably close. Well, though I say that, in the first place, I can't really think of anyone who isn't on good terms with Raz-sama. Ahaha. Raz gets along with everyone very easily after all. Indeed, Raz-san has tremendous social skills. She appears innocent and naive, but she also has a kind and caring side, showing concern for others. She actively communicates with everyone, and can be described as a community power monster. So, Kuromo-sama, I heard you had something you wanted to consult with me. But can I ask what it is about? Actually, I'm looking for new possibilities for baby castellas with Kaito-kun, so I'm getting opinions from various people. Do you have any ideas in mind, Chris-san? Possibilities for baby castellas? I see, this is a very difficult topic. The baby castella is already a dish that boasts a high degree of perfection. If one modifies it any further, there's a concern that the quality would deteriorate. With that in mind, when it comes to new possibilities, to be honest, I had been somewhat uncomfortable around Chris-san up until now. She is called the Wise Emperor, and her words and deeds are flawless. She somehow feels hard to approach. However, hearing something stupid like the possibilities of baby castellas, she's pondering about it really seriously. I get it may be partly because it's Kuro who's asking for advice here, but perhaps, could Chris-san actually be a pretty amusing person? Her usual flawless behavior is simply that she acts as an emperor, distinguishing between public and private life, and the overly outright love letters and approaches she sends me. Perhaps, the person herself was being serious with the way she said it. Perhaps, you can have it as a monthly thing. But how about changing its appearance? The baby castellas that Kuromo-sama usually eats is a wonderful shape that is both easy to hold and easy to eat. I see. Because it already had a wonderful shape, I might have been having some fixed idea as to what a baby castella should be. Yes, by modifying it, you may find new possibilities. My apologies, but this is about all I can come up with. No, that was very helpful. Thank you. One of the 6 kings, the pinnacles of the demon realm, and one of the rulers of the human realm are seriously discussing, not the fate of the world or political issues, but baby castellas. As expected, looking at Chris-san like this, she just seems like a serious person. Indeed, changing the shape also changes its texture, so in terms of change, I think it would bring about a pretty big one. That's right, it was as Kaito-kun said. It's true that the usual baby castellas are perfect already, but that doesn't mean baby castellas solely and absolutely have to be that way. Just realizing that is a big gain for us. I'm glad I could be of help. But, Kuromo-sama, may I ask you something? While Kuro was in a good mood after receiving a simple, but quite good opinion, Chris looked somewhat puzzled why she was asked such a question. Why are you looking for the possibilities of baby castellas? Because there is where the baby castellas are after all. I see. Hearing Kuro's reply, Chris-san's expression changed several times, which is quite unusual for her. Before she nodded, she probably just swallowed a lot of her thoughts and responded with the safest answer she could so as not to be rude. As I thought, Chris-san might be a rather amusing person. Putting aside the possibilities of baby Castellas, I think the fact that I've eased my avidness of Chris-san is a big plus for me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After visiting our acquaintances in the human realm, it's finally time for Kuro and I to start making baby Castellas. Is what I'd like to say. But sadly, that doesn't seem to be the case. Anyhow, Kuro and I had now arrived in the demon realm. No, I did suggest that we try it out first, but Kuro curtly refused, saying that we should gather people's opinions first. I already feel like I'm full just by trying out each and every one of the suggestions that have already been brought up. And so, do you have any good ideas in mind? Kuro Muina. In the first place, I don't consume food. Come to think of it, Lilywood only drinks water. Yes, it's not that I can't eat, but I don't need to, so I don't. I see. So, do you have any good ideas in mind? With the conversation we had just now, you're going back to that topic. An unreasonable demand towards Lilywood-san, who doesn't eat in the first place. But perhaps, it's exactly because of this that Lilywood-san may have a different point of view from ours, so I can understand why Kuro wants to hear her opinion. No, wait right there, let's calm down. It feels like my thoughts are getting contaminated by Kuro. How about putting something in it to make it healthier? I see, baby Castellas with health benefits. This could work. This could bring about a big wave. Wouldn't it be better if it doesn't come? After thanking Lilywood-san, who had a troubled expression on her face, and throwing a light tsukimi at Kuro, who was increasingly getting excited, we headed to our next location. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Having first asked Lilywood-san, from the flow of things, I guess we'd go around asking each of the 6 kings, leading to the next place we'd visit being Isis-san's castle. What do you think, Isis? How about chilling it? I see, not baby Castellas that taste great even if they've lost their warmth, but baby Castellas that enhance their taste by being chilled. Nice. As expected, it really is coming. The big wave of baby Castellas is coming. Indeed, ignoring the dreadful fact that we'd end up eating baby Castellas all year round, we may be able to enjoy baby Castellas in summer when it's chilled. It would also be delicious with ice cream inside. Kuro is in a good mood after discovering one new possibility of baby Castellas after another, while Isis is having a hard time keeping up with her excitement. I also would have liked it if I'm not able to keep up with what's going on, but after going through various things, I've come to be able to think about this matter calmly. What is this? Was it just my imagination? I feel like I shouldn't go on like this. But what is this unspeakable anxiety? In any case, that was very helpful, Isis-san. Thank you. If I could help Kaito, I'm happy. Well, it's just that Kuro is getting a little too excited, and I know it's difficult, but can someone sternly tell her off or something? Asterisk 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 asterisk. And so, do you have some kind of method in mind, Shintia? Isn't this the second time already? No, if you're going around the 6 kings, you should have just gone to Mejido-san or Magnoel-san. Why are you here, asking me that again? I mean, you yourself know that Magnoel doesn't eat and Mejido would just say to make baby Castellas spicy. If you can make such a calm decision, you should have noticed it right when you asked Lilywood-san. Heck, both Lilywood-san and Isis-san hardly eat either, right? Unexpectedly, we're asking Alice for the second time. No, she certainly gives off the strongest impression of eating among the 6 kings, but for once, I feel sorry for Alice. Well, that's why I thought of asking Shaltir for 3 people's worth. Kaito-san, she's your lover, right? Quickly do something about her. If I could do that, I would have done that by now. Even though Alice is unusually asking for my help, I could only silently shake my head. Rather, I'm the one who wants to ask her to do something about her. Anyway, I'm busy. Please go bother someone else. Even though you've been following us all these times? That was to protect Kaito-san, not to help Kuro-san manufacture dark matter. How should I say this? Even though she's going so far as to say that she manufactures dark matter, Alice's existence really is important. I would like it if she continued following us, at least, as someone who throws tsukumi in my stead. I mean, you've already gathered a considerable amount of opinions, so why don't you just actually make it? I guess so. It certainly seems like it's time to give it a try. Then, let's make it after we get some more opinions from the God Realm. I wonder why, even though the idea of asking for opinions from the God Realm in itself is no different from what we've been doing before. I think I know who we're going to visit first. If there's Lilia-san in the human realm, and Lilywood-san in the demon realm, each realm having troubled people, the troubled one in the God realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And so, why did you come to my place first? I guess it's because I feel like you're the one who give me the most serious answer. Yes, just as I had expected, it was Kronos-san. I'm sorry, Kronos-san, bothering you while you're at work. No, you've had it hard too, Mama. Now then, as for the opinion you're asking me for, I can't give you anything very useful. However, I have heard of chocolate-coated confectionaries. Instead of putting something inside or kneading it into the dough, why not try having an external addition? I see. As one would expect from the serious Kronos-san, although she was taken aback by our sudden visit, she answered properly. However, I see, coating her. Indeed. The eccentric baby castellas that Kuro makes are often ones that had something inside it, so it may be simple, but it was an effective change in approach. However, I've been thinking about this for a while now. But what is it that drives you so, Underworld King? When it comes to baby castellas, you're becoming abnormal. I think this is something you can just compromise. Whether, a sharp strike came from Kronos-san. I'm really glad that her sensibilities are normal. Well, it's just a guess, or rather, Kuro would definitely say she's pursuing the endless possibilities of baby castellas. Then, let's put it another way. Kronos-chan, if Shiro told you that she wanted to eat a delicious baby castella, would you give her something you compromised on? What? No, that's not possible. Such disrespect towards shallow Vernal-sama is. That's right. You would naturally want to serve the supreme dish to Shiro, right? However, do you think making such a thing? You would have the time to make such a thing by then? Well then, it seems like we're getting into a strange flow of conversation. Kronos-san herself looked like she was rather shocked. Those who compromise now will regret it when the time comes. Only if you have the confidence and experience of having walked an endless road can you prepare the best when it matters the most. I was mistaken for the pursuit of the possibilities of baby castellas to be something needed by shallow Vernal-sama. I'm glad you understand. It will not be a waste if you had realized your mistake at this point in time. I think this would be a big piece for your growth. If this just wasn't about baby castellas, it would have sounded like a good line that encourages her growth. I'll say this again. But if this just wasn't about baby castellas, pursuing the possibilities of baby castellas is something I needed. This is the first time I've heard of this. Me too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After that, we went to Life-san's temple. Speaking of which, I think this is the first time I've ever seen Kuro and Life-san together. The first time I went to visit her temple, Life-san was asleep while standing, but when I called out to her, she woke up and listened to what I had to say. I see. So you are searching for an unprecedented approach, and came to ask me for a broader range of views. I rarely eat, so I'm only going by what I've heard. But what about changing the size of the food? The size? Not the shape. Yes, I heard that in the other world, there's a custom of making food huge by naming it something like Mega or Giga. How about trying such a thing out? It's not really a custom, but there certainly are foods that are larger than normal. I nodded in agreement with Life-san's words, but I had a bad feeling about it. I've seen such huge dishes on the internet. But if it's possible, I didn't want such a thought to come up in Kuro's mind. If Kuro is going to make something enlarged, I don't think she'd end up making a sensible-sized product. It would be great if things just end up with a heartburn but. Mega baby castella. Giga baby castella. Nice. See that? Now the baby Castella demon got a twinkle in her eyes. She's definitely going to put this in action. Even if she did decide to discard this idea this time, she'll definitely make it and bring it to me sooner or later. I wonder why? If you normally think about it, it should be twice the normal size or something around that size. But why the heck am I imagining Kuro holding a baby Castella bigger than a person's face in my mind from a while ago? There's no way that would become real, right? It should be alright. As expected, you can't make a baby Castella of that size properly. No, guess that's not it, huh? It's just a guess, or rather, if it's Ain-san, she can definitely make that happen. Thanks, Life-chan. That was very helpful. No, I'm glad that I was able to be of help. Well then, I'm off to my daily meditation routine, so if you'll excuse me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Chronos-san and Life-san, after that would obviously be Fate-san. Hey, the heck is with all that troublesome stuff? Kai-chan is here, so I received your visit. But can we just stop with all these here? Can't you somehow think of something? Even just one will do. That's right. Shaltan, you there, right? Can you come out for a bit? Fate-san, who looked deeply troubled after hearing what Kuro said, clapped her hands as if she had realized something, and called out behind me. Thereupon, the scenery around me blurred and Alice appeared. I have a bad feeling about this. What is it? Underworld King, Shaltan said she'll answer for me. Don't worry, Shaltan is an expert at cooking, so I'm sure she'll give you a great opinion. I see. Then, I'm counting on you, Shaltan. I've already expected the flow of things turning like this. Alice had also had her hand on her forehead and was looking up to the heavens. I already expected this would happen. But you do realize this is the third time already, right? I mean, can you please not go along with that flow as if it's a matter of course? Compared to the number of people who participated in this, isn't my part a little too big? If I don't get paid extra here, it's not worth it. I see. Alright. Shaltan certainly is helping us a lot. So I'll specially give you the number 3 position in our baby Castella research group. What? I would be able to become the number 3 in the prestigious baby Castella research group? I'm so happy like hell. I would say that. What's sorrowful is that, after being worked so hard, you would have me participate in such a repulsive research group. Seriously, for this one time only, I really appreciate the presence of Alice who was able to speak up. I mean, with the way things are going, I'm definitely going to be the number 2 in this research group. Alice, welcome to the club. What the heck are you trying to get me into with that enlightened look on your face? I'm definitely not joining. Okay, I think she saw through my desire to have someone throat suck me at Kuro, as she gave me back a strong number. I see, that was truly a shame. Well, putting that aside, Shaltan, do you have any good ideas? How about you fry them instead? I see. For goodness sake, even this Alice-chan's brain can no longer envision what the finished product is like. It's just, how mysterious. I can't see a future where it will be straight up delicious. I'll prepare some stomach medicine for you, Kaito-san. Muttering something disturbing, Alice disappeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It seems like the long-awaited moment has finally come, or rather, it seems like the last one would really be this person. But the last person that we're going to ask for opinion in the God realm would be the god of this world, Shiro-san. Well, Shiro-san, who naturally saw what we were doing, said explanation is unnecessary when Kuro and I arrived at the sanctuary, and then prepared tea for us. I'm not interested in that ultimate baby Castella, nor do I think it's something I need. But for the time being, if you want to pursue deliciousness, should I create baby Castellas that change flavor depending on the person's favorite taste? Creation is forbidden. This kind of thing is only worthwhile if you do a lot of trial and error on your own. After serving the tea towards us, Shiro-san attempted to create what feels like it could certainly be considered as the answer to what the ultimate baby Castella is, but Kuro immediately stopped her. We've been going all over the place so far, so I can't say I don't understand why she can't agree with Shiro-san's method of solving the problem with her cheaty abilities. For my own safety though, I'd rather rely on Shiro-san's power. Phew. If that's the case, why do you bother visiting me? I mean, in the first place, Shiro-san doesn't eat that much, right? However, I'm confident in my cooking. Is that so? To be honest, this may sound rude, but it's surprising. I can't imagine Shiro-san cooking that much. I've never cooked before though. Yes, isn't the flow of the conversation strange? Shiro-san mentioned that she was confident in her cooking, and I responded that it was surprising. The situation is making sense so far. However, why did she then say that she had never cooked before? Shiro-san, you have never cooked before? Yes. But you say you're a good cook? Yes. I'm confident in my cooking. My head's spinning. Not understanding the meaning of Shiro-san's words, I looked at Kuro as if asking for help. Thereupon, Kuro notices my gaze and speaks with a wry smile on her lips. I could understand how you would forget about it, but Shiro is almost omnipotent, you know? I see. That's what you mean. With Kuro's words, I finally understood the meaning of what Shiro-san had just said. Shiro-san is almost omnipotent. In other words, even if she had never done something before, if she does, she can do most things perfectly. That's why she said she was confident even if she had never cooked before. By the way, I'm changing the subject but, Shiro, is something happening? What are you talking about? It's just, something seems to be a little off with the magic power in the sanctuary. Isn't it just your imagination? I wonder. It certainly feels like something a bit out of place, but it's hard to say exactly what it is. Hearing the words Shiro-san nonchalantly said, Kuro looked somewhat unsatisfied. More importantly, if you're going to make baby castellas, should you really be staying here too long? I don't think there's any particular information you can glean from me. You're not doing anything strange, right? I'm not sure what you would describe as strange, but I don't think I'm doing anything weird. Just like that, Kuro and Shiro-san stared at each other in silence for a few seconds, before Kuro sighed, looking as if she gave up. Well, if you're not going to say anything, I won't ask any more questions, and I just hope you're not doing anything strange. Well then, Kaito-kun, shall we go home and make baby castellas? Why yeah. It was a curious exchange, but it seemed that Kuro decided it wasn't a problem. After nodding at Kuro's suggestion to go home and make baby castellas, I said my goodbye to Shiro-san before we both walked out of the God Realm. Hey, Kuro. Did something happen? It's not that big of a deal. It's just that I got a little curious because I found some traces of a space connection with somewhere in the sanctuary. The space had been. Well, it isn't really that unusual for Shiro to do things I don't understand, and I also didn't feel like she was doing anything other than from those traces I felt, so I don't think it's a problem. I see. A few moments after Kaito and Kuro-Muina had left, Shallow Vernal lightly waved her finger. Thereupon, a rupture in space ripped open and the dimension split apart. I apologize for suddenly interrupting our conversation. I don't mind. I'm sure you have your own reasons on your side. What came from the Tong space was an inorganic, machine-like voice. Once again, shall we continue our negotiations? As for me, I'm not really that interested about this matter. Rather, I know you're well aware of this. But in the first place, I'm displeased with this hero summoning. Please remember that I'm reluctantly accepting it on the condition that the souls of my children will be returned to me after their death. Yes, of course. And yet, you're now asking me to temporarily lend you the soul of my child. I have known you for a long time, so I'm willing to negotiate with you like this. But please don't expect you'll receive a good response. In the first place, why do you even go through such lengths? What is so special about my child that you have summoned this time? Shallow Vernal. Even hearing her question, Shallow Vernal's expression doesn't change. Kaito-san is my singularity. You have changed. Is that so? Yes, I'm able to feel your emotions more than before. I see. Singularity. Was it? I'm a little more interested in my child who brought about this change in you. Let me look into him. After saying those words, there is silence between them. And then, that silence was broken in just 10 seconds. It seems like I would need to directly confirm things. Are you talking about Kaito-san? Yes. Do you mind bringing him here for a moment? If I find him to be of value, then I will agree with that matter. And if you decide that he is of no value, you dispose of things that are unnecessary. Isn't that a very natural thing to do? The lives of the people in my world, According to my judgment, I may dispose of them. That is unacceptable. Hearing the being declare that they would dispose of Kaito depending on their judgment, Shallow Vernal's voice was clearly filled with anger as she told them that that is the only things she will not tolerate. Well then, let's do it this way. I will go over there and see things for myself. Though I say that, it's not my true body that will go over there. I will send one of the clones I created for personal use. You are coming to my world? Isn't that against the contract we made before? Yes, that's right. That's why, in return for your willingness to accept this breach in contract, I will add a new clause in a contract that I will never harm your singularity. How about that? Fume. Hearing the other party's words, Shallow Vernal thought with her mind that exceeds human intellect. Immediately identifying the advantages and disadvantages, she weighed them up before speaking her response. It's not a bad deal. If I agree to this, what about the earlier matter? Yes, I will consider it, with the word positive attached to it. I understand. I don't mind adding that condition. Will you come here immediately? Although the preparations of my clone can be done quickly, there's a time and place for everything. I will contact you to let you know when the time is right. I understand. Well then, I will be waiting for your arrival. Earth God. Earth God. Earth God. Earth isn't really the name of my world, but the name of a planet, but that is the name by which you refer to my existence. Well, it isn't that bad. If you tell me your name, I could just call you that, you know. Unfortunately, I held no name unique to me by which I was known as a god. However, let's see. I will think about this by the time I visit you there. Well then, I will contact you again. Shallow Vernal. Yes. See you again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After we finished listening to various opinions from different people, it's finally time we start cooking. Or rather, Kuro's challenge to find the ultimate baby casteller has only just begun. Moving to the kitchen at Kuro's castle and putting on the apron that was handed to me, Kuro, wearing a black apron, spoke with a bright smile on her lips. Well then, let's get right to making the fried and coated Giga baby casteller, with the taste of high-class ingredients and shape changed, health-conscious and tasty when chilled. Wait a minute right there, let's think about it for a moment. Why the heck is she mixing it all up? What is this? What in the world is happening? In the first place, can coating and frying even coexist in a single dish? Wait, let's calm down. Denying this is quite simple. However, it's not without merit for me. According to Alice, the fact that she produces dark matter in one go is significant. Fortunately, most of the opinions we have gathered this time are about changing the shape and size of the food rather than about modifying the ingredients. So, it's likely that what she'd create here will be a surprisingly edible product. I guess so. Then, let's give it a try. Let's do it. After thinking about it, I agreed to proceed making the baby casteller with all the ideas fused into it. Well, it's just, the advantage of finishing everything in one go is just too great. Well, even if it's the baby casteller demon we're talking about here, if the contents are this packed, the possibility of her doing something strange is reduced. Wait, Kuro, what are you trying to put in the just now? To make it high class, I'm going to put in some diamond turtle meat. I see. No meat. It's not going to end well. Really? Then, I'll just put some striped fish. Stop with the fish too. This is bad. Right from the start, she was trying to put meat and fish into the dish. I'm really glad I noticed it. However, I can't let my guard down for even a moment. I've got to get serious and do my best here. Mainly for my own safety. Alright, Kuro. Let's do our best. Kaito-kun is filled with motivation. Fufu, it seems that you finally realized how wonderful baby castellers are. I'm so happy. Somehow, someway, I'm going to avoid the future where I'm writhing on the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After that, I desperately tried to correct Kuro's behavior, who was still running wild. Or rather, she had been running wild almost continuously since the beginning. So we proceeded to make the baby casteller. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it failed, resulting in we've completed it. This is amazing, Kaito-kun. I've never seen a baby casteller like this before. How the heck did this happen? A huge, chocolate-coated baby casteller, 5 meters in diameter, was now sitting in front of us. That's strange. I thought I did my best to prevent this from happening. I guess it really was that, huh? I could prevent her from using strange ingredients, but I couldn't keep up with her physically. No, it's too early to despair. Fortunately, it was just its size that's out of standard, but we shouldn't have used anything strange in terms of ingredients. In that case, what we had created should be something that can be eaten. Well then, let's chill it. Kuro, that's wrong. You didn't chill it, you froze it. It's the diced baby castella, you know. This is actually what I'm aiming for. I'm telling the truth. Okay, sounds like you thought of that just now though. What do we do with this 5-meter block of ice? No, it has already gotten to the point where I no longer have any control over it. With a situation like this, I would need to ask for help from a powerful helper. Alice, help us out here. Isn't the burden you placed on me seriously too much? This is the first time I've appeared for this event that I'm wholeheartedly disinterested in. Alice-chan is gonna die of exhaustion here, you know? Well, I feel sorry for Kaito-san if things continue like this, so I will at least cooperate with you. But what is it that you want me to do? Thanks. Somehow fix it up and make it into something good. Your instructions are shitty. Even though she says all that, I sincerely thank Alice for coming out despite her complaints, and I hope she could improve this humongous object that could no longer be called a baby castella. Kuro-san. This baby castella. I don't really think it's something that can be called a baby anymore, but it's a little too big for Kaito-san, a human. So can I modify it? I see. Kaito-kun couldn't convert matter into magic power, right? Then, I'll leave it to you, Shiltia. Yes, you too. Please prepare some drinks and wait. I'll bring it to you right away. With Kuro's permission, Alice held a knife in her hand while lifting the 5-meter block of ice with one hand. Is that an object that can be managed with a knife? No. Well, if it's Alice, she could probably do something about it. Having such a thought in mind, I made coffee with Kuro and then moved to the dining room to wait for Alice's arrival. Then, just a few minutes later, Alice appeared in the dining room in a flash. Here, it's ready. I've arranged it on the plate, and even though I made a few changes, I haven't changed anything vital like the ingredients. It became tiny baby castellas. I see, even if you say changing the size, that doesn't just mean making things bigger. The plate Alice brought was loaded with chocolate-coated baby castellas, each one about 1 centimeter in size. Unlike before, it looks edible, and I'm impressed how she managed to get that 5-meter block of ice into something like these in such a short time. I feel like I've seen this somewhere though. Now, Kaito-kun, you can have the first bite. Eh? Why yeah, I can have the first bite. I'm sure this is just Kuro being considerate of me, who went along with her antics all day. Well, if Alice made some changes with it, the taste probably won't be that bad, so I guess it would be alright. Thinking back, I feel like I've been all over the place in just this one day. I went to the Archlesia Empire, to various parts of the demon realm and to the god realm. Thinking back on it, I feel like I had a lot of fun. When I put a piece of the culmination of such a day in my mouth, it's delicious. Really? Then, I'll try it out too. Wow, this is amazing. I've never had a baby castella like this before. The texture is new too. The slightly chilled texture makes it a little hard, but it matches well with the crispy dough and chocolate. Kuro seemed to be very satisfied with the taste, and with a big smile on her face, she brought more and more of these baby castellas to her mouth. These are amazing. They're small, easy to eat and go great with coffee. They're so good that they could be made into merchandise. We've found it. The new possibility of baby castellas. Indeed, considering that I was prepared to eat an outrageous prank dish, the taste is really great. It was more than enough to put this slightly unusual date to an end. But most of all, I'm glad that Kuro seemed really happy. She probably has a lot of work to do, like preparing for the 6 kings, and besides that, she is busy every day as the real apex of the demon realm. If this gives Kuro a breather, then it was worth going out with her. I like the serious Kuro when she's working because she's so cool, but I also think the innocent Kuro who is having fun like today is very attractive. Well, how should I say this? Such a smile from my beloved Kuro may be the best reward of the day. However, can I throw at Tsukumi for a moment? You know, rather than baby castella, doesn't this feel more like choco balls? The 19th day of the wind month, night. Kuro, who had come to visit me, has returned home, and as usual, this would be the time I would go to bed, but I can't seem to sleep well today, or rather, I'm not feeling very sleepy. It's not that I had a really long siesta earlier though, my eyes really are just wide awake. I could have stayed in bed and closed my eyes until I fell asleep, but I somehow felt like having a little walk, so I decided to leave my room and headed for the garden in the mansion. As one would expect from a noble, Lilia-san's mansion has a very large garden. First of all, the distance from the gate to the mansion is quite long, and the garden has a fountain and flower beds, making it look a bit like a park. Behind the house, there's a training field and a large grassy area where I usually brush Belle, so a short walk in the garden is more than enough. Giving a quick hello to the night guard I met in the hallway, I told her I was going for a walk in the garden, and then I walked out of the mansion with the portable illumination magic tool I had purchased from Alice before in my hand. As soon as I left the mansion though, I noticed that the moon was much brighter today, so I didn't really need the illumination magic tool to walk around. Walking leisurely through the moonlit garden, I looked at the fountain and the flower beds. It's very quiet. I don't really mind noisy places, but this kind of quietness at night is also quite nice. As I was thinking about this, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Kaito-san? Lilia-san? You're still outside at this hour. Is something the matter? When I turned around, I saw Lilia-san wearing a cardigan over a thin one-piece dress. Hearing my words, Lilia-san spoke with a wry smile on her face. If anything, that should be my line, but I had finished my work and wanted to catch some night breeze before going to bed. I see. I also have the same reason. My eyes were wide awake, so I thought I'd take a quick walk and come here. I see. How should I say this? What a coincidence. Right. Exchanging smiles with Lilia-san. Neither of us suggested it, but we naturally started walking side by side. Perhaps she had just finished taking a bath, as while I walked next to Lilia-san, I could smell the faint scent of shampoo, which somehow makes my heart skip a beat. Speaking of which, the flower beds in this mansion seem to have a lot of flowers with white shades. Those were. We just ended up having a lot of them. You see, my alias is based after a white flower after all. White Rose Valkyrie, right? Yes, well, it's rather embarrassing, so I don't really like that alias. The expression of the smiling Lilia-san seemed softer than before as we exchanged idle chit-chat. No, Lilia-san was always a kind person, but recently, I think she has been smiling more often than before. How should I say this? It may just be our imagination, but lately, your expression seems softer than before, Lilia-san. I suppose that might be the case. Perhaps, it's because the issues I've been carrying on my back have been resolved, and I have a little more composure in my heart. I guess this is thanks to Kaito-san. Sayaka-san's voice returned, and she was able to find the people who had once framed the Night Order and got them to admit their guilt, giving her tense mind some breathing room. This may be reflected in her facial expression and atmosphere. No, I guess you could say that Lilia-san just returned to how she originally was. I think it was a great change. At least, I think that Lilia-san, smiling happily like this, is very attractive. I don't really think I did that much, but I'm glad I was able to help Lilia-san. I can't really speak for others, but being too humble is a bad habit, Kaito-san. In fact, I just understood it when everything had ended. The goals I was trying to achieve were difficult, and even if I had spent a really long time on it, I may not have been able to accomplish even one of them on my own. Indeed, Lilia-san's goals may have been difficult. In order to restore Sayaka-san's voice, she would need the fruit of the world tree. It seems that Lilia-san had no intention of participating in the Sacred Tree Festival unless we had approached her about it, and if she had missed the chance to obtain it at that time, there was no telling where she might have had the next opportunity to obtain it. Without the information provided by Alice, it would have been difficult to trace the people who had framed the Night Order. Even if she had been able to reach them, they were said to be nobles with great authority, so it might have been difficult to get them to admit their guilt. It's thanks to you. It's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to you. I'm really thankful to you. That's why. Please don't be modest and at least, accept these feelings of mine. Yes. Well, I've had a lot of stomach aches in exchange for all that though. When you say it like that. Although she had struck me at a sore spot, Lilia-san doesn't seem to be angry, as she said this with an innocent, but somewhat teasing smile. Just like that, we continued chatting and lightly circled the garden, before we returned to the entrance of the mansion. It would be a lie if I said I did not feel some sense of regret, but it was a good time for us to part ways. As I was having such thoughts in mind, Lilia-san suddenly told me in a gentle voice. Thank you very much for today. It was a fun time. No, it was my pleasure. Up to that point, the conversation we're having was quite normal. There was nothing strange about it. Within such a conversation, my thoughts went blank when Lilia-san stood on tiptoes and brought her face close to mine, and I felt a soft touch on my cheek. Good night, Kaito-san. It took me a few moments to realize what had just happened. In the meantime, Lilia-san smiled and went inside the mansion. I, who was left alone, kept my hand lightly on my cheek and just kept on dumbfoundedly staring at the door Lilia-san disappeared to. The only thing I can say is that I may not be able to sleep today. After leaving Kaito and returning to the room, Lilia closed the door to the room, before flopping down on the floor. What did I just do? Her heart pounding so loudly, Lilia's face was blushing tremendously. Once again, I realized that the me right now is thanks to Kaito-san, and that makes me very happy, content, and unable to suppress the feeling that I love Kaito-san. Iwawa, holding her face that became as red as boiled octopus with both hands, Lilia writhed on the floor, moving so spontaneously that it could be said she did it unconsciously. She had kissed Kaito on his cheek. As she remembered this and understood what she had done, her face turned so red that it looked like it was about to release steam already. What should I do? For me to have done something like that. What face could I have when I meet Kaito-san tomorrow? That's impossible. I mean, even though I was aware that I love him, it would be really hard for me to not be conscious of it. This is just impossible, because it was late at night, the last remaining reason she had held her back, but otherwise, she might have half destroyed the room before fainting in agony. That is how serious of a matter this event was for Lilia. He must have thought I was a strange woman. What should I do? This is impossible. I definitely can't sleep like this. I mean, I'm starting to be afraid that tomorrow is coming. Seriously, what should I do? After that, Lilia-san ended up writhing in agony with a bright red face all night long. Even after I came back to my room, I couldn't get the earlier incident out of my mind at all. No matter how stupid I am, I know that Lilia-san's action earlier isn't just simple skinship. So, that means Lilia-san sees me as an object of interest and has feelings for me. This is, how should I say this? It makes me happy. Lilia-san is the first person I met when I came to this world, and she has always been a great help to me. She is a kind and warm person, and the reason I am able to truly enjoy my days in this world is largely because I met her. She is unlike the nobles I had imagined, but she is a very respectable and strong woman, and even though we are only 1 year apart in age, she is someone I respect with all my heart. However, not only that, but she's a person filled with emotions for a person of her age. She happily laughs, she gets surprised, she can also get mad and cry. She's a friendly person. Most of all, she was bottomlessly kind and always really cared about me with all her heart. I had just arrived in another world and didn't know what was left and right, but she taught me about this world, providing me with food, clothing and shelter, things that are essential to life. She took care not to make living in an all-female mansion have a negative influence on me, and even went out of her way to buy me the things I needed for daily life. I was unintentionally getting into all sorts of trouble, and troubling her for knowing various extraordinary people, but even so, as if it was a matter of course, she told me that she never once thought of me as a nuisance. Although she had a troubling habit of carrying various responsibilities on her shoulders and continuing to work by herself without outwardly showing it, this habit has now been improved. And I really think she's an incredibly attractive woman. If I were to be asked what I think about such a Lilia-san, of course, I like her. Thinking about this again, I felt a thump within my heart. I think I've always had some feelings for Lilia-san. However, my feelings of gratitude and feeling apologetic for the daily inconvenience I was bringing her precedes that, making me unable to notice it. What should I do now? Becoming aware of this, I'm feeling extremely embarrassed. Thinking about Lilia-san again, I quickly realized how I felt. That's just how big and strong Lilia-san's presence had become in my mind. As I felt a strange sense of embarrassment within me, I had this feeling that my relationship with Lilia-san, from now on, was going to change greatly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 21st day of the wind month. I'm in a bit of a pickle at the moment. That is because I was extremely surprised when Lilia-san kissed me, and I was able to reaffirm my own feelings at the same time as I knew how she felt. At that point, it was good. The problem is that after 3 days, not only has there been no progress with our relationships, but there has been no progress. It seems that it has made my relationship with her quite awkward. Since that day, I don't know if I should say that Lilia-san has been avoiding me or not. When I talked to her, she would flustredly put an end to our conversation before going away. If I had to guess why, I'd say it was because of that kiss. Because for Lilia-san, it's like she's already confessed her feelings, and I can understand why the shy Lilia-san is that flustered. Currently, I'm in a situation where she isn't responding to me, and I'm sure she's feeling anxious and doesn't know how she should treat me. However, the problem is that when I try to talk to her about it, she runs away immediately, so the conversation never progresses and there's no chance for me to express my feelings. Moreover, she isn't just lightly avoiding me, she straight up dashes away. Just a slight hint of that topic peeking out, she would disappear from my field of sight with frightening speed. I'm feeling troubled. So that's how it is. But what do you think I should do? I see. So that's why Lili was acting strange at that time. Hearing my story, Sayaka-san tilted her head, looking troubled. I consulted Sayaka-san, thinking that she was the best person in this mansion to ask for advice, but it really doesn't seem to be easy to do. With Lili's personality, she'd probably run away even if you pushed her. Though I say that, that doesn't mean you can just let this drag on and on. She might be troublesome, but there's a really steady method through this situation. What kind of method is that? Yes, that is, I have heard the situation. Lunamaria-san? Hearing a sharp voice interrupting Sayaka-san's words, I looked back at the source of the voice, and there stood Lunamaria-san. Why is she leaning against the wall with her arms crossed? Also, I don't know why you have that smug smile on your face, but stop that, it's kind of irritating me. Lunamaria-san, who suddenly appeared, spoke with a nasty grin on her face, lightly placing her finger on her forehead. Let this pilot of love guide you through this predicament. Lunamaria-san, aren't you ashamed, calling yourself that? Why did you calmly Tsukumi? Mama-sama. A good man would go with the flow here, you know. Is that so? To be honest, I don't think I can rely on this self-proclaimed pilot of love at all. And after silently letting out a smile that really seemed to put on airs, she greatly nodded and turned towards us. I have a great idea. No thanks. Wait right there. Mama-sama. So, Sayaka-san, the steady method you're talking about, you'll just ignore me? That's most probably because what she thinks wouldn't work. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Also, there's simply a difference in my trust between Lunamaria-san and Sayaka-san. I don't even have to think about which one to consult between the kind and sincere Sayaka-san or the twisted Lunamaria-san, who teases people so much that it feels like it's her purpose in life. But well, she seems to have lots of confidence in her idea. So if it's just listening, I guess that should be fine. I'm not really expecting anything from her answer though. I mean, that's Lunamaria-san we're talking about here. I wonder why. I somehow feel like I'm being spoken ill of within Mama-sama's mind. Fine. Then, please let me hear your ideas just in case. I've brought the keys to my lady's room, so you, rejected. Thank you. Next. Isn't that too fast? Luna, can't you be a bit more serious? Suggesting me to go night crawling. I knew that she would be suggesting a stupid idea. It was stupid of me to think that there's even a chance that she would make a serious suggestion. Deciding that I should ignore Lunamaria-san once again, I called out to Sayaka-san, who is just as dumbfounded as I am. Sayaka-san, can I ask what your suggestion is again? Yes, though I say that. My suggestion is normal. I think you should give her a present. It will be Lili's birthday soon, and I think it will be enough of an opportunity to talk. Lilia-san's birthday. I couldn't help but ask back because I was more interested with what Sayaka-san said, being that it would soon be Lilia-san's birthday. Yes, it's on the second day of the light month. Isn't that real soon already? Phew, that's a pretty good idea, Sayaka. We're going to be having a small party at the mansion, and you can give your present at that time. You're still here, huh? Luna Maria-san. Although I was dumbfounded since Luna Maria-san still joined the conversation, I felt that it was indeed a good idea. Including today, there are only 10 days until the second day of the light month. I think that's plenty of time for me to prepare my present. Besides, I have always been indebted to Lilia-san, and she even gave me that formal suit the other day. I was just thinking about getting her something in return. Since it would give me a chance to talk to Lilia-san and thank her, I think it was like killing two birds with one stone. It certainly is a really good idea. Thank you, Sayaka-san. I'm really glad that I consulted Sayaka-san. Is that so? If you're glad from that, then I'm happy too. Sayaka-san has really always been helping me. That's not true. I'm the one who's always being helped by Kaito-san instead. Feeling really glad that I consulted with Sayaka-san, I held her hand, and Sayaka-san bashfully smiled at me, her cheeks blushing red. When I was feeling somewhat happy seeing her cute actions, I heard Luna Maria-san's voice, sounding somewhat amazed. If you're going to flirt, could you please do it somewhere else? Kaito-san, if there's anything I can help you with, please tell me anything. Thank you very much. Hearing you say that feels really reassuring. Well, I guess it can't be helped. For Mama-sama and my lady's sake, this unworthy Luna Maria would also pitch in and... No, thank you. Wait a moment right there. Mama-sama, isn't your attitude to me different from your treatment with Sayaka? Do you value your lover that much? Yes. Mama-sama has already come to say such things, huh? Putting aside Luna Maria-san's dubious offer of cooperation, thanks to Sayaka-san's help, I've decided on an objective and I will now try to work towards it. Based on the advice I received from Sayaka-san, I thought of a gift to give Lilia-san for her birthday. I thought about giving Lilia-san an accessory because she hardly wears one, but since I have lots of time to prepare, I decided to prepare something a little more elaborate. However, the only problem is that I'm not sure if I'll be able to prepare what I have in mind. A music box magic tool? Do you think it's possible to make something like that? So, I'm going through what I do as usual. In times that I'm in trouble, I would ask Kuro's help. I asked Kuro, who showed up in my room at night as usual, and after I summarized the situation to her, I asked, they are used as a high-class present, so my company also deals with them. Of course, there's also regular music boxes, but magic tools are more popular because they are more compact and can hold various mechanisms. I see. As expected, the music box itself seems to exist in this world, and they're often used as presents. This is very important information. I learned about this when I first asked about the calculator. If I use a magic tool to recreate a machine from my world, she will be more surprised before she could even feel happy, and there's also complicated stuff involved like patents. So, it's better to use a product that exists in this world and is somewhat famous. I think a music box as a present is a great idea. If you want to add some elaborate trick in it, should I make it for you? No. Actually, I'm wondering if I could make that magic tool. Kaito-kun will. Of course, if I ask Kuro, she'll be able to make the greatest music box in the world. However, this music box will be my present to Lilia-san as a gesture of gratitude. There's no reason for me to just have Kuro make it for me and then give that to Lilia-san. I'd like to make it on my own as much as possible. No, of course I don't know much about how to make it, so I'm sure I'll have to ask Kuro and Alice for help. Let's see. The technique used for a magic tool's music box function itself is very simple. And since Kaito-kun can do simple writing these days, it should be alright. I'll teach you how to write the difficult parts. Oh, that would be great. Thanks. I'm still receiving magic lessons from Kuro, and thanks to that, I'm making a lot of progress as well. I can't make a magic tool from scratch yet, but I can add simple actions to the original magic formula. According to Kuro, the music box magic tool isn't that difficult, and the difficulty is just right for a novice magic tool maker to challenge. Then, you could consult Shaltia with the design of the box and other stuff. So how about we learn the magic technique used? Yeah, alright. So, Kaito-kun, what song are you going to place in it? After nodding with a smile, I heard the words Kuro told me, making me stiffen in place. Song? The music itself. Could it be? You haven't thought of that at all? You, Kaito-kun. You do know we can't make it without at least some score, right? It's as you say. T/N. Score is that paper filled with tadpoles. Her argument is so good that I can't even make a sound to refute it at all. I'm thinking about making a music box, but I didn't even think that music boxes have music in them. I'm an idiot. Seeing me slumping my shoulders, Kuro let out a slightly troubled smile and spoke to me in a gentle tone of voice. Well, let's just study the basic techniques for today. You can try to find a song starting tomorrow, okay? Thanks. I'll do whatever I can to help you, so let's do our best. Yeah. Very reassuring and thankful words. Whether it's Sayaka-san or Kuro, I really got wonderful lovers. Anyhow, I'm going to Alice's general store tomorrow to consult with her about making a music box. I'll also consult with her about the music while I'm there. Alice herself has always been my escort, so I don't have to go to the general store if I just want to talk to her. But she has a workshop there, so I think going to her workshop would inspire this blank slate in my mind. The 22nd day of the wind month. The day after I decided to make a music box. I came to Alice's general store and after I explained the situation to her, she became astounded. You were trying to make your own music box, but didn't think about the music at all. Kaito-san, you're sometimes forgetful, huh? I don't have any words to snap back to that. However, it's pretty hard to choose a song, you know. Duchess Lilia had quite the discerning ears after all. Is that so? I listen to Alice's words, as she tells me with a chuckle. I ask back in astonishment. I'm not really that familiar with the music of this world, and the music of the original world is impossible for me to recreate, as I can't even read the notes properly. Of course, Duchess Lilia is former royalty after all, so her standards need to be at least around the musical performance by the Royal Orchestra. How troubling. I only know a couple of songs from this world. Now, that's where this Alice-chan, known as the music prodigy, comes in. I've never heard that you're ever known for that. A slight smile forming around her mouth, the self-proclaimed music prodigy Alice smugly posed. What is this? She stinks of dubiousness. Alice then crouches behind the counter and starts rummaging through something. Where did I place it again? It's been a long time since I used it. Here it is. That is a violin. Pulling out what looked like a violin from behind the counter, Alice looked at it from various angles to check it out for a bit. She probably had casted a state preservation magic on it before. After lightly moving her finger to remove the magic casted on it, Alice props up the violin by her arm as I look at her, confused. The theme is love, and the tune would be pop. That should be good, right? Alice, huh? I was about to ask her what she was going to do, but I immediately became speechless. Alice moved her hands and began to play. The sound that echoed from that violin sounds so overwhelming, even for me, who isn't very knowledgeable about music. The gentle, harmonious echoing melody, sometimes lonely, sometimes bright and cheerful, seems to captivate me, deeply resonating into my heart. What is this song? Anyway, it's a really good song. This song makes me feel so relieved. I couldn't help but close my eyes and listen to it. As Alice continued playing for a few minutes, when the song ended, I couldn't help but reflexively clap my hands. Something like that, I guess. That was a great song. What's that song's title? I composed it just now, so I still haven't decided on a title yet. She made that just now? That amazing song was just an impromptu song? You unbelievable. What the heck is she? What kind of things does she have in her head? In front of the astonished me, Alice pulls out a clean sheet of paper and smoothly writes a score using her free hand in the blink of an eye. This woman is a freaking monster. Alice, you can also compose music? Yeah, well, I can generally do most things. I can use all the instruments, and I've written about 20,000 songs before. Seriously, what is with Alice's incomprehensibly high specs? I feel like she could make as much money as she wants if she really just wanted to. When I was thinking about this, Alice turned her face away, and quietly spoke, sounding a bit lonely. Well, I've generally mastered all of them. What I only have is a disgusting amount of time after all. Alice? It's nothing. Let's start thinking about the design of the music box. Since Kaito-san is going to make it yourself, we don't want it to be too complicated, but at the same time, we want to make sure that it still has some mechanisms in it. Why yeah, truly, Alice is still a mystery to me, even now that I'm close to her. Even though I knew the secret that her true identity was the Phantasmal King, it feels as if there was something deeper than that. However, this is probably not the best time to ask. I'm sure Alice doesn't want to answer either. One day, when Alice's heart is ready, I wish I could hear it from her though. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 23rd day of the wind month. The land in front of me is covered in pure white ice. I know that I'm okay thanks to Shiro-san's blessing, but was it because I'm outdoors that I'm feeling somewhat cold? I'm sorry, Isis-san. Suddenly barging in and asking you this request. No, if it's Kaito. You're always welcome. Thank you. You need jewels, right? Yesterday, I decided to make a music box as a present for Lilia-san. So I went to Alice's yesterday and she got some designs and mechanisms prepared, and I'm currently in the process of gathering materials for that. First of all, in order to get jewels for the main mechanism, I went to Isis-san's home and relied on her help. I can't thank Isis-san enough for her kindness in spite of my sudden visit. Yes, what kind of jewel do you think would be good? I'm not really that familiar with jewels. You're going to use that for a mechanism, right? It might be a challenge but I think the Midnight Crystal might be good. Midnight Crystal. There's a jewel that has a deeper shade of blue and was quite rare compared to the ice crystals. And it was called Midnight Crystal. It's tough, but it doesn't easily crumble. It stores magic power, but not as much as magic crystals. So it's easy to work with. I see, Midnight Crystals are a type of ice crystals, but are even rare compared to the rare ice crystals. When I came to visit Isis-san before, I was allowed to mine it just for fun, but I don't think I remember seeing anything like it. I see, that means it wouldn't be easy to find. But it's alright. If I search for it, I'll immediately find one. I appreciate the thoughts, Isis-san, but I'd like to try to do as much as I can. Of course, I know I can't do it all alone but okay, if that's what Kaito wants to do, I will support you. Hearing me saying that I want to do as much as possible with my own power, Isis-san nodded to me with a gentle smile on her face. After that, she held her hand over a pile of ice in front of her, clad in flashing bluish-white magic power. However, even a little bit. Let me help you! Exclamation mark. In the next moment, a dazzling flash of light shot out of Isis-san's hand like a laser, punching through multiple holes in the mountain of ice. Afterwards, a pillar of ice appeared inside, reinforcing the tunnel, preventing it from collapsing. In a matter of seconds, the mountain of ice turned into a mine, making me understand that she's making it very easy for me to mine. The place where I shaved doesn't have jewels, but with this, I think it's easier to dig. I'll also case simple defensive magic on you. Thank you. It helps me out a lot. Good luck. While you're mining, I'll go prepare you a meal. So, don't push yourself too hard. Yes, the maintenance of the tunnels, defensive magic, she's really helping me with all sorts of stuff. I'm really grateful for that. After nodding to Isis-san, who kindly smiled at me and told me words of support, I entered with pickaxe and all other tools. I'm still at the beginning of gathering materials, so I have to get the Midnight Crystal as soon as possible. Then, 3 hours mining in the mine, sitting down on the ground, breathing heavily. I can't find one. After entering the tunnels, I diligently started mining and found a good number of ice crystals. However, they are all light blue, and no deep blue midnight crystals have been found. I suppose it could simply be that I'm not used to mining and my pace is slow, but seriously, how should I say this? I realized once again why they're said to be rare. Even though Shiro-san's blessing keeps out the cold, it doesn't seem to be helping out with my fatigue, so I was completely exhausted. As I was catching my breath and thinking about where to dig next, I saw Isis-san floating in the air towards me. Kaito, have you found one? No, not at all. It's completely difficult finding one. Really? How about you take some break? I brought you lunch. Tea, thank you. It seems that I completely lost track of time that Isis-san had brought a meal for me. That being said, I was trying to hide my tiredness, but I was also quite hungry, so it was really great timing. When Isis-san came to my side, with the appearance of a floating magic circle, a desk and chair were prepared for us. Thereupon, she placed a large plate on the table, and after releasing the state preservation magic, warm steam rises up. I made you some stew. I also placed some barriers, so it won't get cold easily. Thank you. Thank you for the food. Here. The white stew that Isis-san prepared for me smelled delicious and made my hungry stomach growl. After thanking her again, I was about to take the spoon. Isis-san held the spoon and spontaneously scooped up some of the stew and held it out to my mouth with one hand. Is this what I think this is? Is this another one of those meals where I can't feed myself? What do you think? It feels warm and really delicious. The stew, which wasn't too hot and had a pleasant temperature for my tongue, its creamy and smoothness soaked into my stomach, gently warming me from the inside. It was somewhat relieving and delicious, as if this stew is Isis-san's kindness given form. That's good. Eat lots. Okay. Yes. I guess I'm still really embarrassed to admit it, but I wholeheartedly enjoy such moments of relaxation, enjoying Isis-san's gentle care that warmed me to the depths of my heart. After enjoying Isis-san's delicious home-cooked meal, just as I stood up to say that it's time for me to resume mining, Isis-san suddenly spoke, as if she thought about something. Speaking of which, Kaito, have your sympathy magic, right? Yes. The midnight crystal could store magic power. So if you use your sympathy magic, wouldn't it be easier to find it? There's such a way. I don't really know if it would really work though. I haven't thought of using my magic that way. I've been using sympathy magic only for reading the emotions of others. However, this magic is originally something that was derived from a power specializing in sensing others, so it should also be used to sense feeble amounts of magic power. According to Isis-san, although the midnight crystal isn't as good as a magic crystal, it still has the ability to store magic power. That's also true for ice crystals, but it seems that midnight crystals store a bit more magic power. I'll try it. After listening to Isis-san's advice, I start using the power of my sympathy magic to search for magic power around me. I'm not that great of a magic user, so I can't search around a large area, but searching within the radius of a few meters should be sufficient enough. When I focused my attention to my sympathy magic, I could definitely feel faint magic power here and there among the tunnels. However, I don't understand well the difference between each of the things I've detected immediately, so I decided to walk around, focusing on my senses for a while. After about half an hour of going through the tunnels, I felt something that has a little bit stronger magic power than the others, so I began hitting my pickaxe at that spot. It seemed to be pretty deep, as it took me some time to get there, and after digging for a while, I found a deep blue, a navy blue jewel peeking out of a crevice in the rock. No doubt that's their midnight crystal. Having successfully found the midnight crystal, I carefully mined it, changing tools so as not to damage the jewel, and dug out a few inches of it. I was unintentionally moved, seeing the midnight crystal that I finally found. But I want to get some more, including some spares, because I don't think it would be possible for me to successfully make something in the first try. Wait. I feel faint! Kaito. The moment I thought about going through this pace and digging for some more, I felt the strength on my legs disappear and almost fell down. Isis-san, who reacted quickly, supported my body, but a feeling of considerable weariness assaults my body. Wide area detection uses a lot of magic power, so you have to take a break for about an hour. I see. I understand. I'll carry you. Wait, Isis-san. Kaito. You're tired, so I'll carry you. I'm thankful for that, but it's nothing. Even though Isis-san is stronger than me, I'm still extremely embarrassed, being princess carried as a man. However, I couldn't ask Isis-san, who was seriously concerned about me, to put me down just because I was feeling embarrassed being princess carried by her, so in the end, I had to be carried by Isis-san while enduring my shame. Next time, let's probably think about our usage of magic power. I'll definitely be more careful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In order to collect the required number of midnight crystals I need, I used my sympathy magic, took a break when my magic power ran out, and then used my sympathy magic again to search. When I couldn't find them anymore, I changed mountains and continued searching, making me take 2 full days to collect the number of midnight crystals I required. At first glance, I might have looked a bit too optimistic about this. However, if I'm going to make it anyway, I want to make it as good as possible. Compromising with this makes me feel like my feelings for Lily-san are only to such an extent, so I want to gather the best materials I can, even if the others think I'm being strangely fussy about it. And now, on the 25th day of the wind month, as I was feeling a horrible muscle ache all over my body, I came to visit a certain place. Dr. Goodwood? Yes. I don't mean to be rude for barging in on you out of the blue, but could you please lend me some wisdom? Lilywood-san. Yes, I'm currently visiting the forest city called as the largest city in the demon realm, Gphresis. I've come to a place governed by Lilywood-san. I came here to obviously ask Lilywood-san, who seems to be the most knowledgeable about plants and trees among the people I know, to see if she could find a good wood for the music box. Hearing my words, Lilywood-san nodded with a gentle smile. Of course, I don't mind. Let's see. I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but when it comes to wood, I think the branches of the world tree are the best. Just the name sounds amazing. However, why did you say you're embarrassed about that? No, you see, it's like I'm bragging about myself. Bragging about yourself? The world tree that Lilywood-san is referring to is probably the huge tree that rises through the clouds that sits in the middle of Gphresis. A tree straight out of fantasy, far taller than a mountain, piercing through the skies. However, I still don't know why that makes Lilywood-san embarrassed, so I tilted my head. Thereupon, with a slight blush on her cheeks, as if she was having a hard time saying it, Lilywood spoke. No, the world tree is my real body after all. You see, I'm a tree spirit. And as a matter of fact, the real Lilywood Yggdrasil is the world tree. You can think of this me that is speaking to Kaito-san right now, so to speak, is a humanized tree. I see. In other words, Lilywood-san is a humanoid version of the world tree, or something like that. Since she couldn't move in her tree form, she transfers most of her magic power to the spirit body and makes it move by her will. But her real body seems to be the world tree. Wouldn't that mean the largest of the 6 kings isn't actually Magnoel-san, but Lilywood-san? I mean, that world tree. It looks tens of thousands meters tall. But wait. If that's the case, wouldn't we need to cut Lilywood-san's main body in order to get a branch of the world tree? However, doesn't that mean I can't accept that branch? No, it's perfectly fine. If you cut it off anyway, it will just grow back after a few seconds. Is that so? It's easy to forget because of her calmness and her grasp on common sense, but this person is also someone beyond human intellect, and there's no way that common sense applies to her. Anyway, I thought I could get a branch of the world tree with this, but for some reason, Lilywood-san seems to be wavering about something. It's just, Kaito-san, you're going to get the branch yourself? If it's possible, I would like to do it. Don't you think it will be really difficult? But still, do you not mind that? Why yes, I'll do my best. I didn't really know what she meant when she said it would be really difficult, but when I told her that I was going to try as hard as possible for now, Lilywood-san nodded, levitated me with magic, and took me to a thick branch around the middle of the world tree. Even though it's just a branch, it's the branch of the tens of thousands of meters world tree. Frankly speaking, it looks really thick, and just running from one side to another seemed like it'd be difficult. However, as expected, I don't think I would be able to cut a branch of this size, and just as I was thinking about that, a branch that fits just right appeared. A branch the size of a Japanese cedar just sprung out like it was normal. You can cut this branch. I think this should be enough. Thank you very much. This really helps. Well then, Kaito-san, here. This is a saw? Lilywood-san handed me a golden saw. This looks like an amazing piece of jewelry, But does that mean I have to cut off the branch with that? It's an Orichalcon saw. Orichalcon? Isn't this like a really amazing thing? Isn't that like one of the most powerful equipment in games? Well then, I'll leave 10 saws in case it's not enough. If it isn't enough, please tell me. Huh? Well then, I wish you good luck. Hey, for some reason, Lilywood-san just left me some outrageously ominous words, telling me that she would come for me later and left, leaving me to compare the legendary saw in my hand with the branch of the world tree. What is this? I'm kind of feeling like this is something really difficult again. And thus, that premonition came true. The sky turned to dusk as I struggled against a single branch. I can't cut it. It's too tough. Yes, I don't know how long it's been since I started trying to cut it. But I've already broken 4 Orichalcon saws. However, I didn't even reach halfway through. After frantically moving the saw dozens and hundreds of times, I finally understood what Lilywood-san meant when she said that it would be really difficult. Because with the time I spent sawing it, I've only been able to cut the branch a few inches from where I started. I mean, even if I cut this off, wouldn't it be impossible to process it with this branch? That part's alright. It's impossible for Kaito-san to make the branches into wood, so I'll do that. I'll adjust the size and cut them into pieces, so Kaito-san will just assemble them. I see. Hearing Alice's words as she came out of nowhere, I nodded my head, feeling a bit of despair. I was thinking that it isn't necessary to use this outrageous wood. And since I'm much more familiar with how to use a saw, I should now be able to cut a normal thin wood. I mean, to begin with, can I at least buy the wood? No, this won't do. I decided to give the best I could possibly give to Lilia-san. Don't lose heart with just something like this. Get out of my mind, lazy thoughts. If I'm halfway through in half a day or so, wouldn't that mean I could cut it in half after another half a day more? My manly willpower burst forth. By the way, Kaito-san, that magic tool knife that produces a blade of wind that you bought in my shop back then. If you pile it on top of the saw, the wind blade will spread out to the saw and make it much sharper. It's just a trivia. Hey, Alice? What is it? Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I've almost cut halfway through, you know? That took me hours, you know? You've been watching me for a while, haven't you? You must be doing that on purpose, huh? Whoa there, come to think of it, I still have a really urgent meet. Fudge. Wait. Before I go back to cutting this branch, we need to talk. Catching Alice by the scruff of her neck as she immediately tried to run away, I decided to take a break and give her a sermon. After that, thanks to the wind blade's strengthened saw, the speed at which I cut the branch has been doubled. In about 6 hours, I was finally able to cut it off. I feel like my arms just died. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My arms hurt. It feels as if they're surrounded by concrete. You worked really hard, huh? That's amazing, Kaito-kun. However, don't push yourself too hard, okay? I started sawing after feeling muscular pain from mining. I can't feel my arms anymore, and I really can't lift them at all. When I was working, I was able to fool myself thanks to my motivation. But when I returned to the mansion, I immediately felt the fatigue rush into my body. While I was lying down in her lap, Kuro gently put her hand on my arm and cast a healing spell on me. As I feel my stiff arms loosening with her massage, I enjoyed Kuro's lap pillow. Or rather, even though there's body strengthening magic, the difficulty of these materials, it's too difficult for the normal human me. However, I have to try my best. I'm tired. It was difficult, wasn't it? The Kaito-kun who is doing your best looks really cool, but you'll probably keep on doing this, right? So, how about you just take a break for now? Yes, you're right. Don't worry, I'll be right here with you. Muttering this, as I felt like I'm able to move a bit more, I put my arms around Kuro's waist and lightly hugged her. This is bad. Staying like this might turn into a habit. I don't know if I should say that I feel relieved when I'm pampered by Kuro, but I felt like she's very gently catching me with her arms. My mind and body feels soothed with her embrace, and I know that I'm ready to get back to doing my best tomorrow again. Kaito-kun. I will always be rooting for Kaito-kun. Do your best. The second material I needed is wood made from the branch of the world tree. It was absurdly hard and took an outrageous amount of time, but I somehow managed to obtain it. However, The music box making process has just begun, and for now, I need to heal my mind and body, and start doing even better than today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 26th day of the Wind month. In the office of Duchess Albert, the head of the family, Lilia, is somehow restlessly processing documents. Lilia is an undeniably talented woman, and her paperwork is handled far faster than the average civilian. But today, she was different from her usual self, and the paperwork wasn't progressing very well. My lady, why are you feeling so jittery since earlier? It doesn't seem like you're feeling unwell, huh? Luna Maria, Lilia's personal maid, and Sieglind, who happened to be visiting the room for another matter, worriedly called out to Lilia, who was acting strangely. After that incident that happened when she went to a party with Kaito, Lilia was acting a bit strange, but that didn't interfere with her normal work. Today, however, she was clearly agitated. Hearing their words, Lilia stopped processing her paperwork for a moment, and letting out a big sigh, she muttered with a worried expression on her face. This morning, I happened to see Kaito-san. For some reason, he looked very tired. Could it be that he was feeling unwell? Thinking about it, the environment in this world and the world where Kaito-san came from is different. So he may have been unknowingly soaking up fatigue. Seeing Lilia speak with a restless look on her face, Luna Maria and Sieglind let out a big sigh. And with an amazed expression on her face, Sieglind calls out to Lilia. If you're so worried, why don't you just ask him directly? That is. Could it be that because my lady has been so cold that Mama-sama became depressed and got sick? How pitiful. No way. It's not like I'm being cold to him. It's just that, do you think that it's my fault? Hearing the words Luna Maria said to her, Lilia flustredly tried to deny it, but, as if she couldn't completely deny it in her mind, her voice gradually became lower and lower, and finally she had an uneasy look on her face. I don't know if it's Lilia's fault or not, but it's true that you've been avoiding Kaito-san lately, right? That's not it. It's not like I was avoiding him. Geez, for just a kiss or two, how long are you going to drag this out? I knows that you're feeling awkward, but you could just mend that kind of stuff along the way. It certainly is as you say, but wait. Luna, how did you know that? Hearing their words as they told her in a matter-of-fact manner, Lilia shrunk her body, as if she was being subjected to a punishment game. But hearing about the kiss from Luna Maria's mouth, her face turns red. No matter what you say, you're asking that even though you've already done this, even though he isn't your fiancé. You went and danced 3 songs in a row with the same man. That's not it. That's just so that we could get to the exit. Anyway, if you want to smooth things over, be honest with him. Don't run away like a child, and have a proper conversation with Mama-sama. I'll do my best. Looking at Lilia as she felt despondent when she heard what Luna Maria said, the 2 other women smiled. Then, Sieglind went back to work. Luna Maria left the room to make Lilia a cup of tea, and Lilia, who was left alone in the room, shifted her gaze to the window, her cheeks turning slightly red. I can't tell him what I really felt. In fact, Lilia tried to act close to what Luna Maria had told her the day after the incident. She tried going back to how she used to act around Kaito, and was going to put the whole thing behind her. If she acted as she normally does, Kaito wouldn't strangely bring up that incident again. However, she wasn't able to do that. That's because on that day Lilia tried to exchange words with Kaito like usual. An unexpected situation happened. After that day, Kaito-san looks even more dreamier than ever before. And I can't look at his face properly. Yes, Lilia was actually not feeling awkward about that matter and tried avoiding Kaito, but was simply perplexed by her ever-growing infatuation. After that day, her gaze unconsciously follows Kaito, her heart throbbed at each of Kaito's gestures, and she came to look for Kaito's figure more than before. In fact, rather than avoiding Kaito-san, I would frequently check up on him. I'm not avoiding him, but I was just running away because I was afraid that I was caught staring at him. But it's too late to say that now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dragging my heavy body, riddled with pain all over my body, I was heading to a place with Kuro. I've collected most of the materials for the music box I'm going to present to Lilia-san, and today, I had come to a certain town here in the demon realm, in search of the most important component of the magic tools, the magic crystals. At first, I was going to get the magic crystal myself, but it seems that mining magic crystals requires a certain amount of skill and is difficult for amateurs to do, so I obediently decided to buy it instead. Even so, no matter how many times I come here, this city sure is big. It's no less than Symphonia's royal capital. This city is one of the biggest in the demon realm after all. Kuro brought me to the city where the headquarters of the Sidige Magic Tool Trading Company is located. Well, in other words, we're in the city where Kuro's castle is located, which is considerably large. I feel like you can already call this a country by now, but there are no countries in the demon realm, right? I suppose so. I mean, this is the biggest city in the demon realm. The only other cities of this size are Lilywood, Siegfriesis and Megiddo's Battle City. Other than that, most places are more like villages or settlements, and the boundaries of the territory are often vague. I see. Even though this place has that big castle. No, I did say such a thing isn't needed. But everyone, including Ein, built it without permission. Seeing Kuro's troubled and embarrassed expression, I felt a fresh sense of cuteness as we happily walked along, chatting about various other things, until we found ourselves in front of another large and eye-catching building. Apparently, this is the headquarters of the Sidige Magic Tool Company. I had visited Kuro's house several times, but this was my first time visiting the Magic Tool Company. Thereupon, Kuro stops once and takes out a black message card and gives it to me. Here, a letter of introduction. Thanks. If I remember correctly, I wouldn't need the magic crystal to be too pure, right? The magic tools in the music box don't consume much magic power, so there's no point in buying too many good ones. Alright. This time, I told Kuro in advance that I wanted to shop on my own, and she agreed to do so. That's because, to be honest, if Kuro comes with me, I would probably be asking for her opinion on every magic crystal I see. But thanks to what Kuro taught me, I've also learned to distinguish between magic crystals to some extent, so I'd like to choose and buy them myself if I could. Also, I'm actually trying to secretly prepare one for Kuro and the others, and for my other lovers, and so, I'm going to buy them myself so that they won't find out. Then, while Kaito-kun's shopping, I'm going to go make a new baby Castella for you! I've seen and talked to Kuro almost every night since I came to this world. Without a doubt, she's the person I talk to the most and spend the most time with in this world. Such a Kuro loves baby Castellas, and every night, she prepares a different flavor of baby Castella, and the number of baby Castellas I've eaten has been outrageously high. And then, I don't know when it happened. Just as I've been passing my time in this world, I've awakened to a special ability. That special ability, though it's limited, it's the ability to foresee the future. Would it be better to call it super intuition though? It's that sixth sense ability you could see in the movies. I shuddered, thinking that I've gained such a frightening ability. Kuro, wait. What are you going to use to make it this time? It would be filled with that Tabasco ingredient from Kaito-kun's world. Absolutely stop. Go make something else. If Kaito-kun says it that much. Yes. My precognition is the ability to detect whether the new baby Castella made by Kuro is surprisingly delicious or a baby Castella that could only be eaten as a punishment game. This is an ability that has been cultivated through many nights of experience. As a result of going through hell many times, my intuition has evolved to avoid crisis-inducing baby Castellas. Seriously, if I don't stop Kuro beforehand, she would just pair up the baby Castellas with a bowl of teriyaki sauce or even a heap of mayonnaise. It's frightening how she could just calmly make such outrageous things. In fact, for the first few months, I felt like I was being forced to play Russian roulette every day. But thanks to this ability, I'm able to avoid dud Castellas 1 out of 3 times. Yes, I mean, it can't be helped. There are times when Kuro would make 2 types of baby Castellas. Times when Kuro would keep what she's making a secret, and times when Kuro won't say it at all. There's no way I could avoid all of them. The 27th day of the Wind month. While there was less than a week to go until Lilia-san's birthday, I've gathered all the materials I wanted. I was told that the magic crystal didn't need to be very high purity, so I bought a blue-colored one to match the color at the midnight crystal. Then, after all the materials were ready, I went to Alice's general store, which was the place where I would be working. "Welcome, Kaito-san." When I opened the door of the general store and saw the stuffed cat that immediately greeted me, I closed the door almost as if it was reflex. I've never seen it for a while, but that stuffed costume really has lots of impact. "Why did you shut the door?" "No, it's just because of some reasons. Or rather, it's been a while since I've seen that stuffed costume." Hilda, "Well, I'm a clone body after all, Tilda. I have to dress myself as the shop owner." "Yeah, come to think of it, Fate-san said something like that when she was here." "I'd like to throw at Tsukumi about how being this shop's owner makes you think that it should be dressed with a stuffed costume." "Before that, am I correct in understanding that this clone is, in essence, like an alter ego?" "That's right, Tilda. The main body, Alice-chan, is over here." Hearing her say that she's a clone body, I asked, and immediately afterwards, I heard a voice from behind me and an Alice with an opera mask appeared. I was seriously surprised. I had heard about it beforehand, but to really see two Alices here like this is quite a sight to behold. The costume me, Alice-chan, who is taking care of the store. The real me, Alice-chan, who is taking care of you. When we're together, we become perfect, Alice-chan. "Well, we still don't have any customers though, Tilda." "Amazing. Double the people, double the annoyance." "Doubling yourself doesn't have any value at all." "I've realized yet again that even if you multiply the idiots twice, it will only make them a bigger idiot." "Kaito-san, can you, at least, not say that out loud?" After smacking the Alices with enough Tsukumis, I was led to the area behind the counter, which is usually not accessible. Leading towards the workshop, the costumed Alice stays behind as the shopkeeper and the opera mask Alice. The main body shows me around. "Whoa, what do you think?" "This is my prided workshop." It's amazing, but doesn't the size of this room obviously don't match the size of the room from the outside?" "I've expanded the room with spatial magic." Tilda, "I see." Alice showed me around the workshop, which contained a kiln like the ones used in blacksmiths' shops, as well as tools for making cloth-related items, a fine-tuning table and a magnifying lens. This place was so well equipped that I feel like there was nothing that couldn't be made here. "Well then, how about we immediately start?" "First would be to process the wood." Please, as for the task of turning the branch of the world tree into wood, Alice is going to do it for me as I'm an amateur." I know that Alice is amazing, but I still can't imagine that she can easily process a branch that I spent a day cutting off with 10 Orichuken saws. Somewhat bewildered, I took out the branch of the world tree from my magic box. Alice takes it, pulls out a knife from the sheath on her hip, and after she brandishes it, immediately afterwards, the branch of the world tree turned into a stunning piece of wood. Wait. What the heck just happened? I thought Alice was just brandishing her knife, but then, the thick branch turned into fine pieces of wood. Moreover, they appeared in front of me as if they had been polished with a file. Whoosh, perfect, Tilda. I've also inscribed them with matching designs, so you can just join them together, Tilda. Thanks. Muttering to myself as I feel overwhelmed by Alice's technique, which can even be described as a special move already, she moved towards the workbench without seeming to be particularly bothered by it. She then takes out some lenses and sets them up, adjusting them so that it would fit for the detailed work before she turns around. "Now then, let's have Kaito-san work on the most time-consuming job, jewel work. I'll draw the rough draft, so Kaito-san, shave it off with this knife." Alright." Saying that, Alice handed me a long and thin knife, a little thinner than an engraving knife, and it seems to be the one she prepared for me to work on the surface of the jewel to create a pattern. Apparently, this knife is made from Magnoel-san's fang, so even hard jewels can be easily processed. Somehow, I feel like this knife is much more expensive than what I'm working on, but well, let's just put that aside, as in a sense, I'm going to be working on the most important part of the work. It seems that this is more difficult than I thought. The size of the midnight crystal is only a few centimeters in radius at best, and if I wanted to draw a complex pattern on it, it wouldn't go as far as I wanted, and even though I'm only tracing what Alice has drawn, it won't just turn as I had imagined. I scrape a bit and check, I would then scrape a bit and check again. If I fail, I would have Alice scrape the surface and start from scratch again. This is tough. Concentrating on the movements of my hand is one thing, but the fatigue I feel in my eyes as I stare through the lens is also quite considerable. I guess this would take quite a while for me to complete this. Kaito-san, Kaito-san. What? It's already 8 p.m. Is it alright for you to not go home? It's that time already? As Alice called out to me, I hurriedly took out my pocket watch. Indeed, before I knew it, it's already time for me to call it a night. Moreover, I failed 3 times on the way, and had to start over from scratch, so I'm not even halfway through. As far as I'm concerned, I'm totally okay and ready if you want to stay the night, but Duchess Lilia will be worried about you, so don't you think it would be better if you go home? You can do it again tomorrow. You're right. Thanks, Alice. Well then, I'll go back again tomorrow. Roger that. Following Alice's advice, I decided to stop working here, and after thanking Alice once more, I activated my teleportation magic tool and returned to the mansion. Well, though I say that, even though I finished my work here in the general store, it's not like I'm done with today's work yet. The note used here is do, so the technique used here would be, Kaito-kun. That's where the speed of the song changes, so you need to use an adjustment technique first. I see. The technique to increase the speed is using the magic technique chart Kuro made for me. I wrote the technique on the magic crystal one after another. As Kuro said, the technique used to make a music box certainly is very simple, and even I can write it well enough. However, since I have to write each symbol for a musical note, I have to write each of the notes in order. How should I say this? I've never tried doing it before, but it probably feels closer to knitting. It's a simple, but time-consuming process, as it's like piling up a number of techniques and finally putting them together. Phew, Kaito-kun, are you alright? As expected, my eyes are a bit tired. Don't push yourself. With your current pace, you should be able to make it, so let's just call it a day. Hearing Kuro's worried, gentle voice, I nodded once and decided to stop my work. Kuro and I then chatted for a little while, picking up some baby castellas, and when she saw that I was lying on the bed, she lightly kissed me on my cheek and left. Aware that my face loosened up at the happiness I felt from my cheeks, I closed my eyes, and after about 30 minutes, I opened my eyes and sat up. Then, I held my hand over the simple illumination magic tool on the table to turn on the light and began writing the techniques on the magic crystal again. With my current pace, I can make it in time. It certainly is as Kuro said, even at the current pace, I will be able to make it in time for Lilia-san's birthday. However, that's only for when I'm going to give a present to Lilia-san. In fact, for Kuro, Isis-san, Sayag-san, Alice, and Lilywood-san who have helped me with what I'm making. I was going to make more music boxes for these 5 people with different songs and designs. By the way, the only person who knows about this is Alice, who I consulted with in regards to the songs and designs. Of course, these aren't birthday presents, so there's no time limit to make it, but I think if I put it off until later, I will just end up dragging it out. So, I've decided to work on it at the same time. However, being a human being, I have a limited amount of time in a day, especially if I don't get any sleep, which will have a big impact on the work itself. But now, I have a way to solve it. While working, I took out a fruit of the world tree from my magic box and bit onto it. These fruits were given to me in large quantities by Lilywood-san because she had a surplus due to the restriction of distribution of this fruit. When she gave them to me, I was wondering what to do with it, and I wasn't able to use them because I felt that it would be wasteful. However, in this current situation where my time isn't sufficient if I sleep, wake up, and work on it like normal, I can't say that it's being wasteful, so I decided to gratefully use it. As soon as I finish eating the fruit of the world tree, my body is filled with vitality and my heavy body becomes as light as a feather. As expected of the legendary fruit that is said to heal all wounds, my magic power being completely recovered too is a miscalculation that I'm happy about. However, unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have cleared away my sleepiness. My body is filled with vitality, but I feel sleepy. It feels strange, but it would be more strange to have a situation where my fatigue just instantly disappears. So I guess you could say that my body's reaction is normal in a way. Anyway, From here on out, it's a battle against sleepiness. It's a battle of willpower. I won't run out of vitality. But I'm feeling sleepy. However, I have to keep doing my best. I've been indebted to so many people since I came into this world, and my gratitude for them gets bigger and bigger with each passing day. This is a good opportunity for me, so let's do our best here. It would be great if I could give my thanks to everyone even a bit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 30th day of the wind month. It's been 3 full days today, but my body is in good spirits thanks to the fruits of the world tree, and the sleepiness I'm feeling is only from mental fatigue. But I somehow managed to push through with fighting spirit. The problem is that if I relax, I'll most probably fall asleep, but it's fine as long as I don't get distracted. I just have to keep focusing and it'll be fine. I might have been a bit too high, but well, I've been working on it like this. But the world isn't that sweet. I was trying to get through these difficult times with fighting spirit and willpower, but here I was, sitting in a sea on the floor of my room that I'm familiar with, feeling more scared than ever before. Kaito-kun, do you know why I'm mad? I'm sorry. I'm not asking for your forgiveness here, you know. I'm asking you if you know why I'm mad. Currently in front of me is the Shura, Kuro, who is angrier than ever before, with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Kuro's voice sounded calm as she admonished me, but her eyes were completely staring at me. Frankly speaking, I'm outrageously scared. The beginning of this event began when Kuro, who came to supervise me as I embedded the technique again today, learned of my current situation. I thought I was doing a good job of deceiving Kuro, but I couldn't deceive her eyes, and when she questioned me about it, I confessed to her that I had been up all night. And this is the result. Yes, I was getting my just desserts, but this situation is seriously frightening. Black mist is leaking out of Kuro's body, and I could tell that she's really angry. That's because I've been staying up all night. That's right. You were up all night for 3 days without telling me, weren't you? Why yes. I feel so terrified that I reflexively returned to using honorifics, but Kuro only smiles at me, while looking at me with eyes that aren't smiling at all. I'm super scared. I told you, didn't I? I properly told you not to push yourself, didn't I? Why yes. You said that. Kaito-kun also said that, you understand, right? You told me that you would sleep properly, didn't you? I said that. Should I forcefully make you sleep here? As my body shakes in fear, Kuro is silent for a while as she looks down on me, sweating like a waterfall, wrapped in nervousness that makes me feel like I'm being pricked by needles all over my body. I waited for Kuro's words, just like a prisoner awaiting his death sentence, before Kuro lets out a big sigh. Geez, seriously, Kaito-kun is Kuro? Didn't I tell you that you would make it if you just kept going at this pace? And yet, why are you being this rash? That is. It isn't the same voice that sent chills down my spine a moment ago, but she's speaking in an amazed tone of voice. It seems that her anger has subsided a bit, as when I timidly looked at her face, her eyes that were still completely staring at me had somehow turned calmer. The fruit of the world tree may restore your vitality, but it won't make your mental fatigue disappear, you know. Yes. You're going to properly explain this to me, wouldn't you? The reason why you're being this rash. If possible, I wanted to give the music box to her as a surprise, but I couldn't not say something here. In fact, I worried her so much that she got really angry with me, and although it's been a while since I have last done it, I think my bad habit of not being able to see my surroundings when I concentrate came out. I'll reflect on that and use it as reference for the future, but first, let's properly explain the situation to Kuro. In fact, in addition to the gift I wanted to give to Lilia-san, I also wanted to give one to Kuro and Isis-san, and to the people who helped me to work on this, so I increased the number of music boxes I will make. I had to change all the songs and designs, so I was lacking in time. But I didn't want to put off your gifts, so I figured I should just cut back on my sleep. I'm really sorry. For me, a present, the music box. I've always been under Kuro, Isis-san and the others' care after all, so I wanted to take this opportunity to properly thank everyone for helping me. When I honestly told her why, I timidly looked up at Kuro's face again. and saw Kuro had a complex expression of mixed anger and joy. She tried speaking a few times, but then, I don't know if she couldn't find the words to say or not. But she remained silent with a troubled expression on her face. She tries to speak again. After a few moments of that, as if she finally squeezes out the words out of her mouth, Kuro mutters, "That's not fair." "Geez, there's no way I could get angry if you say it like that." "Kuro, geez!" Exclamation mark. With a voice that feels somewhat desperate, my hand is pulled and I am forced to lie down on Kuro's lap. "I'm happy for your feelings for me, Kaito-kun, but it would be all for naught if Kaito-kun you push yourself too hard and collapse." It's as you say. But well, I'm sure you're going to somehow do your best again with this." Geez, it can't be helped." This is?" Kuro looked astounded, but still, with a somewhat gentle smile on her face, she held out her hand over me, who was lying on her lap. Thereupon, a pale light flowed from Kuro's hand, and when it touched my head gradually became clearer and the sleepiness I felt began fading. "The fruit of the world tree won't cure mental fatigue, but I can use mental interference magic. So that magic exists. Well, Kaito-kun has Shiro's blessing, so you'll probably nullify most of the others' mental interference magic, so I am the only one who can cast this to you, you know, a magic that heals mental fatigue." If it's Kuro, she would certainly know of such magic. How should I describe this? Along with the feeling of her hand on my forehead, the feeling of fatigue is being soothed. It feels incredibly pleasant. For the time being, I'll support you with this magic until Lilia-chan's birthday. Is that alright? I mean, if I just let this matter go, you'll probably still be rash. So, I'll make sure that you're safe by watching over you. There's no way for me to argue with that. What she said is absolutely right. I'll probably try to get it done in time for whatever reason. I guess Kuro can see me doing that. However, this is just something like a first aid treatment, okay? This magic doesn't completely heal all of your mental fatigue. So, promise me, after Lilia-chan's birthday, you'll get at least 3 days of rest. Understand? I understand. Then, that's good. When I nodded, Kuro smiled at me like a blooming flower. Seeing that beautiful, adorable smile, I feel Kuro's kindness, and my heart is filled with warm happiness. As I laid down on Kuro's lap, Kuro gently pats my head and with a smile on her face, she spoke. "Hey, Kaito-kun, is there something else you want to do? Say whatever you want." Her smile was like that of the Holy Mother. Just looking at her made me feel happy. But at the same time, I also felt thirsty for a certain emotion. As the feelings of love and affection overflowed from Kuro, her gentle words of encouragement pushed my back, making me silently ask, "Can I kiss you?" When Kuro heard my request, she immediately nodded and moved her face closer to mine, slowly overlapping her lips over me. We're so close that our breaths could be felt by each other, and I can clearly see my eyes in her beautiful golden eyes. Kuro. Kaito-kun. As if to confirm something, we called each other's names once, and the distance between Kuro and I became 0. It's an old bad habit of mine to only look straight in line when I'm focused. In the end, I caused Kuro to worry, and I need to reflect on that. However, it may be shameful to say this, but when I see Kuro sincerely worried about me like this, even though I should be reflecting, all I felt was a greater sense of happiness. The second day of the light month. Today is my 23rd birthday. I don't know if it's because of this or not, but the servants have been busily moving around the mansion since early morning. And glancing out the window of my room, I saw an outrageous number of people, crowding in front of the gate of the mansion. It's obvious that they're mostly envoys of the nobility, gathering to congratulate me, even if it's just a single word of congratulations, which is making my head ache. Back at the party held in the royal palace the other day, I received a supreme god's blessing, which is the first time in the history of the human realm. I now hold the power that can already be called as an authority, currently making me the noble in the Symphonia Kingdom with the most powerful voice. Of course, I do not intend to indiscriminately use Chrono-sama's name. Even if I didn't make use of Chrono-sama's name to make a statement though, I would still appear to the other nobles as Chrono-sama's messenger. That's why I've received dozens of invitations to tea parties and other events since that party. Most of them have been disposed of by Luna, But since nobles are basically beings with thick skins, the amount of letters I received haven't decreased at all. In this respect, I really envy Kaito-san. Kaito-san's existence is now a well-known fact to the nobles. But at the same time, he is known as someone that should never be carelessly come in contact with. In the past, many nobles wrote to Kaito-san, but now, there are almost no letters from them. They only occasionally sent him modest invitations to tea parties and the likes. The reason is really simple and clear. Kaito-san is connected with Phantasmal King Sama. Luna is also pretty good, and she's been very helpful in turning down the invitations, but the Phantasmal King Sama is on another level. In the first place, the Phantasmal King wouldn't even let you send a letter, since she wouldn't allow any beings that were harmful to Kaito-san to approach him. The Phantasmal King stops the letters that were being sent to Kaito-san. From what I heard from hearsays, it seems that anyone who tries to send a letter to Kaito-san will receive a warning letter from the Phantasmal King beforehand. The contents of said letter is that if they try to interact with Kaito-san for their personal gain, she won't guarantee your life. Yes, if the Phantasmal King, who has the world's largest and best information network, gives such a warning, no one would dare to disobey. Truly, Kaito-san is one outrageous being. Looking back, Kaito-san was different from Aoi-san and Hina-san from the first time I saw him. Fufafu, come to think of it, the first words we exchanged with each other were, "Can you keep quiet for a bit?" I was surprised when I heard him say that to me. But despite that, my impression was that he was just a commoner who should be protected. However, that impression was smashed to pieces within a month of Kaito-san's arrival here. At any rate, he far exceeded my expectations in the blink of an eye. Underworld King Sama took a liking to him. Death King Sama fell in love with him at first sight, and she received the God of Creation's blessing. This happened in just a month, you know? Geez. He really is a monster. After that, Kaito-san's rapid progress didn't stop. He met the World King Sama, brought God of Fate Sama back home, won a drinking contest against War King Sama, was given his own scales by Dragon King Sama, and finally took Phantom King Sama under his command. Yes, now that I think about it again, it still doesn't make any sense. He's complete outside the scope of common sense. Thanks to this, I've been in the middle of a mayhem for almost half a year now, not having any chance to breathe. I've taken a lifetime worth of stomach pills within the past 6 months. I wish he would take it a little easier on me. If I simply wanted no part of such mayhem, I would have distanced myself from him, not getting involved with him anymore. But the really troubling thing is that I can't dislike Kaito-san. Kaito-san is truly a strange person. He isn't some stuck-up noble, nor does he sophisticatedly brandish his authority. He's just straightforward, sincere, and kind. His personality attracts and changes many people. Siag, Luna, me, and the servants of the mansion. All of us are changing because of Kaito-san's influence. And those changes aren't in a bad way, as there are more smiles than ever before, and the whole mansion is filled with warmth and happiness. I really feel that Kaito-san is amazing. Kaito-san has done so many miracles for me. He restored my strained relationship with Siag, helped me regain Siag's voice and smile, and helped me settle my past, which was another long-cherished wish of mine. Such a strange and kind man makes me feel confused with all the surprises he has, but he also brings me lots of happiness. It may have been inevitable that I fell in love with such a Kaito-san. Since that party, I've been completely aware of my feelings for Kaito-san, and because of that, I've been unable to look at him well. For me to feel first love at the age of 23, even though I'm talking about myself, it looks really shameful. I should probably cut it out and stop running away, right? It's about time I prepare myself and show my courage. I have to tell Kaito-san how I feel about him. However, Kaito-san has been acting a little strange lately, and I'm very concerned about that. He looked exhausted and tired, looking like he's extremely sleepy, is what I thought, but in the next moment, he would suddenly look lively. Just as I was thinking of asking him why he was like that for the past few days, Kaito-san would eat breakfast and then go straight to taking care of Belle and Lin immediately, and then he would hole himself up in his room after he goes back home, so I haven't found the timing to know that it was probably just an excuse. There were plenty of times where I could have asked if I wanted to, but I was just too embarrassed to have a proper conversation with Kaito-san. Let's stop running away. Today is my birthday, and I intend to have a small celebration with just the people in the mansion. Of course, Kaito-san will be there too. Is what I think. If he doesn't come, I might cry. When I reached the dining room where my birthday party was to be held, I loitered around in front of the door. In my head, I was recalling the words Luna told me about how I have been so cold to him that Kaito-san got sick. Of course, I never intended to do such a thing. And I also don't know what Kaito-san thinks. I may have already been disliked by him. As these thoughts come to my mind, I feel my body tremble. Putting my hand on the door and slowly opened it, wishing that Kaito-san was here. When I opened the door, what I saw was different from what I had expected. No, I've already expected that the room was gorgeously decorated, but why? Is Kaito-san alone here? I'm sorry. I actually asked Luna Maria-san to tell Lilia-san that the party is 1 hour earlier. Yes, none of the many servants, Luna, Siag, Aoi-san, and Hina-san were in the room. Kaito-san was waiting for me alone. After he bowed to the surprised me, Kaito-san told me that he had asked the others for me to be in this situation. The time that was told to me was 1 hour earlier. Why did he? Kaito-san? Confused by the sudden situation, I look at Kaito-san's face, which has a serious expression on it. His usual kind expression makes me feel relieved. But his serious expression looks dignified. Wait, what the heck am I thinking about? Lilia-san, I need to talk to you about something. When I look at Kaito-san's face, my body heats up and I can't speak well. Kaito-san said he wanted to talk to me about something. Could it be about what has happened recently? He's come to complain. I certainly felt like I was blatantly avoiding Kaito-san. It's natural that he would be angry. I need to apologize. First, I'll cut to the chase. That is, Maya Polo. I love you, Lilia-san. Jize. Have my ears gone crazy? I think I just heard love. Or something much like that earlier. Why yes, this must have been because of extreme tension and stress that I'm hearing auditory hallucinations. Good grief, that's really pathetic of me. I haven't even known love for a long time, and I guess I've developed a habit of having delusions even now that I've become an adult. This really is no good. Come to think of it, I feel like I haven't taken a vacation in a long time. When this birthday party ends, let's go get myself about 3 days off to get myself together. Lilia-san? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Like I said, I love you, Lilia-san. As a man to a woman, that is. At that moment, my mind completely went blank, and thus, after this one night, I never expected that my relationship with Kaito-san would drastically change at this time. When Kaito-san told me that he loved me, I froze as if time had completely stopped. Kaito-san just stared at me, waiting for me to recover from my confusion, not saying a word. As my consciousness gradually returned, the first thing that came to mind was that this couldn't be true. That's a lie. That thought unintentionally leaked out of my mouth. And once that one word leaked out, my mouth naturally continued speaking. I was always being helped by Kaito-san. And for Kaito-san to love this useless me. Yes, I couldn't believe Kaito-san's words. After all, I'm very weak and cowardly, and there's nothing to make him love me. All these talks about having Kaito-san under my protection were just for appearances, and in fact, I had only been making use of Kaito-san's connections for my own purposes. I have so much to be grateful for, and I've hardly been able to repay him at all. And yet, for what reason? Why? Lilia-san! The feeling of disbelief is so great, but just as it's about to turn into a feeling of fear, Kaito-san calmly calls out my name, and I can't help but twitch. Seeing me like that, Kaito-san looked slightly astounded before he spoke. It isn't like I can say this myself, but I don't think that Lilia-san's habit of demeaning yourself is good. Lilia-san, you're not useless. You're a wonderful woman who has given me so much and always helps me. I have given Kaito-san so much. I have always helped him. That is. I'm really glad that you're the first person I met in this world. Hey, why is that? Lilia-san. Before I knew it, I was screaming. It's a feeling of guilt that's always been in the back of my mind, but I didn't say it out loud because Kaito-san and the others didn't care about it, but it was something that had been bothering me for a long time. It's all my fault. Hey, it was my fault that I made a mistake in the hero summoning. It was my fault that Kaito-san and the others were brought into this unfamiliar world. Being in a sensitive position where you don't hold the role of hero, and all these hardships and anxiety, everything is my fault. No, I already know who actually did that, so I know that it isn't Lilia-san's fault. What the heck is Kaito-san saying? He already knows who did that? Could it be the truth about the last time's hero summoning that I didn't know? Well, putting that aside. You're putting that aside? Is what I thought, but Kaito-san quickly switched the subject. Can't you explain that topic a bit more? I was dumbfounded by what I just heard. But all of those thoughts and the questions that came into my head were immediately blown away. Wow! Kaito-san approached me, reached out his hands and spontaneously brought my body into his embrace. Wow! What are you doing, Kaito-san? Lilia-san, I'm really glad to have met you! If it wasn't for you, I'm sure that I wouldn't be laughing as much as I am now. I'm always troubling and surprising you. But you still kindly smiled at me. The you who were concerned about me like it was natural. Made me love you, Tilda. His words echoed deep within me, as if they had physical power, shaking me greatly. As my body was surrounded by his numbing warmth, I felt my mind boiling over, feeling happiness so great that I couldn't express how high it was. That's because I thought it was absolutely impossible. That even if I was in love with Kaito-san, there was no way he would like me back. You are Kai-to-san. I should be happy now, but tears started falling from my eyes. I should be saying something, but I can't speak. I just keep crying like a child, burying my face in Kaito-san's warm chest. As he held me gently, Kaito-san's gentle whisper reached my ears. Lilia-san, can I hear your reply? What is he talking about? Seriously, isn't that a given already? I also love you, Kaito-san. Lilia-san. Feeling my face burning hot, I told her my feelings too, and Kaito-san hugged me much tighter than before. I was surprised at first, but soon, my heart was filled with his powerful embrace. Only with happiness. And I wasn't able to say anything again. How long have we been embracing each other? Separating our bodies from each other, Kaito-san and I face each other with a sense of embarrassment that is beyond our control. I should be so embarrassed that I can't look at his face, but I always find myself glancing at Kaito-san, and when my face met his, I would turn bright red again. As I was feeling such an embarrassing, yet happy atmosphere, Kaito-san took out something from his pocket that looked like a small box and held it out to me. Lilia-san, happy birthday. Thank you. What is this? It's a music box magic tool. It's my first time making one, so I'm sorry if it was inferior to what others make. Kaito-san made it for me. The words Kaito-san said with a bashful smile, made me impossibly happy, and I felt like I was about to burst into tears again. As I desperately struggled to hold back these tears, I held my hand over the little box I received. This music box magic tool that Kaito-san made for me. The music box, which is about the size of my palm, has a small magic crystal attached to it, and just like the magic box, it seemed to have been structured to restrict its use to a limited number of people. In other words, this music box is a magic tool that can only be used by me in this world. Something that was really made just for me alone. This is foul play. How can I not be happy from this? Suppressing this impetuous feeling, I registered myself as the user and opened the magic box, and found that the inside of it was studded with beautiful blue jewels, twinkling like a starry sky. When I held my hand over the biggest jewel in the middle, a wonderful song was played that was bright, and yet somehow gentle. This is my first time I've heard this song. But I wonder, somehow, it seems to fit the current atmosphere. However, the surprise didn't end there. As soon as the song began to play, the central jewel lit up, and on the back of the box, the dragon crest, Albert Duchy's family crest, emerged, and the image of small stars appeared around it, moving in time with the song. It's really beautiful. Did Kaito-san also make this mechanism too? Yes. Well, it was difficult. If you look at it closely, you could see how lacking my skill is, so I'm sorry. Indeed, When he mentioned it, my family crest and the stars that were floating around seemed to have some distorted parts here and there. However, that was the best proof that Kaito-san had worked hard on this little gem, and even its distorted lines looked impossibly lovely to me. Is it really alright though? For me, just meeting Kaito-san felt like a miracle. And yet, for all these happiness to happen, of course it's alright. Lilia-san should be happy. No, I'll make sure that you will be happy. Yes, there are many things I'm not good at. But please take care of me. To be honest, for a long time now, I've never been blessed in love. Even Luna and Siak have told me that I've had bad luck with men, and I've had lots of headaches in the past because of it. And to be honest, I had even given up on that. I would either remain single for the rest of my life, or just like from what I heard from the other people in this peaceful world, I'm going to have to marry a noble I don't like in order to boost my voice, through political marriage. However, miracles really do exist, as fortune hasn't given up on me, because I've met such a wonderful person. No, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. Even so, if that one-time miracle partner for me was Kaito-san, I think I really am lucky. By the way, Kaito-san, I don't think I've seen this gem before, but what is this? It's midnight crystal. Huh? That jewel that was said to only appear once every 10 years. Then, what about this strangely good quality wood? Wood made from the branch of the world tree. I feel dizzy. Midnight crystal, a branch of the world tree? Seriously, how far does this person want to? Lilia-san? As I held my head with one hand, Kaito-san spoke to me while timidly looking at my face. After a short pause after hearing his voice, I slowly lowered my hand and turned to Kaito-san. Fufu. Lilia-san? Good grief, Kaito-san, you never cease to surprise me. I am sorry. However, I guess it can't be helped. I've fallen in love with that part of you too. Kaito-san is out of the norm like usual, and he easily overthrew my common sense. However, that's the kind of man, Mama Kaito, the person I fell in love with. I'm sure I will continue being surprised a lot by Kaito-san, and I'm sure that I'll have my head in my hands a lot more times. However, just as much as I feel troubled, no, I'm sure that he will bring me a lot more happiness. I will be surprised, troubled, helped, and laugh together. I'm sure that my everyday life will be flurried, but filled with happiness. It's also the future that I sincerely want to walk with, together with my beloved person. Kaito-san. Yes, please make me happy, okay? I'm also going to try even harder so that you don't regret loving me. Yes, I will be in your care from now on. On the second day of the light month, on my 23rd birthday, along with the miraculous blue light and the resounding blessing of a song, Kaito-san and I became lovers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The third day of the light month. I was taking a leisurely stroll around the town the day after I told Lilia-san my feelings for her. Lilia-san and I have become lovers, but Lilia-san is still the usual, as during the birthday party, her face looked red from start to finish. She was nervous that I felt bad for her, so I wasn't able to talk with her that much. But unlike before, even as her face turned red, she's still frantically trying to make conversation with me. How should I say this? She looked very cute. Anyway, Operation Present was a success, and now, I've decided to take some rest for 3 days as I promised to Kuro. I tried checking with Kuro again, and it seems like I don't need to be stuck in my room resting for 3 days, and she's just telling me to take it easy and not do anything hectic for the next 3 days. I've been holed up in my room lately, so I think it's a good time to take a leisurely walk alone like this once in a while. Walking around, thinking of buying some food at the food stalls or looking at the shops that are lined with products that I don't know what they're for, I heard a familiar voice. Mama-kun? Dr. Veer. Hello. Turning towards the voice, I saw Dr. Veer dressed in her vestments, carrying a large black bag in her hand. Hello. What a coincidence, seeing you in a place like this. Are you shopping? Yes. I'm just randomly looking around. Dr. Veer, did you visit a patient? The large bag in Dr. Veer's hand looked like it contained some kind of medical tools, so I asked her that, and she nodded with a kind smile. I'm back from a medical visit. Recovery magic isn't effective when dealing with illnesses, and some patients find it difficult to come to the clinic in the first place. So, I would do home visits a few times a month. I see. With the same gentle doctor vibe around her, I think that Dr. Veer is someone that makes others feel relieved. Perhaps, that's why she's a doctor. At that moment, Dr. Veer looks at me, a look of contemplation on her face. It's sort of a good timing for me to meet you here, isn't it? Mama-kun, would you be interested in a summer resort in the demon realm? A summer resort? You see, it's getting warmer these days, right? It's hard to tell because the temperature doesn't change that much in this country, but in some parts of the demon realm, it gets really hot this time of year. That's why it has become a standard to travel to summer resorts. That also includes the humans. Hey, but what does that have to do with me? I remembered hearing that in this world, the light month is summer and the heaven month is winter. The Symphonia Kingdom feels like spring all year round, and the temperature doesn't change much, but it seems like there are places where it gets hot in some areas. That's why I was convinced that there would be a summer resort, so I nodded my head, but I still didn't understand why she was asking me about it at this time. Thereupon, Dr. Veer pulled out what looked like a card from her bag and spoke. In fact, there was a patient who made a reservation for the day after tomorrow, but suddenly got sick and couldn't go. She gave me this ticket for her reservation, as a thank you. I couldn't say no, so I received this from her, but I was examining a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. There's no way I could just leave her examination while she's pregnant, so I wouldn't be able to find the time to attend that. However, I thought it would be a shame not to use the things given to me, so why don't you go, Mama-kun? No, but Mama-kun has been a big help to me with Ma-san's treatment. It can't be helped if you're busy, but if you're not, would you like to take it? I feel bad about it, but I don't think it's a good idea to refuse her kindness. Moreover, I'm going to be leisurely anyway, and if I'm looking for a place to relax, this summer resort would be just fine. After thinking about it for a while, I received the reservation card that Dr. Veer held out to me. Well then, I'll be presuming upon your kindness. I'll thank you for this one day. Ahaha, it's the contrary. I'm the one who's asking you to go after all. Is that right? Don't worry about it. If you insist on thanking me, you can just visit me and let's have some chat. Yes, thank you. Thanking Dr. Veer once again, who had a kind smile on her face, we chatted for a while before saying goodbye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Waving her hand to Kaito as he left, when Kaito was completely out of sight, Veer shifted her gaze to the shadows and muttered. Like you said, I gave it to him, but was that okay? Lu-chan. Yes. Thank you for your cooperation, Big Sister Veer. At the same time as Veer muttered, Luna Maria appeared from the shadows and bowed to Veer, thanking her for her help. In fact, the travel voucher that Veer gave to Kaito earlier wasn't given to him by a patient, but was something that Luna Maria asked her to give Kaito without him noticing. However, why do you bother to do this roundabout thing? If you just want to give Mama-kun a travel voucher, why don't you give it to him directly, Lu-chan? No, Mama-sama has been wary of me lately, so the chance that he would accept it when I give that travel voucher up front is worry. Don't tell me, Lu-chan. You're trying to pull another prank again. That's not it. This is something that's entirely for Mama-sama. I am telling the truth. When Veer looked at her with doubtful eyes, Luna Maria hurriedly came up with a word of defense. For Luna Maria, Veer has long been her mother's doctor, and with her interactions with her, she herself loves Veer like a sister. She's one of the few people she looks up to. I'll believe you for now. You shouldn't trouble Lilia-chan too much, okay? Why yes. I'll be careful. That's a good girl. Well then, I'll go back to the clinic. Come visit me again for a cup of tea, okay? Yes. Thank you for the help. Even though her face shyly blushed as Veer stroked her head, Luna Maria didn't resist. It proves that she adores Veer that much, and it might be a surprising sight for others to see. After patting Luna Maria's head, as Veer turned on her heel and walked towards her clinic, she turned her head towards Luna Maria and smiled. I'll see you later then, Lu-chan. Yes. Wait. Dr. Veer. In front. There's a signboard. Fujio. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the words Lilia muttered, Luna Maria replied to him with a heartfelt look of amazement. Lilia, who was serious and never took a day off to begin with. Wasn't very good at resting in any way. She's so bad at it to the point where she'd start working on her vacation if she was left alone. After letting out a sigh, seeing Lilia like that, Luna Maria took out a card from her pocket and placed it on the table. Then, "My lady, would you like to go on a trip with me for the first time in a long while?" "Eh, with you?" "Yes, I was originally going to go with my mother, but my mother couldn't make it, so I thought that since you're going to have a vacation anyway. Look, it's that summer resort we've been to before." "Ugh, that quiet, scenic place." "That's quite nice. I was just thinking about taking a relaxing vacation too." Hearing Luna Maria's suggestion, Lilia replied to her enthusiastically, and hearing her reply, Luna Maria let out a grin. "It's settled then." "Yes, I'll pay for the travel expenses." "Understood." "Well then, I'll be dropping my mother off to her appointment on that day, so I'll be a little late." "I don't mind if I'm late in my departure though." "No, both of us know of that place anyway, so let's just meet there." "I guess so." "Alright then." After handing the travel voucher to Lilia, saying that with a serene smile on her face, Luna Maria bows and leaves the room, with an impish smile plastered on her face. Not knowing that she had been set up by Luna Maria, Lilia began preparing quickly, looking forward to her vacation the day after tomorrow. Asterisk. The fourth day of the light month, with the reservation ticket Dr. Via gave me, I came to the summer resort in the Demon Realm, Carol. It seems that Carol has a cool climate close to autumn throughout the year, and is a very popular tourist destination near the teleportation gate. The place I arrived at was just like the image of a summer resort. Wooden cottages stood in the midst of the shining, beautiful scenery of the plateau facing a big lake, and a tourist city with various shops can be seen on the other side of the shore. "I see, I can stay in this cottage and shop for anything I need in the city on the opposite shore." The place looks even better than I expected. I came alone because I left on such short notice yesterday, but it might have been more fun to come with someone else. Well, that's for next time. For now, I'll go to the cottage where I plan to stay. Fortunately, my luggages are all in the magic box, so I can just walk around empty-handed. Magic really is quite convenient. Leisurely enjoying the scenery, I presented my reservation ticket at the teleportation gate and looked at the key I received. When I arrived at the cottage where I would be staying, the faint smell of wood tickled my nostrils. The inside looked quite luxurious, looking like a true resort, even having its own bathroom assorted with magic tools. I feel like it's a very luxurious place to stay. It seems that there are several bedrooms to accommodate multiple people, and after choosing one of the bedrooms, I realized that it was just the right time for me to sort out my stuff. Shoot, I forgot to bring any bath towels. Yes, I brought change of clothes and other household items that I usually use. But the bath towels I usually use were from Lilia's mansion, so I guess I accidentally forgot about them. I do have face towels with me, so I could use that for the time being. I guess it's a good idea to take a stroll and go to the tourist area to buy some. Even though it wasn't very big, it's a tourist city, so I think they would at least have a towel sold there. Thinking that, I decided to put the luggage I was about to spread out back into my magic box, locked the cottage up tightly before heading out. About half an hour after Kaito leaves the cottage, a shadow approaches the cottage. It's been a while since I've been here, but it's still a nice view. Lazily muttering with a smile on her face, Lilia reached the cottage while her shimmering blonde hair swayed with the wind. Entering the cottage with the key in her hand, she lightly looked around the rooms. This is quite a nice place to rent again. Now then, there's probably still some time before Luna arrives, so what should I do? Muttering that, Lilia glances at her body. Unlike Kaito, who used teleportation magic to travel to the gate, she felt a little sweaty, though not to the point that she was being bothered by it. Probably due to the fact that she had traveled to the gate in a carriage. I guess I would have a light bath. In fact, Lilia is quite fond of bathing, and since she originally came here with plans to stretch her wings, she decided to take a bath, even though it was still early, and move towards the bathroom, not knowing about the tragedy that awaits her. The tourist city was closer than I thought, as my shopping was done in about 40 minutes and I came back to the cottage to sort out my stuff again. Then, after I unlocked the door and walked into the cottage, what's with this luggage? There was a small travel bag in the living room of the carriage. Of course, I don't remember bringing that with me. Did someone get the wrong cottage by any chance? No. They wouldn't have been able to open it without my key, so. A thief? No, a thief would be the one taking bags, not leaving them here. As I was tilting my head at their strange situation, I heard small footsteps with the faint sound of creaking wood. And also, a voice that somehow sounds familiar. The voice of someone who shouldn't be here. Luna, you're early. I'm sorry, I took a bath first. The one who appeared was Lilia-san, dressed in a thin bathrobe while wiping her water-soaked hair with a towel. The slightly wet white skin peeking through the gaps of the bathrobe looked so beautiful that it would make others salivate, but I was more shocked by this situation than I was by such things. As Lilia-san and I remained staring at each other, the both of us stiffened. Lilia-san's eyes widened when she saw me and she began to profusely sweat. Kaito-san, why is Lilia-san? Exclamation mark. Immediately afterward, with a scream that seemed to rip through silk, Lilia-san disappeared into the inner rooms at great speed, leaving me stunned as I stared in the direction Lilia-san went. What the heck is going on? Lilia-san came back a while later, properly dressed, and currently sitting across from me at the table in the living room, looking down with her face blushing red. It feels awkward. Outrageously awkward. How the heck did this situation happen? I got a summer resort reservation ticket from Dr. Veer, and came here to get some rest. But when I went back from shopping, I found Lilia-san fresh out of the bath in the cottage for some reason. Kaito-san. Yes. Why are you here? Luna was supposed to be here. I don't really know anything about Lunamaria-san, but I got a reservation ticket from a friend of mine because she said that she can't use it. Lilia-san thought that Lunamaria-san was coming. I thought I would come alone. Deriving these 2 points, the answer would be Luna. Please calm down, Lilia-san. Lilia-san's voice echoes from the depths of the earth. I knew it. It was that useless maid who did this. So, does that mean Dr. Veer is in on it too? I thought she wouldn't be the kind of person who would act as an accomplice for this. As I watched Lilia-san send a hummingbird flying towards Lunamaria-san in anger, I also sent a hummingbird flying towards Dr. Veer to complain to her for a bit. What should we do about this? Kaito-san. Did you see? What is? Like I said. My naked body. Exclamation mark. I didn't see it. Or rather, I couldn't see it. You were probably wearing a bathrobe, and I was rather surprised at seeing you at that time. I wasn't lying, I'm telling the truth. I did see Lilia-san after her bath, but since she was wearing a bathrobe, I didn't see those ethically dangerous zones. And the surprise I felt was too strong for me to take a closer look. I'm not thinking that I should have looked at her a bit more carefully or anything like that. Definitely not. Is that so? That's good. Yes, so, what should we do now? What do you mean? Like I said. What are we going to do now? Should I go home, or should I stay? Putting aside my anger at Lunamaria-san for now, I talked about the topic of what I'm going to do with my stay, which was originally scheduled for 2 nights and 3 days. Hearing my words, Lilia-san moved her gaze a few times and her expression changed as if she were feeling troubled. Then, with a bright red face, she muttered, just stay with me like this. Is that alright? Why yes. Fortunately, there are multiple rooms here. In the first place, Kaito-san and I are lovers anyway. So there shouldn't be any problem. That's right. Alright. What should I do? Lilia-san's flustered face turning bright red is just too cute, and at the same time, the atmosphere is so bittersweet that our conversation isn't going well. That's weird. I should have gone to this place to get some rest, but why is my mind being strained like this? As Lilia-san and I silently stared at each other, the silence was broken by an incoming reply sent by a hummingbird. Coming from Lunamaria-san and Dr. Veer, flying in almost simultaneously. The hummingbird stopped in front of us, and after Lilia-san and I looked at each other and nodded, The both of us touched the hummingbird before us. The message from Dr. Veer that emerged in front of me was filled with a tremendous amount of apologies. Hummingbirds are supposed to only send short sentences, but whether it's Dr. Veer's magic power or technique was amazing. She has written quite a bit. It seems that Lunamaria-san asked her to give the reservation ticket to me, but she didn't expect that this would happen. She wrote over and over again that she was really sorry, and I felt sorry just by looking at it. Anyway, I was relieved that Dr. Veer didn't have any bad intentions, so after sending a reply to Dr. Veer, I moved my gaze to Lilia-san. Lilia-san's shoulders are shaking as she looks at the words floating in the air, as if she's holding back her anger. As I was wondering what the heck that maid told her, I took a peek, and saw a very Lunamaria-san-like frolicking sentence, telling Lilia-san to properly return my embrace with a tighter one. Luna, it's natural that Lilia-san got mad. I mean, even I got mad seeing that. However, Lilia-san. She just smashed the table to pieces. Lilia-san, please calm down. But, you are art. I understand how you feel. I understand, so just calm down for now. In the meantime, if Lilia-san's anger isn't qualified, I don't think we have to question anymore whether I should stay here in this cottage or not, as at worst, this cottage will be shattered by Lilia-san herself. I'm sure that Lunamaria-san thinks that she's acting as some kind of love cupid, but I bet that more than half the reason she did this is that she's having fun. And I won't forgive her for that. Alice. Yes. I'm counting on you here. Yes. I'll go and punish her. When I told her those few words, Alice immediately disappeared, as if she understood my intentions. For the time being, this should be enough to strike back at Lunamaria-san. But I have to do something about Lilia-san, whose aura of anger looks like it's about to make cracks around us. Despite the shocking turn of events early on when I just arrived, we just settled on the conclusion that Lilia-san and I should enjoy this opportunity to enjoy each other's company. So, the both of us dropped our luggages off in our chosen rooms and decided to go sightseeing together. As I entered the room and began organizing my belongings, Alice appeared right at that moment. I'm back, Tilda. Thanks. So, how did it go? I asked Alice to punish Lunamaria-san, but I honestly don't expect that she would be sorry even after that. That's why I half-heartedly asked Alice. And she gave me an impish grin. I punished her so much that she said that she's sorry for being born. What the heck did you do to her? She's sorry for being born? I know I was the one who asked her to do that, but what the heck is Alice's punishment to her? First, I physically beat her up until she became tattered. She's alright. I properly healed her. I feel like it's important to note already when someone's being beaten up by one of the 6 kings, but well, since she's healed, she should be fine. It's Lunamaria-san after all. Afterwards, I mentally beat her up. Mentally? Yes. First of all, I duplicated a picture she wrote when she was 8 years old, titled Mama, I love you, and handed it out to all the servants in the house. You the devil. What a frightening mental attack that was. Even though I wasn't the one receiving such an attack, I feel cold sweat running down my spine. Next, I revealed to everyone a notebook she wrote when she was about 14 years old, filled with ideas for what her finishing magic would be. Please don't do that. That would really kill someone. And to finish her off, I've presented her daily diary to her mother. Lunamaria-san, somehow, I'm sorry for unleashing such a devil on you. I wonder why. I'm sure I felt nothing but anger just now. But now, I just feel sorry for Lunamaria-san. I mean, seriously, what she did was really frightening. I mean, she even prepared such personal secrets easily. As I thought, Alice was the most frightening among the 6 kings. For the time being, let's just buy some tasty souvenirs for Lunamaria-san. While praying for Lunamaria-san's soul, I finished sorting out my luggage and decided to go out to the tourist city I had just visited, together with Lilia-san. It seems that Lilia-san had been here once before, as she was looking at the stalls lined in the street with a somewhat nostalgic look. It's very lively, isn't it? Yes, for real. This area is famous for being a tourist destination after all. Hey, they also have some strange things here too. What's that? That iron ball-like thing. As expected, since this place is within the demon realm, which I'm not really familiar with, There are many foods I've never seen before, and the one that caught my attention was a 50 centimeters black iron ball with a number of spikes on it, which I guess is food considering the other items lined up beside it. Sea urchins? That is a needle shell, a shellfish. It's a pretty high quality food. It's big. No, that one is rather small. The big ones are several times that size. Several times that size, which means that it could easily exceed more than a meter in size. The heck is that? That's scary. Ah, Kaito-san, look. It's a tempest dragon. That dark green dragon? Yes, it's a fairly large species of dragon, a very rare and high-ranking demon. I never expected that I'd see one here. At the end of Lilia-san's gaze, who seems to be excited and happy, a large dragon is flying near the top of a mountain, which is quite a distance away from here. According to Lilia-san, that dragon is called Tempest Dragon. Just its name itself sounds kinda disturbing, so I wonder if it will be alright. It's not like it would suddenly attack us or anything like that, right? Lilia-san, wouldn't that dragon attack us? No, Tempest Dragons are gentle types of dragon, so as long as you don't harm them first. Lilia-san, is it just my imagination or is that dragon flying towards us? Why yes, I kind of feel like that too. The Tempest Dragon, having the looks similar to those pterodactyl. Just like wyverns. Anyway, it was flying towards the tourist city by largely flapping its wings that were integrated with its front claws. However, it doesn't seem to be attacking the tourist city, but after it flew in circles twice in the air, it then flew off somewhere else. I wonder what that was. Wouldn't that be someone's pet? In this world, keeping monsters as pets is common, and I even remembered seeing a dragon pulling a cart in the Symphonia Kingdom. So, I asked if that Tempest Dragon was someone's pet too, but Lilia-san shook her head. No, that isn't possible. Tempest Dragons may not be belligerent, but they are prideful and aren't attached to people. Is that so? Then, what was that just now? I dunno. Tilting our heads at the action of that unfamiliar Tempest Dragon, we didn't find out the true meaning of its actions until we returned back to our cottage. Lilia-san. What is it? That one in front of our cottage. Isn't that the Tempest Dragon earlier? I guess so. As we returned to the cottage as the sun began to set, we were met with a strange sight of the Tempest Dragon, which somehow seems to be waiting in front of our cottage. When the Tempest Dragon noticed us, it placed a huge ball-like beast that it was carrying with its mouth to the ground, and for some reason, it deeply lowered its head to us who were on guard, before flying away. As I was dumbfounded by its actions, which made no sense to me at all, I heard Alice's voice out of nowhere. It probably just came to greet Kaito-san. To greet me? Yes. The dragons of the demon realm have received strict orders from Magnoel-san to treat Kaito-san with courtesy when they see you. The two circles in the sky earlier were a sign of welcome, and this time, I think it came to greet you with an offering. The heck is that? That's scary. Apparently, the series of strange behaviors was due to the strict orders of Magnoel-san, the Dragon King. And while I'm relieved to find out the cause, I also slightly shuddered at the thought of such actions every time I meet a dragon in the demon realm. Kaito-san. What is it? I'd also love to see Dragon King Sama too. Ah, no, it's nothing. Lilia-san was about to mutter something, but she just flusteredly shook her head and entered the cottage, her cheeks slightly red. Seeing her off, I look at the huge boar placed in front of the cottage. What do I do with this though? Should I dismantle it? Please do, then you can leave aside some meat for us too and take the rest of the meat with you. It's done. So fast? I decided that it was impossible for Lilia-san and I to eat this really huge boar, so I told Alice, who offered to dismantle it, to leave some for the two of us, and that Alice could eat the rest. And in just a few seconds, the boar turned into meat. Well, Magnoel-san is quite the gracious one. This is the first meal I've had in 4 days. You'll get a scolding when we get back. Coldly telling Alice, who was joking around as usual for now. After receiving the meat, I went into the cottage. Thereupon, Lilia-san brought some of the ingredients that we had bought in the tourist area in the kitchen and checked the tools over there. Could this be the pattern where Lilia-san is cooking for me? Lilia-san? Kaito-san. It's just about dinner, and I was about to prepare it. Is Lilia-san going to make it? Yes, that's what I was planning. what I was actually planning. I wonder why. The way she spoke just now sounded incoherent. No, it may just be my imagination. I had Alice dismantle the boar earlier. Then, since there's that, let's use it. Yes, let me help too. Thank you. And so, Lilia-san and I decided to prepare dinner together, and we stood in the kitchen side by side. While I'm washing the vegetables with water, Lilia-san seems to start cooking the meat right away, putting it on the cutting board and holding her knife aloft. Holding her knife aloft? Wait. Lilia-san? What in the world are you? Lilia-san held the knife aloft, and leaving a shining trail, swung it down into the meat, slicing the meat in half, along with the cutting board. No, isn't that weird? Why did you cut the cutting board in half? No, I need to properly cut it. By slicing the cutting board as well? Could it be that Lilia-san, you've never cooked before? Yes. Hearing me pointing that out, Lilia-san's shoulders slumped down. Come to think of it, it was easy to forget because of her usual friendly demeanor, but Lilia-san is a former princess and is currently a noble, a high-class lady from birth. It wouldn't be strange if she's never cooked before. It's alright. I know how to cook to some extent. You just cut, grill, and let them boil, right? I think we could agree that cooking is almost unknown to you. I'll go make it, okay? My apologies. Even though I feel sorry for Lilia-san whose shoulders were slumped down, if I leave it up to her like this, the kitchen will be destroyed before we can even eat anything. No, there's no need to apologize. Or rather, couldn't you just leave it to me from the start? Though it's not like I'm good at it either. I mean, I am also a woman too. So, even for a bit, I wanted to look feminine. Apparently, Lilia-san wanted to show me her femininity, and to do so, she decided to try cooking, something that she had no experience with. Why is she so cute? The sight of her shyly hanging down her head while sticking her index fingers together, it makes me feel protective of her that it's hard to believe that she's older than me. I stand in the kitchen in place of Lilia-san, who rather than being unable to cook, has no experience in cooking itself. First of all, I quickly sliced the meat of the boar, but this seems to be a pretty good meat, as I was able to cut it quite well without the knife getting stuck in its tendons. Lightly sprinkling the sliced meat with salt, I put it aside for a while to let it adjust with the seasoning, and in the meantime, I start preparing the vegetables. Since I intended to fry them together with the meat, cutting them too small would blur the taste, so I cut the vegetables a little larger and threw them into the pan, starting with the ones that are hard to cook. While stir-frying the various types of vegetables, mixing them together, I throw in the meat when it's time, and the sound of popping oil gives off a fragrant smell in the air. When the color of the meat changes, it's to do the finishing touches. I took out the yakiniku sauce that I bought from a shop and seasoned it a little bit. This completes the poor college student's specialty cooking, stir-fried meat and vegetables. No, I didn't cut corners in any way at all. To be clear, improvising with the current ingredients is too difficult for me, but it should be fine if I fry them all. If I fry it and pour the sauce on it, it should generally be delicious. After that, I decided to prepare a soup as well since eating just a stir-fry feels too lonely. Taking out the soup Sayaka-san made for me from my magic box, I nonchalantly transferred it to a bowl. No, it isn't like I'm cutting corners. This is just the best option, given the circumstances. Even if the heavens and earth are turned upside down, there's no way that the soup that I would make, using ingredients I'm unfamiliar with, could ever be a match for the delicious soup made by Sayaka-san. In fact, it isn't even worth comparing them. So, this is a decision based on wanting Lilia-san to eat good food, and it isn't like I'm bad at making soup or anything like that, okay? And while I, a Japanese, would like to eat some rice, Lilia-san, or rather, the people of this world don't really like rice that much, so I'll just take out some bread here. Of course, the bread I took out are those delicious ones I bought from a bakery. No, I won't bake bread or anything like that. It takes an awful lot of time to bake, and the last time I tried so hard to bake on my own, I created a demonic substance in the form of a black apple pie. Let's just leave the baking to the professionals. I know I was condescendingly saying to leave the cooking to me, but I feel like the only thing I've made is just the vegetable stir-fry. But well, let's just leave the trivial details behind. Oh, of course, what I made may be my specialty, but I don't have all the ingredients I know for making it wasn't on hand. By the way, I'm really good at making sandwiches and fried eggs. Saying that makes me embarrassed though. Lilia-san, it's ready. Already? Amazing. Kaito-san is an amazing cook, huh? She started looking at me with honest, admiring eyes. Just receiving those gazes impossibly making me feel like running away. You know, I'm sorry, all I did was just stir-fried meat and vegetables. Cooking is something that will require practice in the future, but anyway, now that our meal is ready, I sat down at the table with Lilia-san and began eating. Lilia-san takes a sip of the soup first, and gives me a lovely smile. It's so delicious. It's almost as delicious as the soup our chef made. That's great. I'm sorry, I didn't make that. The person who made that was the one who's a very good cook. And next, Lilia-san reaches out for the vegetable stir-fry that I made, and seeing that made my anxiousness reach its peak. This is bad. This is really bad. I mean, no matter how I think about it, compared to Sayag-san's soup, my vegetable stir-fry is a few steps inferior in taste. As a noble, she's used to eating good food, so it might not be to Lilia-san's taste. It's not that I would be troubled if she found out, but even though I was condescendingly told to leave the cooking to me, I feel embarrassed if she knows that I asked for the help of Sayag-san's cooking. Without realizing my anxiety, Lilia-san brought the fried vegetables to her mouth, and tilted her head. As expected, she didn't find it tasty. Lilia-san? It has an unusual flavor. It's the first time I've tasted something like this. It's a little salty and has deep flavors, but it's really delicious. Is that so? Lilia-san had never had yakiniku before. Indeed, there are yakiniku shops in this world, and yakiniku sauce is widespread, but thinking about it, Lilia-san is a former princess and currently a duchess. She's a full-fledged noble lady, and what should I say? This might be the first time eating something like this whose flavor is being brought by the sauce. At least, it doesn't seem like she dislikes it, as Lilia-san proceeded to eat her meal somewhat happily. What can I say? I feel relieved. After finishing our meal and putting away the dishes, I guess it's a good time for me to take a bath. Lilia-san, would you like to take a bath first? Why yes. I guess so. Lilia-san, I thought what I said was a very normal thing for me to say to her, but for some reason, Lilia-san looked very flustered and her face was getting redder and redder. Please wait for a bit. My heart isn't ready yet. Yes, she's just going to take a bath. Why does she need to prepare her heart? Not understanding the meaning at all, I tilted my head, and with a face so red that it looks like steam is about to come out of her ears, Lilia-san spoke. How about Kaito-san go in first? Phew. That's fine with me, but I'll try my best. Not to keep you waiting. What is this? I really don't know what Lilia-san is talking about, even though I'm still wondering why. Since she asked me to take a bath first, I didn't really mind that, so I agreed and quickly got ready. Meanwhile, Lilia-san looked down with a bright red face and seemed to be mumbling something. But when I tried calling out to her, she was so flustered that she couldn't hold a conversation at all. So, for the time being, I decided to just talk with Lilia-san after she calms down, while I head for the bathroom. It isn't as large as the one in Lilia-san's mansion, but it's large enough for one person to take a bath in. The wooden bathtub has a nice atmosphere, which is very attractive for the Japanese me. I'm sure that this wood is different, but it feels just like the bathtub made of cypress wood I bathed in back in Rigfoshia. How should I say this? It feels like a wonderful Japanese-style bath. Washing myself clean, I then soaked in the bathtub and relaxed, stretching my arms and legs. That feels great. It feels like lately, I seem to be prone to encountering problems while I'm in the bathroom, so I was always feeling flustered while I'm taking a bath. It started with a mixed bath with Isis-san and Kuro. In Rigfoshia, Re-san and Fear-san would use all types of strategies just to try and get me and Sayag-san to bathe together. And in the Divine Realm, that mixed bath with the four goddesses. Well, thinking back on those times again, I don't know how I was able to endure it. However, in that regard, it's Lilia-san who is with me today. If it's the modest Lilia-san, she wouldn't think of bathing together, even if we're lovers already, so I don't need to worry. Kaito-san. Lilia-san? What's the matter? As I was thinking about this, for some reason, I heard Lilia-san's voice from the other side of the door. Asking her back, wondering if she had something urgent to say, a brief silence passed before Lilia-san replied with her voice trembling. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finally ready. Ready? Lilia-san. What in the world are you? Excuse my intrusion. Wow. As I was having a bad feeling about the conversation that showed unusual signs around it, the door was opened and Lilia-san appeared, a single towel wrapped around her body. What is this? What the heck is happening now? There are always things you can't expect in life. But for some reason, my unexpectedness even seems to be focused on where the hot water is. Honestly, I don't know. Why the heck am I in this situation right now? I was bathing in the cottage's wooden bath when Lilia-san appeared. When Lilia-san appeared in front of me, wearing only a single towel wrapped around her body, with her face bright red. For a moment, it was so far outside the scope of expectations that I wondered if I was hallucinating. I mean, Lilia-san is an extremely shy person, and even though we've been lovers for a few days, she's the kind of person who turns bright red when we're talking alone. What the heck is she thinking, going into the bathroom I'm in? Lilia-san ? Why yes? What the heck are you? I'm finally ready. Ready? For what? Wait a moment, seriously, could you wait? Even though she had hidden her body behind a towel. No, it was exactly because the towel is partially hiding her beautiful skin that is as white as a nice fish, which I saw with great clarity. Lilia-san is the type who looks slender. They're larger than I thought, those bulges are. Wait, what the heck am I thinking? In front of the confused me, Lilia-san takes a few deep breaths before she goes inside the bathroom and closes the door. Then, with her face still bright red, she picked up the sponge and spoke. Kaito-san. If it's possible, can you please not look at me too much? Why yes. I'm sorry. Hearing Lilia-san's words, I hurriedly flipped over in the bathtub and turned my back to Lilia-san. Thereupon, I heard the sound of hot water flowing and sponge moving, sounding as if she started washing her body. This is bad, this is bad. I'm being completely swept away. Not even knowing what's going on, I'm being swept by her actions. I mean, isn't this more dangerous than before? I mean, this bath isn't really like the onsen, so the waters aren't murky at all. In the first place, the bathtub isn't very big at all. That means that. Sorry for the wait! To my horror, the situation didn't wait for my thoughts to settle, and as her shaking voice resounded, the hot water shook and I felt her presence behind my back. The two of us are now in this rather narrow bathtub, with our backs facing each other, and I felt an inexplicable amount of nervousness. Kaito-san, please turn around. It's alright. I'm ready for it. Like I said, what the heck are you ready for? I even began wondering if this is some kind of dream after I fainted somewhere. I see, a dream No, it could even be that I was that tired that I was starting to hear hallucinations. I see, hallucinations If it's hallucinations, then it can't be helped. Kaito-san? A hallucination. This is just a hallucination. There's no way that this dreamlike situation where the naked Lilia-san is behind me could be anything but my hallucinations. That's right. Even if I followed what this hallucination Lilia-san said and turned around, there wouldn't be anyone around? It's embarrassing. The heck is this? Have I already died? Is this heaven? A beautiful woman, a princess straight out of the stories, is soaking herself in the hot water without wearing a single cloth. Seeing Lilia-san shyly hiding only the important parts of her body with her hands and turning her moist eyes towards me with her face bright red, my thoughts went completely blank. I can't speak, I can't understand the situation, but I can't take my eyes off her. Was it from the hot water or was it from nervousness? But seeing her slightly cherry red skin, and the bulge that changed shape as it was held by her hand, I felt like I heard myself gulp. As I look at Lilia-san, who is so close to me that our skin could touch each other if I'm not careful, I mobilize all my reasoning in a desperate attempt to squeeze out my voice. Lilia-san, why are you doing this? From my image of her, Lilia-san, at least, isn't supposed to be someone who would do this kind of thing on her own accord, and that's why my thoughts stopped until I was in this situation, not being able to stop this from happening beforehand. I may actually be mistaken and Lilia-san is actually an aggressive person, but looking at the current situation, with her face red and looking down in embarrassment, as if she's desperately trying to endure her shyness, it's obvious that it isn't the case. When human beings are in a crisis, our brains run fast, and right now, my head is spinning as fast as a computer, trying to find a way out of this situation. The answer that my thought led me to is that Lilia-san may have been some kind of misunderstanding. Lilia-san is surprisingly inexperienced when it comes to love, and perhaps she's acting on knowledge she's only heard about. Hearing the words I desperately squeezed out, Lilia-san looked confused for some reason. That's because Kaito-san and I are lovers, right? Why yes, it is as you say. Lovers must have a bath together, right? Yes. What the heck is this person talking about? You must have a mixed bath with someone when they become your lover. Is that some kind of unique tradition of love in this world? No, it doesn't seem so. It's true that I've experienced mixed bathing with two of my lovers, Isis-san and Kuro. However, I haven't done that with Sayaka-san. This is also the first time I've heard of lovers needing to have a mixed bath. Lilia-san, lovers needing to have a mixed bath together. From where did you hear that strange story? That's because Luna said that when two people become lovers, they must take a bath together. If they don't have a mixed bath, they can't really be considered lovers. She got her information from the worst person of all. That person is the one she shouldn't trust the most. Moreover, she even believed what she said. Is this person an angel? She's just too pure. Seeing my reaction, perhaps sensing that I'm acting somehow strangely, Lilia-san's red face started turning blue. Lilia-san, I'm very sorry to say this, but what she told you was a lie. I mean, no way. I just probably wanted to be Kaito-san's girlfriend. So, even though I'm embarrassed, I gathered my courage. Lilia-san, I mean, then, I'm naked. Wait. Lilia-san. When she understood that she had a fatal misunderstanding, Lilia-san, with her face completely changed to a bright blue, began to sweat profusely, not due to the bath, and her blue eyes moving so violently that it was as if there was a whirlpool forming in her eyes. Before she fainted. I repeat, she fainted. While we're here in the bathtub, Lilia-san, pull yourself together. Excuse me. Lilia-san has fainted, and I don't have the time to worry about the hands that had stopped hiding her important parts, as I rush to grab her body and hold her up before she sinks into the hot water. Feeling my heart powerfully leap up at the touch of her soft, smooth skin, I moved my hands to Lilia-san's back and below her knees, holding her body in a princess carry as we exited the bathroom, struggling to hold my gaze from moving downwards. Then, I lowered Lilia-san's body to the floor of the changing room and draped a large bath towel over her body. I hope she'll forgive me when I do so, as it was inevitable. However, what should I do now? If I just let her stay like this, Lilia-san will catch a cold. Should I wipe her body? No, that would be the last resort. Let's call out to her first before that. Lilia-san. Lilia-san, please wake up. If she stays unconscious, it will be dangerous. Mainly for my reasoning, that is. So, I desperately called out to Lilia-san, and as if that wish had been answered, Lilia-san's body moved and her eyes slowly opened. That's great. You've finally regained consciousness. Kaito-san. What was I? Then, opening her eyes, Lilia-san slowly raised her body up, but her eyes opened wide and she stiffened. I realized that I had made a serious mistake. I was so desperate to carry Lilia-san that I didn't think about myself at all. That is to say, I'm completely naked right now. Lilia-san looked at me and completely stiffened, and immediately afterwards, I felt as if I could hear an explosion somewhere as her face immediately turned bright red. Exclamation mark. Then, with a scream that rips through silk, she fled from the changing room at a frightening speed. They say that happenings would come as a part of one's journey, but this was an incredibly hardcore of a happening. Is it just because Lilia-san is too pure, or was it because it was Luna Maria-san's fault? Anyway, even now, the image of Lilia-san's body is still burned so strongly into my mind, I may not be able to sleep tonight. Due to the happening in the bathroom. Or rather, due to the situation that occurred mostly because of Luna Maria-san, Lilia-san and I were currently in an intensely awkward situation. Lilia-san didn't hole up in the room, but she was sitting on the edge of the living room, covering her face with her hands. I didn't know what to say to her. I can only imagine what Lilia-san is going through right now. Lilia-san summoned all her courage to take a mixed bath so that she can truly become my lover, but it was all a misunderstanding. No, she's probably just too embarrassed to know what to do now that she knows that it's just false information planted by the root of all evil. It would have been great if it had ended at that point when she found out at the worst time. Then, if I followed up well, it would have ended with just Luna Maria-san receiving all her anger. However, Lilia-san regretfully fainted there, and ended up suffering the embarrassment of having me see her completely naked body, a shame that I would want to get into a hole if I found one. Therefore, the embarrassment of being seen naked outweighed her anger at Luna Maria-san for giving her false information, and she now sat down, covering her face that was so red that it was reaching her ears. Maybe it would have been easier if she had scolded me for being a pervert or something like that, but Lilia-san also has a firm understanding that it was inevitable for me to see her naked in that situation, and personality-wise, she isn't the kind of person who would take it out on someone, and because of that, there's no place for her emotions to go. Lilia-san? www what is it? However, this isn't going to get us anywhere, so I tried starting a conversation with her but Lilia-san's shoulders leapt, as if she was a surprised cat, and even though she replied with her trembling voice, she didn't turn around. Even though what I did was unavoidable, I'm really sorry. Thinking about it carefully, there may have been better ways for me to do it. So, what happened before was my fault. That's not it. Kaito-san didn't do anything wrong. It was originally I who took Luna's words. That I have shown you something immodest. Lilia-san still didn't turn around, but Lilia-san's shoulders were slightly trembling, and she seemed to be afraid of something. However, from her atmosphere, it doesn't seem like she's afraid of me. If that's the case, what is she afraid of? Have you come to dislike me now? Why did you say that? This naive, pathetic, no good me. Hearing those words which sounded fearful, I finally understood what Lilia-san was afraid of. Lilia-san was extremely afraid of being feared or disliked by people due to the events in the past which can almost be called as a trauma, and with her catastrophically strong sense of responsibility, she perceived that others would hate her because she isn't good enough. To Lilia-san, I was the first lover she'd ever had. You could say that our relationship is deeper than her friends. And that's why Lilia-san doesn't want me to hate her. That's why she decided to take this opportunity to take a mixed bath with me, because she probably wanted to be my lover. So, now, she's afraid that I would become disillusioned, seeing that she easily believes in lies. And that's why she's trembling now. As soon as I understood Lilia-san's lovable true feelings, I felt as if my mind was eased, and at the same time, my thoughts became clearer. After that happened, it became quicker for me to understand what I need to do, and immediately act on it. So, slowly approaching Lilia-san, I hug her crouching body from behind. Kaito-san? What in the world are you? That's my line. What in the world are you talking about? It's not like I'm going to hate you for something like this, Lilia-san. Yes. I think what I can do for Lilia-san right now is to reassure her above all else. I'm still not really sure what people should do when they become lovers. But still, I think I have enough ability to hug my trembling lover's body. Lilia-san has been thinking a lot of things for me, and you even gathered courage to do this. I would obviously be really happy. However, you don't have to be that impatient. Kaito-san, when it comes to love, Lilia-san isn't that knowledgeable, and even I can see that. Normally, we have to take it more slowly, step by step, removing the walls within our hearts one by one. However, she rushed it out of impatience and fear, and she made a slight mistake. That's why, what Lilia-san needs now is certainty and security. And this is the best I can do for her right now. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm also not rushing you. I'll wait as long as I can. So it's fine, let's take it one step at a time. I don't really know what this world's lovers are like either. However, I think we got our own pace. Yes. As I continued to speak as gently and calmly as I could, Lilia-san's body gradually eased up. Lilia-san doesn't have to carry everything and force yourself to overdo things. We're lovers, so let's think about things together, discuss it with each other, and move forward side by side. Kaito-san. It's fine if we move at our own pace. One by one, let's build up memories. One step at a time, bringing us closer to each other. Okay? Yes. With those words, Lilia-san let go of the hands that were holding her face, and gently laid it on my hands, which were reaching out from behind her. Kaito-san, is this really alright? I'm a coward, so it's going to take me lots of time, you know? You'll probably have to wait a lot, you know? Of course, it's alright. That's what makes Lilia-san Lilia-san. That's why I fell in love with you. Waiting isn't bothering me one bit. When Lilia-san confirmingly asked me, I gently, and yet, forcefully and clearly answered. Thereupon, Lilia-san's hands that were gripping mine became a little stronger, and after a bit of silence, she mumbles a few words to herself. I'm a really lucky person, aren't I? You think so? Yes. That's because I had a wonderful man telling this me who doesn't have any confidence, that I didn't need to rush and that he would wait as long as I wanted to. I'm really lucky to have such a man as my lover. Lilia-san. She sounded really happy that even I, who was listening to her, felt warm and happy. Then, Lilia-san intertwined her fingers in my hand and held it, just like how lovers hold hands, and continued speaking with straightforward affection held in her voice. I'm sure it will take me some time. However, I will also do my best to be able to say with pride that I'm Kaito-san's lover. Yes, I feel the same way. Thank you. One day, when I finally have confidence in myself, when I get brave enough to stand by Kaito-san's side. At that time, will you please receive my everything? Yes. Gladly. The adversity passed, and our foundations began strengthening. Although it may be a little different from that, thanks to that happening, I think I was able to get to know Lilia-san one more time. There are a lot of things that the both of us need to learn, and I feel like it's hard to keep pace with each other. But I'm sure we'll be fine. We're going to continue to do this in our own way, at our own pace, because I think that this way, we can build up memories. The 5th day of the light month, one night after that happening on the first day. After finishing the simple breakfast I had prepared, Lilia-san and I came to a lake not far from the cottage for a certain purpose. This area might be good for us. Yes. I've never fished before. I haven't had that much experience either, and I've only done it a few times when I was a kid. Yes. The reason why Lilia-san and I came to the lake is to go fishing. Our cottage is actually always equipped with fishing rods, and if they only buy the bait in the tourist city, anyone can enjoy fishing. This was a good opportunity for us to make memories with Lilia-san, so we decided to go carefreely fishing. You didn't try it out when you came here with Luna Maria-san? Yes. Luna strongly refused to do it. I wanted to do it, but why did Luna Maria-san refuse to go fishing? It's not like he has a phobia in large bodies of water, right? Fumo, wait a moment. Fishing. Adamantly refusing. Bait. Come to think of it, the bait that was sold in the tourist city wasn't worms just like I imagined, but they looked like small bugs. Come to think of it, Luna Maria-san hates bugs, doesn't she? Yes. She was even saying things like I wish that violent stupid creatures like bugs would just go extinct. I heard something similar before. She must really dislike them. Incidentally, are you okay with bugs, Lilia-san? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. I once lived with Sayag in the woods, so I'm fine. Fume. By the way, is there anything you're weak at, Lilia-san? You don't have to answer if it's unreasonable. It was a question I asked out of mere curiosity, so I won't force her to answer if she doesn't want to answer, but shyly fidgeting, Lilia-san softly responded. Ghosts and undead. It's fine if it had a humanoid form, but other than that, I'm scared. What? She's weak to scary things? Why is she so cute? An angel? Is she an angel? Overwhelmed by Lilia-san's dazzling cuteness, I was left speechless for a few seconds. Perhaps, because the both of us weren't used to it, we're a little confused about putting the bait on, but we somehow managed to get ready and lining up next to each other, We dropped our fishing lines. Lilia-san, it feels kind of nice. This kind of thing. Yes, it's relaxing and comforting. Indeed, things have been quite busy for both of us lately. Yes, speaking of which, Kaito-san, you haven't been sleeping that much lately, right? As time passes slowly and quietly, relishing that feeling and having a peaceful conversation. But after she brought out a topic that greatly pricked my conviction, my body jolted. As expected, she found out that I was sleepy. No, in the first place, I have given Lilia-san the music box, so she may already know what I've been doing. Please don't make us worry so much. I'm really, very happy that Kaito-san is doing your best. But, we would still feel worried for you. Yes. However, I also like to tell you that too. Don't you always work too late into the night, Lilia-san? Why you're gonna make that comeback? I certainly think I was reckless this time, and Kuro scolded me for it too. However, when it comes to recklessness, I don't think Lilia-san can really say that to others since she always goes to bed later than anyone else. At least, as far as I could tell, the lights were always on when I walked by the office at night. When I pointed this out, Lilia-san wryly smiled, as if to say that I've hit a sore spot. I know that Lilia-san is busy as the homeowner, and that's not something I would say anything about, and that would make us worried about you. Yes, I'll be careful. Yes, I'll also take care of myself. Fufafu. Ahaha. What is this? Neither of our situations are great. They may be similar, but the situation where we're worried about each other not taking it too far is kind of funny, and I can't help but laugh along with Lilia-san. Seriously, what is this? It's a conversation that isn't supposed to be anything special, but it's so fun and fresh. As I thought, something like this feels kinda nice. I was just taking it easy for a while and enjoyed fishing. A troubling situation occurred. It seems that trouble really comes with every occasion. Another one. The rod I held my hand shook and I caught another fish. How did this happen? After a few hours of fishing, there was a clear difference between Lilia-san's catch and mine. I've already caught so much fish that they wouldn't fit in my water bucket, and now, I'm releasing them. When I caught one, on the other hand, Lilia-san's water bucket is just filled with clear water. How the heck did this happen? I don't even have one. No, I think it was because of my luck. To even attract the attention of fishes. Kaito-san, you're really amazing. No, can you please not get strangely impressed? I seem to be catching a lot of fish today that it troubles me. I'm even starting to think that I was actually destined to become a great fisherman. What I was worried about though, was Lilia-san, who hadn't been able to catch anything at all while I was catching fishes. However, from her reaction, it seems that Lilia-san is as usual, as she was enjoying herself. With that thought in mind, I was about to put the bait on the hook again and let the fishing line drift along the waters, when Lilia-san's rod twitched. Something finally bit. What should I do now though? It's alright. Calm down. The fish seems to be easy to catch, so look for the right time, and with all of your strength pull it in. You understood? All of my strength, right? It's just that I felt a chill run down my back just now. This is no good. It's dangerous. At the moment she found the right moment, Lilia-san pulled with such speed that my eyes couldn't follow the movement of the rod. And in that instant, the water in the lake blows up as if an explosion has occurred! Lilia-san. Kawa. It was almost a reflex action, but I quickly covered my body over Lilia-san, protecting her, and received the splashes of water all over my body. Even though it is summer, being splashed with water still feels quite cold. And as I was thinking about that, I heard Lilia-san's voice! Kaito-san. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to moderate my strength. No, I just said it badly. Are you not splashed with the water? Why yes, Kaito-san protected me, so I didn't get that wet. That's great. I let out a sigh of relief as I managed to protect Lilia-san from the water splashes. If Lilia-san gets wet here, Lilia-san's white dress-style clothing would definitely be transparent. She would be extremely embarrassed. That's great. No, it's not like I was thinking that it was a bit of a disappointment or anything like that. Okay. Slowly raising my wet body, I moved away from Lilia-san for a bit so that I don't get her wet, and then, brushed the water out of my hair. Then, I'm going to change for a bit. Yes, I'm sorry. No, don't worry about it. Well then, I'll be right back. Yes, Kaito-san. Lilia-san stops me once I'm about to go back to change clothes. When I turn around, with a blush on her face, Lilia-san looks down and after fidgeting, quietly said, "Thank you for protecting me, Kaito-san. You looked really dreamy." Thank you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 6th day of the light month. Lilia-san and I had a big problem at the beginning of our vacation at Carol, but after that, we were able to enjoy our stay, and both Lilia-san and I were able to fully achieve our original goal, taking a break. And the best thing about it is that the situation that had been going on since Emily-san's party was resolved in a good way. After the party, and after we became lovers, Lilia-san was a little nervous and we couldn't continue our conversations. But after staying together for 3 days at Carol, she became more relaxed. By the time we returned home, Lilia-san was as relaxed as she was before. No, we are now able to exchange words with each other much more intimately than before. In that sense, I'd have to thank Luna Maria-san for pulling the strings behind the scenes for this one. Well, but then, that Luna Maria-san, as soon as we got home, she was slapped by Lilia-san and was buried in the wall. But well, I didn't know that people can have half of their body buried in a wall like that. Well, Luna Maria-san was stuck on that wall for about an hour, but it may just be that the people in this world aren't weak. If I take a slap like that, my head will physically fly off. I'll make sure that I don't do anything that would upset Lilia-san that much. Alright, Belle, you're looking good. Goo. Thank you for helping me, Lin. Kyui. With that in mind, I finished brushing Belle. Thanking Lin for her help, I then held her in my chest as the both of us leaned against Belle, who was laying down in a prone position. I'm very proud of Belle's fur, which I don't miss brushing and washing every day, and it feels nice, silky and fluffy. As I sat down on the grass and buried myself in Belle's fluffy fur while feeding Lin dried meat as a reward for helping me, I heard footsteps and Sayag-san arrived. Good job, Kaito-san. Sayag-san too. Good job. Are you done with your patrol? Yes, I was working on the night shift, and I just finished. After exchanging greetings with a smile, Sayag-san hands me a beverage and asks if she can sit next to me. Of course, I don't have any reason to say no, so I agreed. Sayag-san then elegantly sat down on the lawn and leaned against Belle, just as I did. Belle-chan's fur feels nice. Yes, I don't skip a day in brushing him. Goo. Having a leisurely conversation with her, I put Lin on my lap after she finished eating her dried meat, and she started to curl up in my lap and fall asleep, feeling sleepy after filling up her stomach. Belle wasn't asleep, but the fact that he's in a relaxed, prone position means that she may be dozing off. Well, it's certainly the perfect weather for a nap, and I know how he feels. Phew. I'm sorry. Sayag-san was working on a night shift, right? It can't be helped if you feel sleepy. Hearing Sayag-san let out a small, adorable yawn, I looked in her direction and saw her rubbing her eyes as if she was a little sleepy. Probably because she was on night duty. Smiling at her adorable actions, I called out to Sayag-san. Isn't it fine if you take a nap here, right? That is a very tempting proposition. Before that, what's the matter? Kaito-san, I thought it was just the right time, so I took a small wooden box from my magic box, the music box that I had made for Sayag-san, and handed it to her. Sayag-san's eyes widened as if she was completely struck unprepared by the situation, and dumbfounded, she stared at the music box she received. This is, a music box. Music box, However, didn't you give this to Lili? Yes. Of course, this is different from the one I gave to Lilia-san. You see, Sayag-san has always been a great help to me, and since you also helped me with that previous situation, this is my gratitude. Hearing my words, Sayag-san exchanges glances between my face and the music box over and over again. The music box I gave to Sayag-san is different from the one I gave to Lilia-san, and is made of emeralds and other green jewels. When it was opened, the magic crystal lit up, and with the mechanism written in it, a tree and a bow emerged. The emblem of the elves. Well, I didn't have enough time and didn't know where to go, so I'm using jewels that I bought at the store. The song was also composed by Alice to suit Sayag-san. The song makes one feel like they're in a vast, lush wilderness. It kind of reminds me of the folk songs back in my world. See, can I really have it? I mean, I didn't really help you that much. Not at all. You have been taking care of Belle and Lynn while I was busy, and you even gave me food to eat while I was working. Thanks to you, I was able to work hard. Thank you so much. When I honestly expressed my heartfelt gratitude, Siak-san looked surprised, and yet very happy, holding the music box I gave her with both hands and hugging it tightly in front of her chest, as if it was something precious. Thank you. I will cherish it. Yes. This is, what should I do? I feel so happy that I can't get the words out of my mouth. With her cheeks blushing and some tears blotting from her eyes, Siak-san moved her gaze several times as if she's searching for words, but in the end, she still didn't know what to say, so she looked down once, shook her head, and then, gently leaned her head on my shoulder. As her beautiful red hair swayed slightly, I felt a comfortable weight on my shoulder. Siak-san calmly and softly said, I don't want to bother you, but do you mind if I allow myself to be spoiled for a bit? Right now, I feel like I need to be near you. Yes, I wouldn't feel bothered by that at all. I'm rather happy about it instead. Thank you. Saying that, Siak-san leans on my shoulder and closes her eyes with a smile on her face. A comfortable silence passes and happiness floods my chest. This is happiness. Yes. No further words were needed. Yes. Just feeling peace from the presence of the other person by our side, I surrendered my body to the warm sunshine and slightly refreshing breeze. The 7th day of the light month. I'm going to thank the people who helped me make the gift for Lilia-san, so I decided to go to Isis-san's residence first. I'll give Kuro's music box in the evening, so the people I'm going to give the music boxes today are Isis-san, Lilywood-san and Alice. Kaito. Welcome. I'm glad that you came. I'm sorry to intrude, but I actually have something for Isis-san. Something for me? In spite of my unexpected visit, Isis-san wholeheartedly welcomed me and willingly invited me into her home. After having a cup of tea made by Isis-san and apologizing for my sudden visit, I decided to cut to the chase. Isis-san doesn't seem to know about my intentions yet, as she cutely tilted her head. Feeling my heart warmed from her cuteness, I took out the music box I made in the image of Isis-san from my magic box. I'm grateful to Isis-san for helping me and giving me advice on the previous matter, and you also helped me with the jewels. It might be comparably shoddy, but please take this. Is that alright? Yes. The jewels used for the music box made in the image of Isis-san aren't made with midnight crystal, but just ordinary ice crystals and blue diamonds. The reason I used these two is simple. I thought that Isis-san's image wasn't a deep blue color just like the ocean, but a blue with a lighter shade just like snow and ice. And the song that the music box is playing is quiet and soft, inspired by the transition from a snowy landscape to spring. I think it's a perfect fit for the kind Isis-san. Kaito. Thank you. I'm glad. Really glad. If you're glad with it, then I'm happy. Kaito. I looked you, with some tears blotting out at the corners of her eyes, and a smile that looked happy from the bottom of her heart. Isis-san told me her sweet and happy words of thanks. Just hearing those words and the smile on Isis-san's face was more than enough to make my efforts worthwhile. Drinking tea and chatting with Isis-san, we spent some time together filled with happiness. The forest city of Freesis. I had a glimpse of this city governed by Lilywood-san before, and it is a beautiful city that looks like the city of Rigfoshia enlarged several times over, and I can really feel the power of nature in the air. In the center of that city, at the base of the giant, heaven-piercing world tree, this is where Lilywood-san apparently lives. When I got a branch of the world tree, Lilywood-san picked me up at the gate, so I didn't stop by here, and it can be said that this is my first visit here. The place has a majestic appearance that could be described as a temple made of wood, and even though I've sent a hummingbird there beforehand, I feel like I'm going to be immediately turned away at the gate. However, I guess it's as to be expected from Lilywood-san. When I told my name to the gatekeeper at the entrance, he greeted me very politely and showed me to a large reception. From the walls to the furniture, the room, which was entirely made out of wood, had an indescribably elegant charm in it. For some reason though, it makes me feel like I'm in a temple, but well, it isn't necessarily a mistake. To the people of this city, Lilywood-san is an object of faith, and a being equivalent to the gods. It wouldn't be strange if this place feels solemn. My apologies, Kaito-san. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. No, I'm sorry instead for suddenly intruding. As I was drinking the fragrant tea that had the sweetness of fruit served in the reception room, Lilywood-san appeared, and standing up from my seat, I greeted her. I've heard that Lilywood-san is quite busy, so I was prepared to wait for quite a while, but thankfully, she seems to have given me quite a bit of priority and went to receive me. So, how can I be of help this time? I heard that you had a business with me, but if I can be of help, please don't hesitate to let me know. No, I'm not here to ask for a favor. I came to express my gratitude. Express your gratitude? She apparently wasn't expecting these words, as Lilywood-san asks me back with a wondering expression on her face. Smiling at Lilywood-san, I take out the music box that held the image of Lilywood-san from my magic box. The jewels used for this music box is an olive green peridot. A jewel that looks like the vibrant green leaves, which I think is perfect for Lilywood-san. The song is a powerful, resonant, deep piece of music that is reminiscent of the great outdoors, which also fits Lilywood-san. Alice really did a great job with this one. Kaito-san, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a music box? Yes. Lilywood-san had helped me in the previous matter, and I want to at least thank you for it. Lilywood-san looks at the music box that is offered to her, looking puzzled and somewhat troubled. Just as I was feeling uneasy about whether she doesn't like it, Lilywood-san speaks with a puzzled look on her face. Kaito-san, aren't you giving it to the wrong person? I haven't helped you in any way that would warrant your gratitude, you know? No, that's not the case. Thanks to Lilywood-san, I was able to make really great music boxes. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. However, you took the time and effort to make it. If you find good women out there, wouldn't it be better to give it to them? I'm a tree, so to speak. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to have such a nice item. I can tell from Lilywood-san's tone of voice that she's being very reserved about it, but since I made this music box for Lilywood-san, giving it to anyone else isn't an option, and if I were to do that, it would be disrespectful to Lilywood-san and the one I would supposedly give this music box to. Or rather, calling herself a tree. It's true that Lilywood-san is the spirit of the world tree, but even if she says that she's a tree, she hardly looks any different from a human. I think Lilywood-san is a beautiful, lovely lady though. Please stop teasing me. There's no benefit flattering a tree like me. No, I'm being serious. That's what I think from the bottom of my heart. Is that so? You're quite the weird one, aren't you? When I straightforwardly told her that these words I said were from my heart, Lilywood-san's cheeks turned a bit red and she looked troubled again. It would be rude to refuse too stubbornly, isn't it? Yes. Well then, undeserving it might be of me. I will gratefully accept Kaito-san's kindness. Yes. How should I say this? You're quite the troubling human, aren't you? What does that mean? Lilywood-san, who receives the music box from me with a look of resignation on her face, speaks with a slightly wry smile, but not understanding the meaning of what she said, I tilted my head. Thereupon, Lilywood-san somewhat gave me a happy smile before continuing to speak. I think I can understand why Isis likes you. Is what I mean. Foo. No. Please don't worry about it. Thank you for the music box. I feel really happy about Kaito-san's thoughtfulness. Yes. I didn't really quite understand what she meant, but it seems like Lilywood-san is having fun, so I guess that's good. Or rather, so Lilywood-san could smile like that. The usual gentle smile she had is nice, but I think she looks much more attractive, seeing her smiling happily like this. I can't just send you back home like this, can I? It isn't very much, but Kaito-san, I'll have lunch prepared for you, so please eat. In that case, I'll be presuming upon you then. Yes. Also, please take this. This is a flower. When I heard Lilywood-san's words about having lunch, I realized that it was just around lunchtime and I was getting hungry, so I decided to take advantage of her kindness. Thereupon, Lilywood-san, I wonder if she used spatial magic. Anyway, a green ripple appeared in the air, and she took out a small pink flower from it and handed it to me. Based on the language of flowers, it's a flower that brings happiness. I think it's perfect for you. Thank you. Well then, I still have lots of things to deal with, so please excuse me. I'll come back again after you finish lunch. Yes. Please do your best with your work. Thank you. Lilywood-san somehow seemed to be happy as she said that and left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After having lunch at Lilywood-san's place, since I was here anyway, I decided to go have a little tour around the streets of Phreesis before going back to the human realm. Since I took my time before I came back, the time was approaching evening, and I think the time was about right for me to go towards that place. Fwamph, wham, mush I arm. Excuse me, I'll have from here to there on this menu. And now, I move my gaze to this idiot. Namely Alice, who is currently wholeheartedly devouring yakiniku. Alice is eating the meat so fast that I really began to wonder where she was putting all that meat in her small body. After watching the scene over a cup of tea, I handed the music box to Alice, who is resting her chopsticks until the next set of meat arrives. As for the music box that I had given Alice, she obviously knows the details. It is made with a purple amethyst in the center. I had the song made to be fun and somewhat mysterious. Alice, here. Thanks for all the help. Thank you. Wait, isn't that too light-hearted? What's with that light-heartedness? Isn't it weird that I'm the only one who you light-heartedly gave this music box to? Can't you give it to me with some words that have a heart-pounding, bittersweet feeling behind it? I mean, I'm giving it to Alice anyway. What cold words? Kaito-san, aren't you treating me a little too roughly? Even if she said that though, I don't know if treating Alice respectfully feels unusual for me or not, but I wonder why though. To me, Alice might be someone like a close friend or that friend of mine who is a bad influence to me. I can talk to her with great ease and I don't have to choose my words. Could you call it confidence? I'm feeling a strange sense of relief around her. But well, my feelings of gratitude to her isn't a lie at all. I couldn't have done it without Alice's help in making this music box. Songwriting, design consultation and drafting. I honestly think that she was the one who helped me the most. My bad, sorry, I'm just a little embarrassed. But I'm feeling really thankful to you. Thank you, Alice. I'm glad you were there with me. What's with you, suddenly saying that? When I lightly scratched my head and thanked her, I received an unexpectedly brusque response. Tilting my head as I look at such an Alice, for some reason, she looked away. Alice? What's the matter? No, it's nothing. No, but why are you turning your face away? Hilda, is the next set of meat not ready yet? Tilda? Something feels kind of wrong with Alice. What's going on? Just as I was wondering what's with Alice, who was clearly trying to get off the topic, when a new plate of meat was brought in right at that moment. And just when I was about to reach out for the meat, my hand touched Alice's hand, which happened to be reaching out at the same time. Thereupon, for some reason, Alice let out a scream and leapt away, and the eyes that were visible beneath her mask were violently trembling. Could it be? Alice, are you perhaps embarrassed? I wonder what you're talking about now. Me. Being embarrassed by JJ just being straightforwardly praised for a bit. Kaito-san, are you really that tired? Then, turn towards here for a second. No, that's kinda. It seems that Alice's behavior became strange because she felt embarrassed by my honest praise. Alice's ears are slightly cherry red as her face was turned away. And the way she was somewhat flustered looked amusing that I can't help but smile. Haha, I guess there's something pretty cute about you, Alice. What are you talking about? Alice-chan is clearly always cute. I guess Kaito-san has also noticed my charm. That might be so. Can you please throw your tsukimi like you always do right there? I can't properly look directly at your face now, you know. Speaking of which, when I really think back on it, Alice was that side of hers that is embarrassed when her unmasked face is seen, so she may actually be a shy one. She has been hiding it behind her usual antics. But perhaps, she was deliberately lifting herself up, calling herself a beautiful girl or something like that, so that she wouldn't be praised in a strange way. This is I felt like I had found an amusing weakness. Kaito-san. That's an evil smile you had there. That's rude. I'll just say this now. But I'm only like this when it's Kaito-san who's saying that, okay? Geez, seriously? It's really troubling for me too. After saying that and letting out a sigh, Alice grilled the meat and started eating it. In a somewhat unexpected place, I felt like I was able to hear Alice's true feelings hidden beneath her heart. And even though I felt strange, I felt slightly happy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sun had set, and I was lying down. Not on my bed, but on the sofa. It kinda feels like this has turned into a fixed position for us. I'm happy like this though. While I was lying down on her lap, Kuro smiles as she gently pats my head. Along with the feeling of embarrassment and happiness rushing into my heart, I can hear the gentle sound of the music box in my ears. The music box presented to Kuro is decorated with yellow diamonds in the image of her beautiful eyes. And as for the song, it's the only one I had Alice rework once. At first, Alice wrote a bright and fun song with the image of the sun. It was a great song, and it also fits Kuro's image. But I asked her if she could recreate it again, with the image of the beautiful and gentle moonlight. The song turned out to be just what I envisioned Kuro to be, a song that gently illuminates the darkness. Thank you, Kaito-kun. I feel really happy. If Kuro's happy with it, then I'm happy too. Kuro knew I was making a music box, but she accepted the music box I gave her with a really happy smile, and still lovingly gazed at it as it played on the desk. Speaking of which, Kaito-kun, have you had a good rest? Well, there was a lot going on, but I was able to relax. I see, that's great then. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Seriously, I feel like I can be very honest when I'm with Kuro. It might be embarrassing, but I guess I had been spoiled quite a bit. The image I have of Kuro is that of the moon and the stars, illuminating the dark nights. She softens and heals the dark feelings within me, making me look forward to doing my best again. However, hearing you talk about that makes me want to go on a trip with Kaito-kun too. I also think it would be fun if I could go on a trip with Kuro. But Kuro, aren't you busy? Kuro may not be showing it in front of me, but I think she's been very busy as one of the 6 kings. That's evident from the fact that Kuro basically only comes here at night, and she's been especially busy lately. Well, we have the Festival of Heroes this year. I have more time in the years that it isn't celebrated, but only the years with the Festival of Heroes would there be all these various troublesome coordinations. I see. Lilywood-san also seems to be quite busy. Well, she has also been busy lately because of another matter though. Another matter? It's still a seconds now. Seeing Kuro with a smile that looks like a child who was planning a prank, I can't help but chuckle. Well, once the light month passes, I will be able to be a bit more carefree. If it's okay with you, Kaito-kun, we can go somewhere together. Yeah, that sounds like fun. I'd love to have that. The gentle moonlight shining through the window, the kind smile in her eyes when I look up at her, the warmth of her caress on my head. As I was surrounded by such happiness, I slowly closed my eyelids. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 9th day of the light month. With the coming of the light month, the halfway point of the year is drawing near. Well, to be honest, it was partly because the past few months have been unusually dense, and I even thought of 6 months haven't even passed yet. I think I have felt lots of changes in me come in less than 5 months. I'm not only looking forward to the future now, but recently, I felt like I've also been able to adapt to the common sense of this world recently. As expected, that would most probably be because I've already settled my emotions, and that I've made a clear decision about what I'm going to do in the future, and I guess you can say that I've broken through an emotional barrier. Well, I've certainly gone through a lot of changes since I came to this world, but it isn't just me, as the people around me have changed a lot too. But well, there are things that don't change even if I try to change them. It's late at night and the date is about to change. I let out a sigh as I stood in front of one of the rooms. There was a faint light leaking out from underneath the door in front of my gaze, proving that someone was in this room. If this was someone's private room, I would have thought that they were just staying up late, but the door that is currently in front of me is the door to the office. In short, a room where you do work. And the fact that this room has been in use for the longest time in the mansion is, needless to say, a well-known fact. Well, it might be obvious already, but the one inside is Lilia-san. Seriously, isn't she working a little too hard? The other day, when we went on a trip together, We talked about how the both of us shouldn't push ourselves too hard. Only a few days passed and she was already like this. I don't know if I should say that it's just like Lilia-san or not, but seriously, I think her personality of being too serious is a problem. Letting out a sigh in front of the door again, I walked away from the place and started walking in the opposite direction of my room. A little after the date changed to the 8th day of the light month, I knocked on the door of Lilia-san's office. Yes? Come in. Excuse me, Kaito-san? Probably because she didn't expect that there would be someone knocking on the door. This late, a voice filled with curiosity called out from behind the door. After receiving Lilia-san's permission to enter, I opened the door and walked in. It seems that Lilia-san didn't think it was me. As her eyes opened wide and a surprised expression appeared on her face. What's the matter? You're up at this hour? No, that's more of my line here. Ahaha. Muttering in response to Lilia-san, who curiously tilted her head as she turned her approaching eyes at me, Lilia-san wryly smiles with the expression of a child whose prank has been discovered. While letting out a sigh looking at such a Lilia-san, I take out the things I've prepared in the dining room earlier from my magic box. Here's some refreshments. Please take a break for a moment. Tea, thank you. Sayaka-san has taught me a few things, but please pardon me if it tastes comparably crude. I brought tea and cookies. Well, I made the tea, but the cookies were bought from the bakery. It's impossible for me to bake cookies in a short time, so I prepared the ones I have in my magic box. Lilia-san seems to be a bit apologetic as she looks at the tea and cookies I've prepared, and obediently following what I said, she stops processing her paperwork and takes a break. By the way, I've prepared a warm cup of tea and cookies for her. It's because I wanted to make her feel sleepy and get rested already, but, well, I'm not really certain if she would feel sleepy after she fills up her belly, so I could only hope that it happens. It's very warm and delicious. Thank you. That's good to hear. By the way, Lilia-san? Yes. Looking at Lilia-san, who was smiling with relief after drinking tea, I decided to cut to the chase. If I remember correctly, we talked about how the both of us will refrain from pushing ourselves too hard, right? This is, Lilia-san. Please don't look away. No. I have some business that I really need to deal with as soon as possible. Hearing my words, Lilia-san, who clearly looks flustered, turned away her gaze. That gesture of hers looks very cute, but now, there's a nunya appearing within my heart as I continued speaking. Hey, that must be quite the urgent business, huh? Why yes, that's right. Well, so, you just happened to see me when Lunamaria-san told me that most of the work that Lilia-san is doing today is work that Lilia-san didn't originally have to do though. It may be that Lilia-san thought she was able to deceive me, but unfortunately, I know that she worked until about the same time yesterday and the day before that. I've also received word from Lunamaria-san that the workaholic Lilia-san is going as far as to do the work that would normally be best left to her subordinates. Hearing my words, Lilia-san begins to sweat profusely, and her gaze restlessly moves about, as if she was desperately trying to think of an excuse. Lilia-san? Hi, is there something you want to say? I'm sorry. Seeing Lilia-san bow her head, a loud sigh comes out of my mouth again. Seriously, I don't know if I should say that she's too serious or not, and it's troubling me as even though she had the habit of giving her subordinates plenty of time off and breaks, she doesn't try to take a break at all. Well, that's just the way Lilia-san is. Fate-san, how about you try following Lilia-san's footsteps for a bit? Can't you lower your workload for a bit? Yes. Is there anything I can help with? At any rate, this personality of Lilia-san already feels like a disease. Even after she left them for a while, she'll probably start working late again. At the times when Lunamaria-san isn't around, I'll check on her from time to time. Anyway, regarding what she was working on tonight, as far as I can see, there's still quite a lot left to do on her desk. I don't think I can be of much help, but I still want to help her out with some things. Please don't hesitate and speak. Well, I may only end up being a hindrance, but I can't just leave my important lover as she's pushing herself, so please let me help you in any way I can. Why yes. Then, can I ask you one thing? Yes. Anything you say. Hearing my serious words, Lilia-san looked half apologetic and half happy, and as she slightly looked down, she murmured. When she confirmed that, I nodded at her words, while she's making a gesture where both of her index fingers were poking at each other. Lilia-san spoke with a blush on her cheeks. You don't have to do anything in particular. It's just, see, can you please stay by my side? If you do that, I feel like I will be cheered up. Yes, understood. I'll stay with you as much as you like. It's a very cute and innocent request. So cute that I almost reflexively hugged Lilia-san, but I could see that work wouldn't progress that way at all, and at worst, Lilia-san might pass out, so I firmly held back. Then, before she finished her tea and returned working, Lilia-san prepared a chair for me. Sitting down in the chair provided next to Lilia-san, who had started working already, I look at the serious expression on her face as she goes over her paperwork. Lilia-san goes on with her paperwork in silence, while occasionally glancing back at me with a smile on her face. As I continued to stare at Lilia-san work for a while, I suddenly felt a soft touch on my hand that had been resting on my lap, and when I looked down, I saw Lilia-san's hand, the one that isn't holding her pen, was piled up over my hand. Kaito-san. Yes. Thank you. No. Also, will you take a trip with me again sometime? Yes, anytime. Kaito-san. Yes. I love you. I love you too. Lilia-san is a very serious and hard-working person, and she doesn't take a break at all. Even though there are some troubling aspects of her, she's shy and cute, and even her little gestures are overflowing with charm, and that's why I think, that there's something cute about her that I just can't leave alone. The 11th day of the light month. I only have a few pages left in the notebook I'm using as my diary, so I decided to take a walk around the city while buying a new one. I've been living in this city for almost half a year now, and I've become quite familiar with the geography of the areas near Lilia-san's mansion. But even so, there are still many places in the spacious royal capital that I have not visited yet, and I quite like having aimless strolls. It's exciting to walk down a different street and discover a store that I didn't know existed. As I was walking along with my eyes checking out the area, ahead of me, I suddenly saw someone I didn't expect here. Is that you, Funf-san? Kaito, what a coincidence, meeting you here. Turning around with her long blonde hair fluttering and a kind smile on her face was Funf-san, the gatekeeper of Kuro's castle. Her position as the gatekeeper, combined with the fact that I really couldn't imagine her being away from Kuro's castle, makes it quite unexpected to see her here. Yes, it really is a coincidence. How should I say this? I don't mean to sound rude, but I imagined Funf-san not leave the gate very often, so I was a little surprised seeing you here. Well, you aren't really wrong with your perception. In fact, I'm by the gate most often. By the way, I have a day off today, so I thought I'd do a little shopping. I see. I feel like there's quite a distance between the demon realm and the human realm for her to do her little shopping here, but considering that Funf-san is a high-ranking demon, going here would just take her a moment with teleportation magic, so it isn't really that strange that she's here when I think about it. I remember hearing that there aren't that many big cities in the demon realm, so perhaps the human realm really would be a better place to go window shopping. I also take my days off probably too, you know. Rather, I'll be scolded by Kurama-sama if I don't take them. Incidentally, Sister Ain also takes days off. That's kinda. No, I know it should be common sense, but that's kinda surprising. It's to be expected that Kuro would make sure her family would get proper days off, but I just can't imagine Ain-san, who seems to devote everything to being a maid, taking a vacation. It feels like she's the type of person who'd say for maids who devote every moment to their duties, resting is being spoiled. Well, in the case of Sister Ain, who says that her days off were enough for several months, she was often scolded by Kurama-sama. I stand corrected. She really ended up just as I imagined. Foo. I wonder what this subtle feeling I have. It would be abnormal to hear someone say a day off is enough for a few months, but hearing Ain-san say that really feels just like her. That I only feel relieved. After watching my reaction with amusement, Funf-san lightly clapped her hands, as if she had suddenly thought of something. That's right, Kaito. Do you have time now? Yes, I'm free. Then, you see, I'm not very familiar with Symphonia's royal capital, so if it's alright with you, can I ask you to guide? No. Funf-san was about to say something, but she stopped mid-sentence and a teasing grin appeared on her lips. "Can I ask you out on a date?" You see, rather than just having you guide me, I think that would be more fun. But I guess you wouldn't want to go on a date with a dull girl like me, right? No, I don't dislike it at all. The other party is an acquaintance, but this situation, isn't this that legendary situation that only occurs on Radius, being picked up by women? No, well, Funf-san is just completely enjoying reaction. But it's impossible for my heart not to beat faster when a woman as beautiful as Funf-san asks me out on a date. It's decided then. Foo-fa-foo, I've never been on a date before, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm expecting a wonderful escort from the experienced Kaito. Okay? Why, your expectations are heavy. Ahaha. Funf-san really is easy to talk to. Not only is she cheerful and kind, she also mixes in teasing like this into our conversations, which I feel makes the conversation lively. Well then, let's start things over. Is there anywhere you would like to go, Funf-san? If there's anything you'd like to buy. Well, I can't really say I'm not that knowledgeable about the royal capital though. Let's see. Since I have this opportunity, I'd like to see various things, so it would be great if you could take me to a place where there are many different shops. I see. Let's go towards the main street then. Alright. That's right. Should we hold hands, or perhaps, how about we link arms instead? Funf-san? Ahaha, sorry. Kaito's reactions are so cute that I can't help myself. Putting aside whether the word cute could be described as a compliment for a man, for the time being, I guess it's good that Funf-san seems to be enjoying herself. Well, there's this embarrassment I'm feeling, as if I'm being teased by an older lady but. At first, as requested by Funf-san, we came to the main street lined with several stores. While walking side by side along the large street crowded with many people, we exchanged idle chit-chat. Funf-san, do you often come to the human realm? Maybe not as often to be described as frequent, but I did come reasonably often. Among those visits, I guess the place I visited the most here in the human realm would be Symphonia Kingdom. Hey, is there a reason for that? I guess it really would be because of the food. Kuromu-sama often goes out to eat, giving us the opportunity to visit some of the restaurants she recommends, so inevitably, I tend to visit Symphonia Kingdom more often. I see. Then, when you want to buy clothes, do you go towards Hydra Kingdom? Not really. Hydra Kingdom's clothings is a bit too high level for me. When I asked her based on the knowledge I heard from Alice before, Funf-san looked a little troubled as she wryly smiled. Their clothings were indeed fashionable, but Hydra Kingdom's trends were constantly changing, so it's a little difficult for me to keep up with them. The only one knowledgeable about those kind of stuff in our family would be Sisters Y. I haven't met her yet, but is she a fashionable person? Rather than fashionable, it's more because Sisters Y often deals with diplomatic-related business. She pays attention to her appearance and what's trendy. As we were walking along, Funf-san suddenly stopped in front of a store. The store's sign read Herb Specialty Shop. Funf-san has the image of an adult lady after all, so it wouldn't be out of place if she liked herbs. However, I wonder why. The feelings conveyed by my sympathy magic makes me feel like Funf-san was somewhat lonely. Funf-san, do you like herbs? No, I don't think so. It's just, you see, my sister I mentioned before whose specialty is recovery magic, and she also knows a lot about herbs and medicinal plants. I was just reminded of her when I saw this store. I'm wondering what she might be doing right now. Is that so? Her words in itself shouldn't really be strange. However, I wonder why. I could feel that she didn't want me to go into this topic any further, so I couldn't say anything more. After a few moments of silence, as if to switch the topic anew, Funf-san spoke with a bright smile on her lips. I'm a little hungry. How about we eat something? Yes, let's do that. As I didn't ask her about it either, we started walking together. After a short walk, Funf-san returned back to usual and spoke with a kind smile. Kaito, how about we get some of those skewers? I suppose so. It looks like just the thing for a light meal. I visited this place back on my date with Kuro, but in Symphonia's royal capital, there's a place known as the open-air market, where stalls stand side by side instead of stores, and there are various food stalls lined up here. Funf-san pointed to one of these stalls, where meat and seafood skewers were being grilled, wafting a good aroma around it. After nodding in response to Funfsan's suggestion, I glanced at the sign on the stall. This isn't one of those worm meats again, right? Forest bull. From its name, that should be beef, right? What are you getting, Kaito? Then, I'll have the forest bull skewer. In that case, we'll have one forest bull skewer and one mixed seafood skewer. Relieved that I won't be eating some strange meat, I hurriedly took out my wallet when I saw Funfsan order. Funfsan, I'll pay for them. No, you don't really have to. After hearing my words, Funfsan tilted her head once, before grinning at me again. I guess it's alright. Then, since you'll be treating me, don't mind if I accept it. Saying this, Funfsan received the money and paid for it. How should I say this? This feels like it's that. Seeing through my meager pride, she just accepted my request. I don't know if I should say it's to be expected of her or not, but she really feels like a capable lady. While I was thinking about this, Funfsan received our skewers and handed the beef skewer to me. Here, Kaito. Thank you. Rather, I should be the one thanking you for the treat. After buying the skewers, Funfsan and I decided to move to a nearby plaza to eat our skewers. The forest bull skewer was simply seasoned with salt and pepper, which seemed to enhance the natural flavor of the meat. It's quite tasty. I mean, the dishes served at Lily-san's mansion are all high-class and elegantly seasoned, which is only natural since she's a duchess. Of course, head chef's skills are excellent, and all the dishes are really delicious. But sometimes, I have this irresistible craving for these common, simple flavored dishes. Kaito's skewer also looked delicious. Can I have a bite? Here you go. Offering my skewer to Funfsan, who wants a bite of the beef skewer, Funfsan as she takes a bite of the skewer in my hand. No, I knew it would be inevitable when I gave her a bite of my skewer, but her face came closer than I had expected, so my heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Thanks Tildanon, this is delicious too. If you want, how about tasting my seafood skewer too? Yes, I'll have some. Here you go. In return, she offered me her seafood skewer with her hand and I took a bite. The soy sauce-like sauce enhances the taste of the seafood, making it very tasty. It's just, I really get nervous when I bring my face close to the skewer. While I was thinking about that, Funfsan looked at me and smiled. Fufu, Kaito. You have sauce on your mouth, Before I could touch my mouth to check though, she reached out her hand and gently stroked the left side of my lips. While I was startled by this unexpected action, with the same gentle smile on her lips, Funfsan spontaneously licked the sauce from her hand. I have thought about this several times before. But Funfsan, isn't your guard too loose? I mean, she probably weren't conscious of her actions at all, and she's just acting the same way as she does to her family. However, Funfsan should be aware of the fact that she's a stunningly beautiful woman. When a beautiful lady does something like that to you, one couldn't help but feel their heart beating faster. Feeling conscious that my face was turning red, I hurriedly ate the beef skewer in my hand to distract myself. Strangely enough, the taste of beef skewer, which had been so deep just a few minutes ago, suddenly couldn't be recognized by my mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After glancing at Kaito as he ate his skewer, Funf slightly smiled, even though he was curious about it earlier. He doesn't care about them. I knew he was a kind child who thinks about others. Seems like I made him feel worried about me. What a blunder. I unconsciously thought of V. While feeling good about her interactions with Kaito, Funf remembered the distant past. The time when she had just been picked up by Kuramuina. Funf was a unique species of demon without parents, and although she was born with a certain amount of knowledge and power, she was alone. The one who reached out to such a person was Kuramuina, whom she adored like a mother. And at Kuramuina's house, she met Via. Funf and Via, who were taken in at the same time and under the same circumstances, hit it off with each other and calling each other Via and Fun. They grew up as if they were real sisters. Fun, do you remember your birthday? I don't remember. What about you, V? I don't remember either. In that case, why don't we decide it together? Decide, you mean our birthday? I don't really mind, but when will it be? Fufafu, it will be the day Fun and I met. Let's make our birthday the 4th day of the wind month, The two of them were really good friends. They did everything together. Even as they grew up and began to show differences in their personalities, their relationship remained strong. You're amazing, Fun. I can't even fight against you anymore. But you're strong too, V. It's just, V is too kind. I guess you aren't suited for fighting? I guess. I kind of admire Fun's fighting style though. Ahaha. Well, V is much better at recovery and auxiliary magic than me. Besides, if V had to fight, I'll protect you, so it will be alright. I'll be counting on you, Fun. Veer, who was kind and didn't like hurting others, practiced only recovery and auxiliary magic, and Funf, who was also kind and sought strength to protect others, were a good pair. When they fought together, they often showed coordination that impressed their elder sisters, Zweet and Dine. They had always thought that they would live together with their precious family, laughing and enjoying each other's company. They believed, as a matter of course, that they were promised a happy future. But one day, little by little, the gears began to go awry. V, what's the matter? You've been acting strange lately. If you have any problems, it's nothing. Thanks for worrying about me. Veer's smile has been diminishing, and more often than not, she seems to be thinking, looking as if she was pondering about something. However, no matter how many times she asked the reason why this is happening, she just replied that it's alright. V, what's the matter? What's happening? Why did Kuromu-sama bring you home unconscious? Sorry, it's nothing. It's not nothing. Even if I ask Kuromu-sama, she won't answer me. Veer, accompanied by those low-ranking demons. What were you trying to do? Say, Fun. If the whole world were to become my enemy, will you be my ally, Fun? Sorry, it's nothing. I'm going to go now. Funf still regrets that moment. Because of Veer's ghastly expression, she was unable to give an immediate answer. She was unable to tell her that she's on V's side no matter what. And then, came that incident that shook the demon realm. The incident that shook the world. Get out of the way, Sister Ain. I have to go. V isn't good at fighting. I will. You can't. Kuromu-sama and the others are discussing what to do about this matter right now. If you go to the human realm now, it will make the chaos greater. Wait here. I won't wait. I promised that I would protect V. That's why. Wait here. If you claim you won't follow the decision of Kuromu-sama, of the 6 kings, then defeat me before you head to the human realm. Funf needed to make a choice. Even if it meant making her beloved family her enemy, she chose to stand by Veer's side. But sadly, she was too late. As a result, Funf was beaten by Ain and was unable to rush towards Veer's side. After that, she learned everything about the situation, apologized to Ain, and her relationship with her family returned to being as good as before. However, the regret of that time still casts a dark shadow over her mind. After a pleasant tour around Symphonia's royal capital, Funf parted ways from Kaito and walked through the dusk-tinted streets until she arrived at a certain place, to a building that looked like a mix between a church and a clinic. And after Funf waited in front of that place for a while, the afternoon clinic hours finally ended and Veer came outside to put away the sign! Seeing her, Veer's face was dyed with astonishment. Which isn't really any wonder. The person she wanted to meet but couldn't, is now right here in front of her. Why? It was a word that unintentionally spilled out of Veer's mouth. Being a count-rank demon, Veer herself knew that Funf usually went near her clinic from time to time. However, Veer was shocked because Funf, who usually leaves without showing her face, was looking straight into her face today, facing each other in the dusk. After a short silence, Funf spoke. Things have been noisy lately. Something might be happening around V. Is that your hunch? It's just my hunch. But Fun's hunch is always right. As Funf spoke to her with a serious expression on her face, Veer was looking downward, as if to say she didn't have the face to look at her. Turning her back towards such a Veer, Funf declared with strong feelings held in her heart. Don't worry, you can continue making your amends as long as you want. I'll protect you. Absolutely, this time. That won't do. Don't get caught up with my situation. I don't want you to get caught up in it. She was happy to hear Funf's words. However, It's exactly because she was feeling happy about it that she couldn't receive such a thing. Funf is also someone very important for Veer. That's why, back then and now, she doesn't want Funf to get caught up with her selfishness. I wasn't able to answer you properly at that time. But now, it's different. Even if it means making enemies of our family and the world. I'm on V's side. Fun. I'll protect you. Even if I have to abandon everything. That's all I came to say. Just like that, Funf walked away, as if to tell her that she had nothing more to say, that she had told her what she needed to tell her. Meanwhile, Funf just looked at her back in silence, tears dripping down her sad eyes. Funf walked through the city at dusk with a determined expression on her face. She was able to reaffirm her intentions by meeting Veer face to face and exchanging words with her for the first time in 1,000 years. Her family is important to her, so much so that she would risk her life to protect them. She is a sociable person and has many friends outside of her, who are also invaluable to her. She is very grateful to Kura Muina for picking her up and raising her, and she loves her as if she were her mother. But even if that's so, Funf is determined. If it's for Veer's sake, those who are important to her, her everything, she was willing to give them up. No matter what she must throw away, she would protect her. As Funf's determination burned hotter, just as she came around a corner, she almost bumped into someone. Sorry. No Tilda, I'm also sorry. It isn't that she bumped into her. She would just pass the petite woman in a maid's uniform with only a brief exchange of words, and they would go on their way again as if nothing had happened. Is how it should have been. The choice you made is undoubtedly a mistake! Hearing those slow words that seemed to be muttered to her, Funf immediately turned around. However, the woman she had just passed by wasn't there anymore, and all she could see was the city at dusk. Recognition inhibition? No, that's not it. In an instant, she was out of the range of my magic power detection. Even though she caught me off guard, she was quite fast. Perhaps a countrank. Funf clenched her fists as she looked in the direction the mysterious woman, who disappeared after leaving those disturbing words, would have gone. I think it's safe to assume she's a very strong person. But it was a face I didn't recognize. A powerful person within that rank, an opponent I don't know about. How troublesome. The fact that she doesn't know the identity of the other party makes it hard for her to guess her purpose. From the previous statement, Funf was able to conjecture that she was hiding and listening to her conversation with Veer. But on the contrary, that's all the information she has. The disturbing hunch that she had been feeling recently, and this unknown strong being who appeared. Funf feels as if this was an omen that something big was about to happen. It doesn't matter, no matter who she is. I will protect V. The world is about to greatly move. The incident that triggered the three realms to join hands 1,000 years ago. With the demon lord Veer at the center, the gears were indeed set in motion. However, whether by coincidence or inevitability, it wasn't just one cog that started moving. It's a strange thing, for this cog was also about a promise made in the past, and just as Veer and Funf, it was a promise made by two girls. It was a story of the girl who was called Hero and the girl who wished to become a god. Based on such a promise made a long time ago, in a world far, far away from here. Now, the mechanized god is about to make her move. Program code, Paradise. Individual number 76812, has temporarily left its duties as a wide area supervisory observer as of this moment. Current task, initiating terminal connection with Mother Brain. An inorganic mechanical voice echoed through an empty white space. Concurrently, temporarily releasing synchronization to program codes Abyss and Shield. 12 seconds before interworld teleportation activates. Teleportation coordinate, Otherworld Drinya. Countdown. Start. Sanctuary, God Realm. The place usually has the appearance of a floating garden, and there are basically no unnecessary structures on it, but now, a huge golden gate has appeared. In front of this gate, which clearly held a different divinity from the sanctuary, but felt divine at the same time, two shadows stood. What does this mean? You said that you wanted my help. Moreover, this gate, what does this? Soon, the god of Kaito-san's world. For convenience's sake, let's just call her Earth God. She will be arriving soon. The god of Kaito-kun's world? Let me say this in another way. Soon, a being that can kill Kaito-san, even when he's under my blessing, will be arriving soon! Exclamation mark. The words that Shallow Vernal said. Hearing the words after she rephrased it, Kuramuina's eyes turned sharp. Currently, in this world, the only beings who can truly kill Kaito under Shallow Vernal's protection are just Shallow Vernal herself and Kuramuina. If it's simply killing him, any of the 6 kings or the supreme gods could do it. But Shallow Vernal can just bring Kaito back to life even after he dies. In other words, the meaning of the words of Shallow Vernal is that from now on, if the Earth God who will soon arrive has the desire to do so, she can erase Kaito's existence from this world. She's a being that can make it impossible for him to be revived, even with the power of Shallow Vernal. Those words are something that Kuramuina couldn't overlook. Is she an amazing god? What was about to arrive was her clone, but the power of her main body can be seen as almost equivalent to the complete me. I see. So even if it's just a clone, it wouldn't be strange if she held power that could compete with either of us. Yes, the Earth God's power is even with the complete Shallow Vernal. In other words, her power was even with Shallow Vernal before she separated her power towards Kuramuina. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she certainly has omnipotent power, a power held by the Absolute. However, it's only her clone that is coming to this world. Compared to the main body, its power was a few levels lower. However, even if that's so, it's still highly likely that she is still at least as powerful as both of them, who are currently the strongest beings in this world. So, you're saying that this Earth God would likely harm Kaito-kun? That's unlikely. The Earth God is very cold-hearted and has an efficiency-oriented personality. But she's friendly to me, at least to the extent that she condones the act of summoning heroes. I've also warned her beforehand, so I don't think she would be hasty and take any hostile actions against me. But you aren't completely sure? Yes, I can't say that I know that God very well. If she were to act stubbornly, I may not be able to respond in time alone. And that's why you called me. Yes, although her voice was still as inflectionless as ever, a hint of nervousness could be heard from Shallow Vernal's voice, which was the best proof that the Earth God is a being that they couldn't treat simply, even for Shallow Vernal. Because of this understanding, Kuramuina's expression also changed to a serious one and she quietly stared at the Golden Gate. What is this Earth God coming here for? She's interested in Kaito-san, the man who brought about the change in me, and seemed to intend to make direct contact with him. To be honest, I was surprised too. That God, after all, was someone who had told me that she may be observing them, but she doesn't control them. She already left the humans' fate to their own hands. That sounds like Shira back then. Well, I suppose it's something like that. She's quite hard-headed. Shiro, calling others hard-headed? You really had changed quite a lot, huh? Well, alright, I'll help you as much as I can. Thank you. In front of Kuramuina and Shallow Vernal, who were exchanging words with each other, slowly, the Golden Gate began to be enveloped in a faint light. The light gradually, but definitely grew stronger and the more dazzling. And in response to that, the Golden Gates gradually opened up. I see. She certainly holds great magic power. Her richly colored eyes seem to be a deceptive picture, looking as if it holds different colors of the rainbow or holding a single color with different shades. It's as if her eyes hold an illusion that changes its shape depending on who is looking at them. Her neutral face, which is so well groomed that it transcends the boundaries of gender, combined with her golden hair that seems to be fixed on the same hairstyle, it makes one feel that her beauty is something that could only be seen from illusions. And lastly, the most eye-catching part would be the 10 pairs. The 20 wings of pure white feathers on her back, with the halo floating above her head. This being is someone beyond human understanding. Thank you for welcoming me. When the god of another world, Earth God, appeared, Shallow Vernal stood directly in front of her, while Kuramuina took a step backwards and got down on one knee. Kuramuina certainly may have been half of Shallow Vernal's armor, but the god of this world is only Shallow Vernal. In this place, the Earth God and Shallow Vernal are of the same rank, while Kuramuina is treated as one rank lower, so she was waiting in the back. Welcome to our world, Earth God. You look different from when we met before. I don't really need to make a new body, so I just use the same one as the observation programs. Well, That's enough about that. I would like to get right down to business, but I have one question first. What is it? Who is that standing behind you? She seemed to have the quasi-omnipotent power, but I don't recognize her. Earth God asked in a matter-of-fact tone, about the being standing behind Shallow Vernal. About who Kuromino is. For someone as powerful as Earth God, she could instantly gauge that Kuromino's power was comparable to Shallow Vernal's. That was why she was curious about her identity. This is Kuromino. She's my half-body and the counterpart of my being. I see, so you have divided your power. That's right. Can't say I'm not curious about it, but asking about it now would just be a waste of time. I'll just be satisfied with that answer. After receiving Shallow Vernal's explanation, Earth God seems to have understood, and moving her gaze towards Kuromino, she gives her a slight nod. Recognizing that this is a signal that she is allowed to speak, Kuromino deeply bowed her head before speaking. It's a pleasure to meet you, God of Another World Sama. My name is Kuromino. You don't need those honorifics or titles. Being that you're Shallow Vernal's half-body, I allow you to act as an equal to me. All right. Then, once again, nice to meet you. Acknowledged. The fact that Earth God had told her that Kuromino was her equal, gave her the right to speak as freely as Shallow Vernal. On this occasion, understanding this, she stood up and told her regards in her usual tone of voice, to which Earth God nodded with the same expression on her face. Since you've told me that I'm your equal, can I ask you one thing? I don't mind. Thanks. I've heard most of the situation from Shiro. I also heard that you promised not to harm Kaito-kun. But not only that, could you also promise not to do any harm to any being in this world other than for self-defense? I don't mind. However, I have one condition. Hearing Earth God's words, Kuromino's eyebrows slightly moved. To be honest, for Kuromino, she wasn't expecting this request to be granted. The other party was the pinnacle of another world, and a request that would restrict their actions could be taken as impolite. However, Earth God didn't seem to be particularly bothered by it, telling her that she can follow Kuromino's request, but there was one condition for that to happen. Condition? I want to give this body a test run. With your strength, you should make a good opponent. Since you're operating a clone, you're asking for a battle to get used to it? You can see it that way. Shiro. Yes, I'll make a space for you in a moment. The condition that Earth God offered was a battle with Kuromino. It seemed that this was the first time the Earth God had created a clone before, and wanted to have a wholehearted battle as a test run. Originally, she was going to demand it from Shallow Vernal, but one look at Kuromino and she knew that she was as powerful as Shallow Vernal. Hence, she could have either of them as an opponent, but she decided to fight Kuromino, who was making demands, since it would make the conversation smoother. When Kuromino nodded and stood up, Shallow Vernal created the same space that she usually fought in with Kuromino to prevent damage to the God Realm, and teleported the two of them there. On one hand was half the body of the pinnacle of this world, Shallow Vernal. On the other hand was the clone of a god, the pinnacle of another world. The battle between such beings would definitely be fierce. If it weren't for this space, the battle would have been so horrendous that several places of the world would have been destroyed. You could say that their battle was completely even. The god of Kaito-kun's world. She's strong. I wonder when was the last time I got this tired? I'm a little surprised you could fight so well. No, I will honestly praise you here. You were among the peak within those who are quasi-omnipotent. Kuromino, having the appearance of a dark-haired Shallow Vernal, murmured, and Earth God lightly claps her hands and praises her. Well, thank you. I guess that should be enough, right? Yes, that was enough. Thank you for your cooperation. Earth God agrees with Kuromino's words, who suggested that they finish their battle with this. Seeing her reaction, Kuromino, still in the form similar to Shallow Vernal, nodded once. And after a slight pause, she spoke. I'll tell you just this much though. If you ever break what you promised, at that moment, I'll obliterate that split body of yours. I don't think you're capable of that though. Responding to Kuromino, whose sharp eyes were filled with killing intent, Earth God stated in a matter-of-fact manner. Earth God was saying that Kuromino and her are evenly matched in ability, and even if she were to break her promise, it would be impossible for Kuromino to defeat her at that moment. That's right. You and I are almost evenly matched. If I were to just remain like this, that is. Fume. What I had exhibited earlier was the strongest I could in this form. However, even though we had said that we're different beings, deep down, that should have been proof that deep down, I'm still half of Shiro and this should be my true form. Up until now, Kura-Muina has exhibited her greatest power when she had the same appearance as Shallow Vernal. It was only because Kura-Muina recognizes that form as her true form. However, what if that was changed? You and the me before were evenly matched. However, my beloved child has changed me. With those words, black mist enveloped Kura-Muina's body, and just as it seemed like the mist gathered up together, there appeared Kura-Muina in her normal young girl form. Only her hair was longer than normal. Holding my heart in his embrace, warming it up and gently supporting it. That's why if it's for Kaito-kun's sake, to a greater extent, I could evolve and become even more stronger. That's why. Thereupon, the face of Earth God, whose expression had never changed until now, changed, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Before she knew it, Kura-Muina was right in front of Earth God, her fist stopping short in front of her face. And even with Earth God's power, she wasn't able to grasp her movements at all. I'll have you know, I'm stronger than Shiro now. Now this is surprising, even though I'm in a body with lower status values, for you to exceed my perception speed. Remember, if Kaito-kun ever gets a single scratch on his body, I will never forgive you. After quietly telling her those words, Kura-Muina withdrew her fist and left the space. Earth God followed behind her and returned to the sanctuary. How's the battle? As expected of someone with a true body on par with the original Shiro, she was very strong. To be honest, it was quite exhausting. It was a satisfying result. However, on par? Me and Shallow Vernal? That's an amusing joke. Hearing the response Kuro gave to Shallow Vernal's question, an intrepid smile appears on Earth God's lips. I don't have that power right now. Even you are on with this joke, huh? If something like that could really deal with your existence, some god from some world would have defeated you long ago. You're a being that can't be opposed. The results prove it. Destruction God of the Apocalypse. Shiro, hearing the words Earth God said with a faint smile, Shallow Vernal didn't respond. However, sensing her sharp magic power prevents her from saying anything more. Let's not go any further. Even I don't want to step on the tiger's tail. Well then, I'll take a little tour of this world. You aren't going to head where Kaito-san is? There is a time for everything. Now is not the time for that. After saying that, Earth God disappeared from the sanctuary, and Kura-Muina and Shallow Vernal, who remained in the sanctuary, quietly looked at each other and exchanged a few words. What are your impressions of her? Honestly, I have no idea what she was thinking. I tried constraining her pretty strongly, but her response remained indifferent. I don't even know how serious she was in our fight. I see. It would be a lie for her to say that the earlier conversation didn't bother her, but since Shallow Vernal didn't seem to want her to broach this topic, Kura-Muina didn't mention the conversation with the Earth God and answered Shallow Vernal's question. With the opportunity of battle, Kura-Muina was measuring the Earth God. But unfortunately, the results weren't satisfactory to her, and she still has lots of doubts. The fight earlier also felt like she didn't have any prior plans in mind, and she didn't even try to use lures or feints. Fighting her feels really weird, as if she wasn't looking at me even though we're supposed to be fighting. It was as if I was fighting a very high-performance Golem. You can't let your guard down around her, huh? I can't read her objective or her true motives at all. Let's keep an eye out for her movements for a while. In the end, for the girls, the true intentions of the Earth God remained a mystery, and they didn't even know if she was being serious in the fight just now or not. As Kura-Muina and Shallow Vernal remained grim, they just kept staring at the Golden Gate where the Earth God had appeared, feeling anxious within their mind, thinking that something big and tumultuous is going to happen in the future. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Human realm. At an altitude of approximately 10,000 meters above Symphonia's royal capital, there was an angel. The Earth God with her beautiful wings outstretched. The eyes of Earth God, who remained motionless with her wings outstretched and remained in the same place, were focused at a corner of Symphonia's royal capital. What a boring face, that is. You really don't look good with such a pasted-on smile. The small voice she muttered reached no one's ears. At the same time, Earth God recalled the long past. When she was still a human, not a god. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Being born with unique powers and a special environment. She was in a cage, not meeting anyone or being given anything. No one taught her anything. Nevertheless, she learned and knew many things. At the same time, she understood. She knew she was a monster beyond human limits. And at that time, she met someone. With how strict the security in this place is, I was wondering if there was some kind of treasure in here. But it was just a girl. What the heck is with this situation? You're asking me what this situation is? Isn't that supposed to be my line? For you to suddenly appear from the sky, who are you? An angel? An artificial island in the middle of nowhere, not even marked on a map. In such a place, a girl with bright blonde hair suddenly appeared in the birdcage where she has been ever since she can remember. I'm not an angel, but talking about me appearing from the sky would take too long. So I'll just introduce myself first. I'm Dot, a humble traveler and a slightly strange monster. The girl said she was a monster. In fact, the fact that she was able to easily break into her birdcage with an overly tight security system made it understandable that the girl was a being beyond human limits, so she understood that this was her first encounter with her own kind. That's probably why. For the first time in her life, she told her name to another person. Fufafu, I am Makina. If I were to introduce myself in your way, I'm a bird caged from birth. And a monster who doesn't know about the world. For Makina, that day's encounter with the first friend she made for the first time in her life was something she will never forget. From that day on, frequently appeared before Makina. Sometimes with a large amount of sweets, sometimes with play equipment that she was seeing for the first time. Clairvoyance. That was what my power was apparently called. That was what my alleged father said. Alleged, you say? I've never talked or actually met him, so calling him my alleged father is enough. Well, as I said before, I can speak the language even though I wasn't taught to, and I know a lot of things even though I've been on this empty island for a long time. I don't think I'm wrong with that. Even when she told her about her powers, attitude didn't change. Past, which she told her in return, was like a fairy tale. But Makina was able to naturally believe it. It did not take much time for Makina to consider as her irreplaceable best friend and the most important person in the world. I wonder why I was born with a power like this? I don't know. If you ask me, that power of yours sure is convenient. If I had that kind of power, it would have been a lot easier for me to find what I'm looking for. Do you want this power? ? No, don't want it. I'm an old-fashioned traveler, believing that I have to seek the things I'm looking for on my own. Was a traveler, not knowing what or where, living for a tremendous number of years, she continued to search. She was a great hero who was now forgotten by the world. Fufu. That part of Dot is something I like. I'm glad we've become friends like this. But you're a traveler, so you'll disappear someday. Me disappearing or Makina disappearing isn't something I would know. But I'm going to stay around here for a while longer. My journey is a long one, where I have no idea where I'll end up, so it's not a bad idea to take a detour once in a while. I see. I envy you though. After all, even if I can see and know things, those are things I actually didn't experience. Let's take a stroll outside then, eh? Don't worry, it's not so hard for me to fool the security system in this place. I'm a wizard after all. Was able to use magic, an ancient power now lost to the world. With that power, she brought Makina out of her birdcage and showed her many things. The pleasantness of the wind caressing her cheek, the scent of nature, the beautiful starry sky. All these experiences she had for the first time made her think that the world was irresistibly wonderful. Being outside the cage, why don't you just fly away? That might be a good idea. However, I'll pass. It's not like I have anything I want to do like after all. Well, I guess it's not something that should be rushed, huh? However, if you ever want to leave the birdcage, just let me know. I'll make it quick and easy for you by destroying that island and taking you out of it. Fufafu, I don't think you really need to destroy that island though, is being too extreme. For Makina, the present time, the moments she's together with Koma were what made her happiest. That's why, she thought that was already enough. She wished that time like this would last forever. But ironically, the little wish that the girl in the birdcage had for the first time in her life crumbled. It was because of the person she calls her alleged father. He is a scientist who has gone mad from grief over the loss of Makina's mother. and has created an artificial god in the hope of saving the world. In order to create a world without suffering, a world without sorrow, Makina, who had the power to see the world, was chosen to be the core of the artificial god created with insane good intentions. Unfortunately, at the time his plan was being implemented, was on a shopping trip far inland and wasn't by Makina's side. Therefore, the story went according to the scenario envisioned by the mad scientist, and Makina was taken into the artificial god's core. Thus was perfected the mechanized god who could see the world and save all living things from suffering and sorrow. However, not all things went according to the scientist's wishes. Immediately after receiving his wish for salvation, the completed mechanized god obliterated the scientist and all the living things around him. However, it wasn't as if it was going on a rampage. The mechanized god indeed received the scientist's wish and simply moved to fulfill it. A world without suffering, a world without suffering. The most efficient way to fulfill such a wish is to wipe out all living things that have feelings. That is what God had concluded. Not caring about the existence of Makina, who was captured in its core, screaming as information surged into her mind from all over the world, the God of salvation, who had saved the scientists from suffering, moved on to save the world. It hurts. My head. My heart. Feel like burning. The world's overflowing emotions. Feels like they're painting me out. Help me. That being certainly possessed enough power to be called a god, and would have saved the world from suffering in a very short time if it had flown from the island that was her birdcage. Yes, if only one person. If only the hero who vanquished the being once called the great evil god of despair had not been there. A patchwork iron like you, taking my friend and pretending to be God. Don't get carried away, you piece of junk. I'll have Makina back. Makina, who was about to be crushed by all the emotions in the world, certainly heard that voice in her ears. And at the same time, she definitely saw a dazzling ray of hope. Exceed my limits. And now, weave the world, Hecatonchi heirs. By the hand of the hero, the artificial god had been destroyed. Unfortunately though, that didn't mean everything went back to how it was before. Indeed, the artificial god was gone. However, by being temporarily united as the core of the artificial god, Makina had awakened to her true power. She thought her power was clairvoyance, but the name of her true power is omniscience, the authority of a true god to know all things. And with the acquisition of this power, a thought was born within Makina's mind. Hey, I've found something I want to do. Something you want to do? The world certainly is filled with suffering, sorrow and pain. But, I showed me, there is also hope. Lots of emotions shape the world. And to such a wonderful world. I thought I too wanted to create such a world. Creating a world. The conversation suddenly turned big. Under the star-filled sky, on the island that was once her birdcage, she and stood side by side looking at the stars and exchanged words. I want to be a god. Whether it's their joy, sorrow, pain or anger. I want to be a god who can affirm all of them and love them for what they are. She already knew the way to reach true godhood with the power of her omniscience. Fortunately, the material, the remnants of the artificial god, was also available on the spot. If she wants to become a god who can recognize and love the world as it is, as God created it. That was the wish that the omniscient Makina held. Do you think it's possible? I don't know. That's not for me to decide. If Makina has the answer in your mind, all I have to do is cheer for you to do your best. And hearing her dream, her only best friend affirmed it without making. Thank you. And in just a few days, Makina, having gained the power of omniscience, completed her preparations and elevated herself to godhood. At the same time, it meant that it was time to say goodbye to Having become a god, Makina would leave this world and set out on a journey to create her own world. With this, I'm now a traveler just like you. I think the scale is quite different though. Well, I guess we are the same in that both of us are traveling. I think I will travel around various worlds first. Then, after I do that and finish mastering my powers as a god, I'll try to build my own world. Sounds like a solid approach. The interesting times would be short though. Foo, you're right. So, one day, I'd like to see the world I've created. That would be if I'm still alive by then. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't feeling reluctant to part with her. However, they can't just keep talking forever. So, in the end, Makina entrusted her irreplaceable best friend with a wish, handing over what could be called the master key that would allow her to reach her core, The god spoke to the hero. I'm going to try my best not to. But still. If I ever forget my origins, if I forget about love and become a merciless god, I'd like you to destroy me. Alright. In return, if you can become a god without forgetting your origins, then help me with that god power, okay? Foo. It's a promise then. When we meet again, if Makina, is still here. That would be for sure. Yes, indeed. Makina had exchanged such a promise. The most important promise. Asterisk. Beyond the richly colored eyes of the Earth God, floating above the night sky, there was the figure of a girl. The masked girl sitting on the roof of Lilia's mansion, was looking up at the night sky in a daze. Catching the girl, Alice in her gaze. The angel. No, the true God, Makina, operating the angel's body. In a voice heard by no one, she murmured once more. I promised you after all. I will definitely save you. As I walked to the dining room, feeling the morning chill and waiting for the delicious breakfast to arrive, before my breakfast could even arrive, the door to the dining room was vigorously opened with a bang. Kai-chan. It's me. Good morning, Fate-san. The one who opened and appeared at the door was the problem child of the divine realm. It was Fate-san, Alice's twin, who was just as no good as her, and she would irregularly come here after skipping work. Fate-san always appears out of the blue, and I guess she has also come to visit here today because she skipped work. When I returned her greeting with that in mind, Fate-san said something unexpected with a cute smile on her face. Good morning, Kai-chan. This might be abrupt, but for now, come to the Hydra Kingdom with me. Huh? No, what are you suddenly? Thank you. I knew Kai-chan would willingly agree with me. No, I still haven't. Wait, why are you grabbing my arm? Also, what's with that magic circle? Then, let's go. What? Fate-san didn't care about any of my responses. No, it feels as if she was converting what I said into something outrageously convenient for her, and grabbing my hand, she invoked a magic circle. An unmistakably teleportation magic circle. And my body was engulfed in light. After watching the momentary event of Kaito being taken away, Lilia and the others began eating breakfast that had been brought to them as if nothing particularly happened. It's happening again, huh? Well, it's Kaito-san after all. It's Kaito-senpai after all. It's because it's Mama-sama. Looking at Lilia-san, who lets out a huge sigh while smearing jam on a bread. Oi, Hina and Luna Maria muttered as if to say that it's the same as usual. Hearing their words, Lilia's shoulders slumped down before lightly waving her hand to give instructions. Please bring me my stomach pills. My lady, I don't think drinking stomach pills before something happens would do anything. It's fine. In the end, he would probably go back after befriending the king over there. In the end, I would probably feel really troubled again. It's frightening how I can't deny what you said at all. When I slowly opened my eyes, which were reflexively closed from the light of the magic circle, I found myself in front of a temple on the seashore, while the scent of the sea drifted in the wind. The temple was very beautiful and picturesque, standing on a small hill next to the blue ocean. While looking at that beautiful scene with dumbfounded eyes, I called out to the main culprit standing next to me. Fate-san, I have many things to say. But first of all, why did you suddenly bring me to the Hydra Kingdom? Yes, I was currently at a temple near the capital of Hydra Kingdom. The Hydra Kingdom is a country I have yet to visit in the human realm. I remember hearing from Alice that it's a country where trade is thriving. That's a good question, Kai-chan. No, rather than talking about whether it's a good question or not, you've completely become a kidnapper. I guess so. It's a long story but... Thoroughly ignoring my objections, Fate-san began to slowly talk about how this happened, staring at the ocean with her eyes narrowed. Going back in time, a few dozen minutes ago, Fate was slacking in her temple in the upper levels of the god realm. Just as she was rolling around on the cushions strewn around the place, her mind made up that she would stay in this position for the rest of the day. It happened. God of Fate. Would you cut it out? Yuah, God of Time and Space. What's the matter? The matter here is you. What happened with the preparatory meeting for the Festival of Heroes? Only the area you're in charge of hasn't given their report. What about the God of Life? She's already done. Each of the supreme gods of the God realm is in charge of one of the nations of the human realm. Kronos, the god of time and space, is in charge of the Symphonia Kingdom. Life, the god of life, is in charge of the Archlesia Empire, and Fate, the god of fate, is in charge of the Hydra Kingdom. The information coming from the subordinates is sorted out by the high-ranking gods, and it finally arrives at the hands of the supreme god, Fate. Since the Festival of Heroes is being held this year, in addition to the usual blessings and other reports, each country also has to organize the preparations for the Festival of Heroes, and so, the gods and the royal families would conduct a meeting and adjust their schedules for the day of the Festival of Heroes. Tto cause me such torture you call as labor. Stop messing around. If you don't give them instructions, the low-ranking gods won't be able to advance in the next preparatory meeting. There are even some cases where the low-ranking gods and the royal family would hold a collaboration event. If that's the case, we must proceed as soon as possible or we will not be able to make it in time. No. You see, I've properly given all the work at this point. So even if we're just a bit late, fool, you're forcing your work on the god of disasters too much. Yes, as usual, Fate isn't doing her job properly. Or rather, she has thrown almost all of her work to the high-ranking god under her direct supervision, and that has been found out by Kronos. Kronos clearly looks infuriated, and the atmosphere around her tells Fate that she won't let her off today. Looking at Kronos like that, Fate began thinking of an excuse as sweat dripped down her back, but before she could think of one, Kronos let out a loud sigh. Well, fine. If that's the kind of attitude you will have, then I have an idea. An idea? Yes, the preparatory meeting would be quicker if you went directly right. Go to the Hydra Kingdom, the country you're in charge of, and personally attend the meeting. No way. Why should I bother doing that? Kronos nonchalantly said that while her eyes stare at Fate, but of course, Fate doesn't follow her and voices out her displeasure. However, Kronos looks at the displeased Fate and a grin appears at the corners of her lips. By the way, God of Fate, the Six Kings Festival. You are looking forward to it, right? It's one of the few festivals that us supreme gods can attend after all. Don't tell me. Yeah. If you don't want to do your work, that's fine. However, if you don't get that job done within the light month, you'll only have to participate in the Six Kings Festival in your dreams. How could you? You're a demon, a devil, whatever you say. This is something settled. If you don't do your job as I've said, I will use all of my efforts to prevent you from attending the Six Kings Festival. Don't think I will forget about this, okay? Leaving those words behind, Kronos leaves and Fate, who was left alone in the room, became dejected. And that's what happened. She's a devil. Isn't it completely your fault? So, what she's saying is that Kronos-san got pissed off at her for not working hard enough, and as punishment, she told her to go directly to Hydra Kingdom and negotiate with them, or Kronos-san wouldn't let her participate in the Six Kings Festival. And thus, Fate-san reluctantly decided to do her job. Yep, no matter how I look at it, it's Fate-san's fault. Wait, hold on for a moment. Doesn't that mean that you don't have any reason to bring me here? That's exactly the reason. You're my tag-along. Tag-along? Because, you see, I need to do this torture that they call work. And so, I need to heal my heart. That is to say, I need Kai-chan. That's why, let's get married. I don't know what you're talking about there. She's thinking about the craziest ideas like usual, but in short, she wants me to hang out with her. She wants someone to talk with in her free time. It's outrageously unreasonable of her, but well, I'm already used to it to some extent. Well, I wanted to try visiting Hydra Kingdom at least once before, so I guess that's fine. But don't expect me to say anything in that meeting, okay? Hilda, that's okay. The meeting will be done by me and my subordinates, so Kai-chan can go randomly sightseeing during that time. I understand. After that, let's go on a date. I'll try considering it positively. Doesn't that reply mean that you would likely refuse? Responding to Fate-san's suggestion with a suitably unclear response, I started looking around again. Are we in a port town at a reasonable distance away? The streets are quite wide, and further in the distance there's a castle-like building, though it looks a bit blurry from here. Then, are we going to head to that town first? Number. Let's go ahead and meet up with my subordinates. They should be waiting in the temple over there. I see. Alright then. Then, here. From where we are now to the temple, I guess it was about 200 meters. Anyway, it's not a large distance, so I tried walking over there, but for some reason, Fate-san was looking at me with her arms outstretched. What is it? Kai-chan, carry me Huh? I'm fine even with piggyback. Seriously, what the heck is she saying? I'll ask just in case. Why are you asking me to carry you? Because walking is a pain in the ass. Where is that flying cushion you usually have? Well I thought this situation would happen, so I forgot about it. Just now, didn't she just completely say that she left it behind? Did you do that on purpose? Hey, did you do that on purpose? How about we just get going already? Don't wanna carry me, give me a piggyback. Kai-chan, you won't leave me behind, right? You wouldn't leave this frail me behind, right? I'd really like to slap her at Tsukami and ask who's weak here again, but I gulped it down and looked at Fate-san with astounded eyes. Fate-san's eyes are tearing up, and they look as if they are clinging on me. They were the eyes of someone that clearly knew my weakness. However, no matter how easy I may be, I'm not going to help Fate-san with her laziness today. I'm not going to help. Is what I had planned to do. If it's just piggyback, great. As expected of Kai-chan. That's my husband for you. Can you stop talking like you're my wife? It may bring a complete misunderstanding. Letting out a big sigh at Fate-san, who is still the same as ever, I crouched down in front of her, resenting myself for being too weak to people who are clinging to me in tears. Thereupon, without hesitation or indecisiveness at all, Fate-san jumps onto my back, and her twin heels, disproportionately large for her height, are pressed against my back. Let's go. The soft feeling behind me made my heart pound, but I stood up and started walking towards the temple, pretending to be as calm as possible. Fate-san seems to have shifted into her full slacker mode though, as she was sticking her body closer to me than I expected. Or rather, with her chin on my shoulder, she's lazily sticking on my body just like melted cheese. Kai-chan's back feels warm. It feels really good here. I'll just go live here. I'll go spend all my life on Kai-chan's back. Please don't do that. Fate-san's breath slightly brushed against my cheeks as she spoke with her chin on my shoulder, and I could smell a pleasant scent of something like peaches wafting through the air. Fate-san's hair tickled me a little when they brush against my neck, and more than this ticklish feeling, I felt my face somehow getting hot, and pushed by my embarrassment, I walked a bit faster to the temple. When I reached the front of the temple with Fate-san on my back, two women were waiting for us there. One is slender and tall, with bright pink hair neatly pulled back in a neat bun, and has an image of a reliable woman. The other was a rather petite woman, around 150 centimeters, with long white side locks that are longer than the rest of her hair. She's wearing a black robe over her dark green sailor uniform. Why is she wearing a sailor uniform? Thank you for the wait. No, thank you for gracing us with your presence, God of Fate-sama. Fate-san, who is still on my back, called out in a lackadaisical tone, and the pink-haired woman bows her head with a smile, while the woman in the sailor uniform silently looked towards another direction. As Fate-san gets off my back, the pink-haired woman comes up to me and deeply bows to me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mama-sama. I've seen you in person at Duchess Albert's home, but this is the first time we've spoken like this. I am God of Fate-sama's subordinate, and the low-ranking god in charge of this land. I'm the god of love, heart. Yes, I'm Mama Kaito. It's nice to meet you. Pleased to be your acquaintance. The pink-haired woman, the low-ranking god who governs romance, Heart-san, seems to be the god in charge of this area. My impression of her is that she's a capable person, and with her crisp and clear way of speaking, it feels like she's a great career woman. Come on, senpai too. After greeting me, Heart-san called out to the woman in a sailor uniform next to her, calling her senpai, but this senpai still didn't speak. No, in fact, she won't even make eye contact with me. She's been staring at the sides, 45 degrees diagonally at the bottom side for a long time, with a glare on her face as if she's being told to greet her enemy who killed her parents. Staying like this won't get anywhere, so I approached the woman in sailor uniform and bowed to her. Nice to meet you, I'm Mama Kaito. Tch. This person's amazing. This is the first time I've met someone like her in all my life. She's being so blatantly repugnant to someone she has never met before, with a face that completely reads I will never speak to this guy. God of disasters. I'm the god of disasters. I hate you. That's why I won't tell you any more than this. Wait, senpai. I've been told that they don't like me from the first time we met. This is quite the shocking event. The atmosphere around her was so hostile that I couldn't help but take a step back, and Fate-san, who was standing next to me, spoke. Hey, god of disasters. I'm sorry, Kai-chan. She's a really excellent girl, but she has fear of strangers and doesn't really open up to people she doesn't know. No, it isn't like she won't open up to me. She's completely hostile to me, you know. What the heck is happening? Did I do anything to her? God of disasters. Sama. Have I done something to you that you hated? Silence. Isn't this too unreasonable? It's fine if she has fear of strangers, but suddenly being told that they hate you, and even now, the person won't even make eye contact with me, as expected. I would think there would be some other reason other than her fear of strangers. As I continued to stare at God of Disasters-san while thinking that, she clicked her tongue again before glaring at me. It's your fault. It's your fault. How many times do you think God of Fate-sama had forced her work on me, saying I'm going to go visit Kai-chan tilde? It's all your fault or you alt. The reason was Fate-san, or rather, God of Disasters-san is completely tearing up now. You know? How much work did you push on her? I see, so that's why she was that hostile to me. It was all Fate-san's fault, but I can't help but feel sorry for her. Moreover, with her anger towards me, it may not be possible for me to repair our relationship. As expected, that's a bit difficult to do. With that in mind, my shoulders slumped down and I spoke. It may not be something that you can forgive me for, but I'm sorry. I think the reason why God of Disasters-sama is angry is justified. That's not it. I thought it was better to just apologize here rather than poorly argue that it wasn't my fault, so I apologized, but for some reason, immediately afterwards, the tone of God of Disasters-san's voice changed, and when I looked up, God of Disasters-san was flustered for some reason. It's not like I'm blaming you. No, senpai. You were completely blaming Mama-sama just now. You were bursting out, you know. It's not like that. The one at fault here was God of Fate-sama. You have nothing to apologize for. Yes. When she told me that in a rather flustered tone, I confusedly looked back at God of Disasters-san. Thereupon, God of Disaster approached Heart-san, and with a pale expression on her face, she spoke to her. What should I do? He became depressed. Did I say too much? That's a bit too much, isn't it? Should I apologize? Then, why don't you just go ahead and apologize? Otherworlder. Yes, I'll forgive you just this once. Senpai, that still doesn't mean you apologized, you know? Could it be that God of Disasters-san is a nice person? I mean, she's speaking strangely and she still won't look me in the eye, but the point is, she's being sorry for saying too much, right? She. My name is She. I'll make an exception and allow you to call me by my name. You're just an exception, okay? Why yes. It's nice to meet you, She-san. Nice to meet you. Saying that somewhat shyly, She-san turned away again. How should I say this? I think she's a deep person. I guess it's partly because she's afraid of strangers, but anyway, I feel like she would talk so fast and go on and on that I'm overwhelmed. However, she's a nice person deep inside her. She also properly returned my greetings. She's the type of person I've never met before. Wow, are you done talking? Fate-san, who do you think is responsible for all of this? It's definitely because God of Disasters. It's all God of Disasters' fault. God of Fate-sama, I hate you. Yes, it's completely Senpai's fault. Acting like a child on a tantrum. How pathetic. I hate you too. She started crying. Somehow, I'm really starting to feel pity for her. Or rather, going on that preparatory meeting with these members, are they going to be alright? The good-for-nothing Fate-san, and the crying Shi-san, who started drawing circles on the ground, is the only proper member of their group. Heart-san? Perhaps sensing my uneasiness, Heart-san turns to me and smiles. It's alright. It may not be obvious, Senpai is just below God of Creation Sama and the Supreme Gods, and is the number 5 in the God realm. You can rely on her when the time comes. Is that so? What a surprise. Shi-san was apparently the number 5 in the God realm. Is the God realm alright? Well, looking at the person standing at the top. If you suddenly praise me, I would get embarrassed. I'm not praising you, you airhead goddess. Looking at the chaotic situation in front of me while quickly slapping at Tsukumi towards the voice that echoed in my brain. I'm so tired. I don't want to walk a single step more. I want to go home. Then, why don't you just go back home? Come now, senpai, go home. Shut up, idiot. How should I say this? I feel really uneasy about the future. After some time has passed, I walk towards the port city with the rejuvenated Shi-san, Fate-san and Heart-san. I strangely didn't see anyone along the way, and just as I was craning my head round, Heart-san apparently gave instructions to the residents beforehand to wait in the city for Fate-san, the supreme god, to come. Come to think of it, Fate-san surprisingly didn't ask for a piggyback ride when we were heading into the city. Walking for a while without having any particular conversation with each other, when the gate to the city came into view, Fate-san looked up at me and spoke. Okay then, Kai-chan. We'll go to the preparatory meeting, so Kai-chan can go sightseeing in the meantime. God of Love. Yes. Mama-sama, please look at this. What's this? The meeting probably won't end today, so I've arranged for accommodations here. I have already contacted Duchess Albert about this, so you can stay here for these few days. Why yes. Thank you. Heart-san handed me a map with the location of the inn, which is apparently the place I'm staying at today. I mean, they've already decided to stay in a place that I don't know about? Well, I'd certainly like to have a tour around the Hydra Kingdom, so it should be fine. Well then I'm looking forward to our date after the preparatory meeting. Okay. Yes. I don't remember agreeing to that date at all, but I think that refuting Fate-san here would be useless. When I received the map, my thoughts completely resigned from what was happening. Well then, shall we go? Ha! Exclamation mark. At that moment, the atmosphere around Fate-san changed. An intimidating feeling of sharpness and coldness, as if she was a sharpened blade. It's a feeling that I can't imagine from the usual Fate-san. While I'm surprised by the atmosphere she had, Fate-san and the others walked into the gate. Thereupon, a group of people who looked like gatekeepers opened the gate in a somewhat flustered manner, and spreading out in that area was a cluster of people that filled the view. The supreme god, Fate-san. The people undoubtedly came to see her, and seeing Fate-san's figure, all of them dropped down on both of their knees and bowed their heads so quietly that it was quite surprising. In the midst of the overwhelming scene, people dressed in luxurious armor, people who looked like knights approached Fate-san and gave her an extremely deep bow. We bid you welcome, God of Fate-sama. Seeing your lovely countenance is our greatest honor. Your compliments are unnecessary. Can you just quickly lead us now? Why yes. Excuse our rudeness. Is this person really Fate-san? It may be rude of me to ask this, but such thoughts came to my mind. The words she spoke were so cold and heavy, as if those words won't allow even the slightest rebuttal at all. Held within those words were the pressure of the absolute. They could even be considered as a true divine revelation. It even felt as if the temperature around the area dropped several degrees with just those few words. As I was stunned, unable to say anything because of feeling a part of Fate-san that was unlike her, Shi-san came up to me and quietly muttered. You should become aware that you are just special. You are allowed to speak and even touch God of Fate-sama as an equal. That is proof that God of Fate-sama considers you special. You should bear that in mind. Why yes. Only saying those few words, Shi-san followed Fate-san as they started walking away. Since the preparatory meeting is going to be attended by Fate-san and the others, I stayed where I was and watched their backs as they walked away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After parting ways with Fate-san and the others, I was leisurely walking around the city to check the location of the inn. It's a lively port city, and the wooden stalls are lined with all sorts of large and small fishes, and the voices of people selling them are resounding around. I've never been to Tsukiji before, but it may have a scene like this. T/N. Tsukiji is a fish market in Tokyo. While I was looking at the bustling, refreshing hustle and bustle, I was thinking about having something to eat while sightseeing, when I heard a familiar voice. When I looked back at the direction of the voice, there was a blue fish stuffed animal. They're freshest of all fresh. They're all fishes fresh from the net. Kaito-san. What do you think? I really recommend this. Fujiya. Oops, now I've gone and done it. She looks really suspicious, so I reflexively hit her. Well, whatever. It's just an idiot selling fish in a fish costume in a city like this, making herself look impossibly stupid after all. It's just Alice after all. Are you treating me too meanly? What the heck are you doing here? What the heck happened for Alice, the owner of a general store in Symphonia Kingdom, to sell fish in a stuffed fish costume in a port city in Hydra Kingdom? By the way, I'm the clone Alice-chan. By the way, I'm the real Alice-chan. The idiot in the fish costume tells me as she strikes an idiotic pose, while a familiar masked idiot appears from behind me, also in an idiotic pose. A pincer attacked by two idiots. What a terrifying formation they have. I'll repeat it again. What the heck are you doing here? Well, you see, just the general store won't feed my stomach, so I was having my clones take a second job too. You said gambling just now, didn't you? Are you sure you're not just imagining things? Anyway, my clones are doing business all over the place. Having this cute Alice-chan all over the place really fills the world with happiness, doesn't it? Can I hit you again? Please don't. The side chop Alice-chans are fragile. If you hit them a few times, they'll disappear. I know that Kaito-san has an extreme fetish to cause violence, but please excuse me from ouch. You just went and hit my real body? Anyway, I hit the masked idiot this time. Seriously, how much of a waste of specs is she? Or rather, selling fish as a side job. Is that really alright? Even though you're supposed to be one of the 6 kings. Feeling my head ache, I took a sidelong glance to the Alice in a fish costume who returned to trying to sell her fishes again, before talking to the main body Alice. So, by the way, are they selling well? What a sad silence it is. It's getting harder for me to watch. Well, no matter how I look at it, I think it's the stuffed costume's fault. Heck, why is she even wearing that stuffed costume? What's with her passion for stuffed costumes? Well, putting that aside. Kaito-san. I heard it. Or rather, I personally heard it. Going on a date with Fate-san. What does this mean? No. That's just something Fate-san selfishly. It's not that I don't want you to go on a date with Fate-san, but when are you going to take me to a fancy dinner date? Even neglect play has its limits, you know. Fancy dinner date? What is it? That sounds kind of familiar. Go on a date with me with a fancy dinner. I understand. Feeling my face turning pale, I felt cold sweat begin to run down my back. That's right. I do remember making such a promise. This is bad. I completely forgot about it. No way. Don't tell me, Kaito-san. No. You forgot, didn't you? You wiped out the memory of that time into oblivion. You just put it away in your mind, thinking that it's just Alice anyway, so it's okay, didn't you? I'm sorry. That's not it. I'm not thinking that it's just Alice anyway or anything like that. It's just that there was quite the commotion around that time, so I completely forgot about it. I'm sorry. As Alice resolutely protested at me, I hurriedly bowed my head. I've completely done it. It completely slipped out of my mind. After making that promise to Alice, I was quite busy with my confession to Kuro and replying to Isis-san's confession, that it completely disappeared from my memory. There's no excuse for this. This is completely my fault. That's cruel, Kaito-san. I was looking forward to it. I just thought that you were teasing me, you know? I never thought that you really would. I'm really sorry. Anyway, I'm such a convenient woman for Kaito-san after all. No, I'm not thinking that way at all. It's just Alice, so it can't be helped. I can feel at ease since it's just Alice. This is bad. She's completely sulking. No, it was my fault in the first place, so it was obvious that she'd get angry, but what should I do? Is there something that I could somehow do to make Alice lively again? Feeling a large amount of sweat running down my body, I hurriedly looked around and incidentally saw a rather large stall selling grilled fish on a skewer nearby, and trying to clutch onto that straw, I quickly bought one of those and presented it in front of Alice. Hey Alice, I'm really sorry. Why, you can have this. Kaito-san? You think that if you just give me food, I'll keep quiet about this? Please don't take me for a fool. I'm not such a, yum. What is this? Isn't it absurdly delicious? Really? I'm glad you liked it. No, Alice. I'm so sorry, I forgot. As an apology, you can eat as much as you want from the store there. As much as I want? Seriously? It can't be helped. It's not like Kaito-san had any bad intentions either. Well, Alice-chan has a big heart, so I can't help but forgive you. Alright. I think I've somehow managed to get her mood back a little bit. That's great. No, but she still seems to be displeased, but if I push a bit more, I'll make sure that we have our date soon. And also, along with the dinner, we'll also have a fancy lunch. A fancy lunch too? I forgive you. I completely forgive you. When Alice heard my words, her eyes dazzlingly lit up and she repeatedly nodded her head. It seems that she was forgiven me. I'm really glad. This time was completely my fault. I did a really bad thing, completely forgetting about the promise I made to Alice. I've managed to get her to forgive me this time, but to make sure that this won't happen again in the future, let's make a note about the promises I made in the future. Go on, Alice. You don't have to act reserved, and eat as much as you like. Thank you. Well then, can I have 300 skewers please? You also have tsuboyaki too? Then, I'd also like 50 of those. T/N. Tsuboyaki is shellfish cooked in its own shell. Fish fillets? Then, I'd like 80 servings of those and 60 pieces of smoked fish. Most recommended? Then, for the time being, give me about 40 of that too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a room in the royal palace of the Hydra Kingdom that is used for the most extensive and important purposes. This room, with a huge round table in the center, is where the council meeting, which plays a large part in the government of the country, is held. The Hydra Kingdom has a parliamentary system, and the members elected by the people are assembled here by vote. 8 members are from the nobility, 8 from the merchants and commoners, and with the addition of the king, there are 17 people within this room that are discussing various national issues on a daily basis. The people's vote lasts until the Festival of Heroes, which means that the members present here have been in office for at least 9 years. Even though the members of the parliament are accustomed to this kind of situation, they looked very nervous today. The reason for this is obvious. It was because the supreme god, Fate, who rarely visits the human realm, is sitting next to the king. Or even just the fact that she's here in this place. Well then, how about we get started? Yes, if possible. I would be glad if we could move forward with the matters involving the God realm first. Understood. In regards to the events that will take place in various places with the incoming light month, with she and Heart behind her, Fate's eyes were cold to the point that chills ran down the spines of those who participated in the council meeting, and her nonchalant voice held no emotion at all. Sweating under the tremendous pressure, King Hydra spoke the first item on the agenda, and the king's subordinates, who were waiting in standby in the room, handed out the materials to Fate and the council members. The first thing that came up on the agenda was the events for the incoming light month. The festivals within Hydra Kingdom that would take place before the Festival of Heroes. In the year of the Festival of Heroes, festivals are held in many parts of the world, and even in the Hydra Kingdom, the number of festivals is huge if you include the ones in small villages, and the organizers of those festivals. To put it simply, they want to invite the gods to their festivals. Just their participation is enough to make the name of their festival glitter in gold, so almost all of the organizers of the festivals were asking if the gods could attend theirs. Originally, it was delivered to the low-ranking gods who stayed in various parts of the Hydra Kingdom, and after being checked by the high-ranking gods, the supreme god, Fate, would make the final decision. However, since Fate has personally come to this place now, She will give her responses to these requests here and now. Fate slowly picks up the materials placed in front of her, and with the eyes of the senators focused on her, she slightly lifts the stack of paper, which must have been comprised of 100 sheets, with one hand and releases her grip. The material that fell from Fate's hand mysteriously returns to the table, dropped straight down on the table, without a single piece of paper disrupted from its order. I give my approval for the 4th, 9th, 13th, 25th, 41st, from number 52 to 56, 76th, and 92nd requests. God of Disasters, assign people to each respective place. Other than that, I don't feel that it is necessary for the gods to participate. If you really want to invite the gods that much, tell them to rework their proposals and submit it again. However, regarding number 66 and number 80, their outlines are too unrealistic. Tell them to review it from scratch. Why yes. Thank you very much. We will do as you will. Fate had looked over all the documents in the few seconds just now, and in response to the festivals that she would grant permission for, she pulled out a form and gave it to the high-ranking god. Moreover, the forms were already signed by Fate and it was already completed as a document. Then, next, show me a list of all the citizens of the Hydra Kingdom who have been blessed by anyone other than the low-ranking gods residing in the Hydra Kingdom. Why yes. God of Disasters, give me the reports that you were about to submit to me in the God realm. Here, as if to say she wasn't going to waste her time, Fate immediately moved on to the next case. Supplementing the report about the people who received blessings, she compared the report she received from the kingdom with the report to the God realm. There are 3 cases that were omitted in the list here. 2 were received in the Symphonia Kingdom, while the other was received in the Archlesia Empire. That is. Please excuse our incompetence. It's fine, it's not like it's that bad. I've already checked these, so you should validate and revise these by tomorrow. Can you do that? Why yes. By all means. The senators and the king were silent as if completely overwhelmed by the sight of Fate's figure, who was dealing with one job after another with terrifying speed. This sight before them was a true testament to how out of the norm the supreme gods are. Well then, regarding the Festival of Heroes, about the rotation of the gods staying in the Hydra Kingdom. Where's the draft? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Omnumnum. Phew, Hilda, that was quite sumptuous. That's great then. What's left in front of me now's what's left over after Alice finishes eating. Piles of skewers and wooden plates stacked up like towers. This woman seriously ate all of it. And no matter how I look at it, isn't that strange? The volume of the food she ate obviously outweighs the size of Alice's body. Well, we're talking about Alice here, so I guess it can't be helped. Well, anyway, with this, I guess we'll go on a date right after we get back to the Symphonia Kingdom. Okie dokie Tilda. Well Tilda, it's been a long time since I ate lots of food. Alice-chan is satisfied. I see. Wait. Oi, Alice. Hey. Just when I was wryly smiling, looking at Alice with a satisfied smile on her face, I saw that the corners of Alice's mouth was a bit dirty. Well, if she's that greedy in devouring all the food earlier, her mouth will certainly get dirty too. She's really a troublesome fellow. Thinking about this, I took out a handkerchief and wiped Alice's mouth. Come on, stay still. Now, Kaito-san. No, like I said, don't move. I can wipe it myself. I said I can wipe it myself. As I wipe her mouth, Alice flaps her hands around in an unusually flustered manner. When I put away my hand after overcoming her resistance, Alice looked at me with her face bright red. Www. Well then, I will be going back to guarding you. Wait. And thus, she disappeared in the blink of an eye, and even when I called out to her, she didn't respond. Could it be that she felt embarrassed? It might be the first time I've seen Alice act like that other than that time she took off her mask. How should I say this? Seeing Alice's unexpected side, or rather, her adorable side, I suddenly felt a smile leak out of my lips. After that, I started walking again to head towards the inn. As I go through the busy street, the scenery gradually changes to a shopping street with a calm atmosphere. It seems that there are many clothing stores around here, as I could see many show window-like things here and there, where beautiful dresses and high-quality clothing are displayed. Come to think of it, I remembered Alice once said that the clothing culture is well developed in the Hydra Kingdom, so perhaps there are many shops like that around this area. Since I'm here anyway, I decided to peek into a few shops, slowly heading towards the inn. Could it be, if it isn't Mama-san? When I heard my name being called, I turned around to see a young man with black hair a short distance away, waving his hand at me. The young man, who was wearing glasses and had a refreshing smile on his face, has a well-groomed face that seems to be a combination of childishness and maturity. It feels as if I've seen him somewhere though it also feels like I didn't. Hello, it's quite unexpected that I would meet you here. Do you remember me? The young man runs up to me with a bright smile on his face and lightly bows his head to greet me. If I were asked if I'm familiar with him, I feel like he is. I feel like he's familiar, but I can connect his appearance with anyone I know. He had his face, but I don't know if I could say it like the atmosphere around him is different, or perhaps, like a child who has become an adult. But anyway, this young man is. Could you be Mitsunaga-kun? Yes. It's been a while. I was right? He's Mitsunaga-kun? Hasn't he changed too much since the last time I saw him? I mean, this might be a bad way of saying this, but the Mitsunaga-kun I know was one of those people who studies liberal arts, with their backs always hunched over, just like a good boy you can find among the typical high schoolers. But when I saw him again, he had changed into refreshing, sporty Ikemen. No, it isn't just on the level of how boys apparently change if you don't see them for 3 days, you know? Is he really Mitsunaga-kun? This Ikemen whose existence screams out Ryuju? He's Mitsunaga-kun? Seriously? What the heck happened? In these last 5+ months. I happened to meet again in the Hydra Kingdom this year's hero, Mitsunaga Seigi, who is another worlder just like me. Surprised to see that Mitsunaga-kun has clearly changed from the last time I saw him, I slowly spoke. It's been a really long time. Have you been doing well? Yes. Mama-san seems to be doing well too. I've heard lots of rumors about you, you know? Rumors? Yes. I've heard a lot of things from Kathy. No, from Princess Katlia, who has been accompanying me. Mitsunaga-kun said that he had heard rumors about me. Come to think of it, as I recall, the second princess of the Symphonia Kingdom is accompanying the group who have the role of hero, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's exchanging letters with Rise-san, Amni-san or with Orchid. However, Princess Katlia, is Kathy her nickname? It seems like it was as Alice said, they seem to be good friends. I heard that you got to know the 6 Kings Sama and won in the Sacred Tree Festival. No, it really was just an accident. No. That's amazing. I haven't even met one of the 6 Kings Sama yet, so I'm feeling envious. They're the top of the demon realm, so they were definitely quite majestic. They must feel like those last bosses in RPGs, right? I think only Megito-san and Magnoel-san can adapt to that kind of impression. Speaking of which, did Mitsunaga-kun come to this city for the pilgrimage of the person who has the role of hero? Yes. I came to this city the other day after I finished my tour around the Archlesia Empire. Hey, do you make speeches or stuff like that? Yes. But even though I say that, I mostly just read the script they give me, and there are only a few instances where I think and speak for myself. With a refreshing smile on his face as he speaks, I think Mitsunaga-kun has really brightened up. No, I don't know much about how the old Mitsunaga-kun was, but from his expression and the way he spoke, I could tell that this pilgrimage had been a good experience for him. It wasn't a great idea to just stand there and talk about stuff, so we decided to move around a little bit and continue the conversation while sitting in a place that seems to be a plaza. Oi-chan and Hina-chan were also worried about you. Really? I can understand if it was Kusunoki-senpai, but wouldn't Hina just say that it would be great if idiot Seigi gets hurt somewhere? No. That is, she has always hated me even back then, you know. Well, it certainly was my fault. She did say something like that. She said that he was so full of himself when she met him back at the evening party. Apparently, Hina-chan seems to be very harsh only when it comes to Mitsunaga-kun. Are you two childhood friends? Yes, well, rather than just childhood friends. We're cousins. Really? Yes. I was born in April while Hina was born in March. So she was born a bit earlier than me. What a surprise. It seems that Mitsunaga-kun and Hina-chan are cousins. I don't feel like they resemble at all. But since they're male and female, I guess they wouldn't resemble each other just like some brothers and sisters do. Well, I've always been selfish and acting big around my relatives, a no-good person. They hated me to the bone. Moreover, there's that trope, right? About how they speak all these sorts of things, how they hate you, but deep inside. Well, my case isn't like that. They hate me inside too, so they would speak out their hate to me. That is, how should I say this? No, I guess it can't be helped. I don't really like the person I used to be either. Somehow, I think that Mitsunaga-kun was trying to change himself, and that's why he became the way he is now. I feel like he encountered a big turning point in this world, just like I did when I met Kuro. That is what I feel. As I was thinking about this, Mitsunaga-kun looked at the people walking in the plaza with a distant look in his eyes and calmly spoke. Back when I first arrived in this world, I felt as if I was the protagonist of the story, being in a story about a hero summoned to another world. I liked those kinds of stories too, and thought about what it was like being one. I actually thought so too, because of all the light novels and all the other stuff. Mama-san too? Isn't it great, being summoned to another world? Well, I never expected that I really would be summoned. Mitsunaga-kun happily laughed when he heard that I had the same hobby. In such instances, the hero would often have a cheat ability, so I wondered if it was the same for me too. That's right. However, there's also that pattern of multiple heroes being summoned, and you aren't chosen as the hero, right? Well, I didn't have the composure to think about it. After speaking up to that point, Mitsunaga-kun's face slightly drops down and a somewhat regretful expression appears on his face, as if he was regretting his past. I really was an idiot. It's not like I'm a great person, but I ended up thinking that I can do anything and got carried away with my own selfishness. If there's a hole somewhere, I feel like I want to bury myself in it. I would have done the same if our positions were reversed though. I think I may grow impudent from all the politeness I receive. Besides, the fact that you feel that way means that you're not the same now, right? Yes, if I had been in Mitsunaga-kun's position, I might have also been carried away. I would think that I am the protagonist of my story, and end up acting all cocky towards others. I've never actually been scolded that much. No, on the contrary, I think I've rarely had conversations with my own parents. Really? Yes. For my workaholic parents, I was just a child born out of accident and isn't someone they wished for. He indifferently said those words, but I could tell that Mitsunaga-kun didn't think well of his parents. It isn't like they abandoned me though, but they were indifferent to me most of the time. They would give me money for my birthdays or other occasions like that, so that I could buy whatever I wanted, but they would almost never praise or scold me for my actions. I see. Well, that's not the only reason, since I think I was also pretty twisted back then. If you say it like that, that means that it's different now, right? This may not be a good memory for Mitsunaga-kun, but at least, he has grown up enough to talk about it as a story of the past. I think that's a really admirable thing to do, because that isn't something easy to do. And the person who changed such a Mitsunaga-kun must be. Yes. When I arrived in this world, I was getting full of myself. Princess Katlia thoroughly scolded me. She punched my nose that was growing long back into my face. My authority is just something I borrowed. Who the heck do I think I am? She said. I knows this may sound weird, but when she scolded me, I felt happy. No one has ever looked at me so straight and straightforwardly scolded me before. Mitsunaga-kun described his former self as someone selfish. And now, he felt happy to be scolded. Perhaps, Mitsunaga-kun was acting selfishly because he wanted someone to look at him and scold him. Just like me who wishes for someone to save me, he was also stuck in his own shell. After that, I tried to change. Even if I may be acting in self-interest, I want her to recognize me and not want to let her down. I still have a long way to go, but I still think I can change thanks to Princess Katlia. I see. Or something like that. I'm speaking about myself too much, aren't I? No. Regardless of the past, I'm relieved to hear that you seem to be enjoying yourself now. Mitsunaga-kun's expression as he talked about Princess Katlia was bright and I could tell that he really cared for her. At the same time though, I remembered that I had heard something before, and although it may be useless, I turned to Mitsunaga-kun and slightly bowed my head. Speaking of which, I have to apologize to Mitsunaga-kun. Apologize? I was actually curious about how Mitsunaga-kun was doing before, so I asked one of my acquaintances to look into it. And that's when, I heard that Mitsunaga-kun had confessed to Princess Katlia. I'm really sorry. You know about that? I'm feeling embarrassed. No, well, it's not like it's wrong for you to know about it. When I apologize, Mitsunaga-kun looks surprised before hiding his face in embarrassment. By the way, do you also know the result of my confession? Just that you were slapped after you confessed to her. PFFF. Ahaha. That's kind of pathetic hearing what happened from someone else's mouth. Well, it's certainly true, but yes, I know that Mitsunaga-kun confessed his feelings to Princess Katlia and that he was slapped, but I didn't know the results in detail. When I only heard that story, I thought that the fact that he was slapped means he was dumped, but looking at it now, it doesn't feel like he was dumped. By the way, the reply to my confession was still pending. Thereupon, perhaps sensing my doubts, Mitsunaga-kun gave me a gentle smile and told me the result of his confession. Yes, I was certainly slapped when I confessed to her. And then, she told me stop trying to depend on me. You still don't have any confidence in yourself. I will never accept a confession from someone whose only desire is to rely on others. But afterwards, she said, however, I am very happy with your thoughts. But for this reason, I must make sure that I won't hinder your growth. That's why, first of all, show me that you've decided to do your best, and that you've done your part as the one who holds the role of hero. I guess that could be considered as a favorable response, right? Yes. Also, she told me if you've made it to the end, if you're confident in yourself, and if you still feel the same way as me. Let me hear you say that again. When you do, I promise to stand beside you, even if it means giving up my position as royalty. She looked really shy when she said those words to me. Mitsunaga-kun seemed very happy as he said this, and I could tell that he and Princess Katlia still had a good relationship with each other. After that, Princess Katlia immediately sent a letter of inquiry to the King of Symphonia. And the King of Symphonia agreed to it. Is that so? Congratulations. Thank you. Though it's still too early for that, and thus, my immediate goal is to become a man worthy of standing next to Princess Katlia. Clasping his hands tightly, Mitsunaga-kun's face is filled with motivation. I could see a definite strength and determination in his eyes, and I understood that these were the factors that changed him more than anything else. Mitsunaga-kun and I talked for a while about this world, our previous world, Aoi-chan and Hina-chan, and after an hour or so, Mitsunaga-kun took out his pocket watch, checked the time and then stood up. I'm sorry, Mama-san. It's about time for me to go back. My bad. Were you busy? No, I wasn't, and I had fun chatting with you. But if we talk any longer, I won't have time to study. Study? Hearing the word study coming out of Mitsunaga-kun's mouth, I tilted my head. What is he studying for? It doesn't sound like it's just something like studying for his high school classes, and based on his reaction, I'm sure that it's pretty important. Yes, I have to study about Aquarius. It's this city's name, and its history. Are you perhaps studying as someone who has the role of hero? Yes. Those who have the role of hero also have to do that? I knew that those who hold the role of hero were going to make a pilgrimage to different parts of the world, and heard that they were giving speeches. But this is the first time I had ever heard of them even studying the specialties and history of each region. It isn't obligatory. But if I don't study it, I will be in trouble with the meetings. Meetings? Yes. Before the person who has the role of hero gives his speech, we will meet the mayor or feudal lord of each city or town. There's an unspoken rule in those meetings that they don't ask about the world we were in, so it was inevitable that they would ask us what we think of the city. That sounds like a lot of work. Every time he visits a place, he has to meet with the local authoritative figure, which seems like a lot of work just by listening to him. And even more so for the 16-year-old high school student Mitsunaga-kun. Conversing with high-ranking officials feel like it would be quite exhausting in itself. Sure, to be honest, there was quite a bit of mental pressure on me. There are many long-lived races in this world, and most importantly, I have 100 great hero senpais, along with the first hero Sama, before me. No matter how I look at it, I can't be compared with them. Those who play the role of hero are given a day of free time when they arrive in the city. I think of that time as a time for me to study. Today is the day where I have my free time, and tomorrow, I'll meet with the parliament members of this city, and the day after that, I'll make a speech before I head to the next city. That means, you're only staying in one city for 3 days? That seems to vary quite a bit depending on who holds the role of hero. I like to visit as many cities as I can though, so my schedule was quite packed. Travel, study about the city for a day, meet with the people with authority on the next day, give a speech the day after that, and then, travel to another city again. It's an overcrowded schedule, but it seems that it's what Mitsunaga-kun wants to do. How should I say this? That's kinda amazing. Mitsunaga-kun was quite the hard worker. Of course, if I want to take it easy, I can do it as much as I want. As I said before, I'm not forced to study at all. It's just that I'm making use of my free time to study. Isn't it difficult? I would be lying if I said it wasn't difficult, but the 3 nations of the human realm take turns in summoning of heroes. And no matter how I look at it, I can't be compared to the previous people who held the role of hero. Even if they don't say it out loud, if the people think that the one who hold the role of hero this year is no good, I would feel bad for Princess Katlia and the people of the Symphonia Kingdom who have been so good to me, so I'll do the best that I can. I see. How should I say this? I honestly think that's amazing. Ahaha, even though I did all that, there were also times that I failed. However, I have a very fulfilling life now. Studying may be difficult, but it's fun to talk to the people who live in this area and know what their lives are like. Also, how should I say this? Princess Katlia would be happy too. The expression on Mitsunaga-kun's face as he said this had a definite strength to it. I thought that this definitely is what his real self is. He may have been twisted by all sorts of things, but the young man named Mitsunaga Sagi is probably a serious and hard-working kid. I'll have to learn from him too. Do your best, and let me know if there's anything I can help. Thank you. That's very reassuring. My bad. I held you up longer. No, it was nice talking to you, Mama-san. If you have time around tomorrow afternoon, can we meet again? Princess Katlia would probably want to see you too. Of course I'm fine with it. Then, should we meet up in this place? Yes. I'll be available at 2 p.m., so if it's fine with you, please come by then. Alright. Well then, I'll be excusing myself. After promising to meet again tomorrow, Mitsunaga-kun left with a bright smile on his face. Looking at him as he departed, his back looked much bigger and stronger than the last time I saw him, and I could feel that he had grown up. I'm well aware that all people can change. Mitsunaga-kun has met someone important for him in this world, and he has grown up a lot. Is that why? Mitsunaga-kun, who I don't have any preconceptions at all, in my eyes, he's a diligent hard worker. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a large and luxurious room prepared in the royal palace of the Hydra Kingdom, there were she and Hart, who had finished with the preparatory meeting with the parliament. I guess it really didn't end in just today, huh? It can't be helped. There are some things that need to be revised, and those things need a few days to finish. Yes, however, as expected of God of Fate Sama, we finished lots of things faster than planned. If she's usually working at this pace, I'm sure that God of Time and Space Sama wouldn't be holding her aching head. If she's so capable, why does she usually keep slacking off? Hearing Hart complain about the gap between Fate and her usual self while remembering Fate's appearance today, which can definitely be described as godlike, after a few moments of silence, she spoke. I guess you didn't talk that much with the God of Fate Sama, huh? Yes. It's not every day that a low-ranking god like me has the opportunity to speak directly with her. This is even the first time I've ever had a direct conversation with God of Fate Sama without the intermediary from a high-ranking god. So, what of it? Let me tell you a few things about the God of Fate Sama. She slowly turns her gaze towards Hart, and announced in a quiet but clear voice. God of Fate Sama is the first god created by Shalovernal Sama. It could be said that God of Fate Sama is the closest being to Shalovernal Sama among all gods. That includes her nature. You understand? Nature? Yes, I guess let's start talking about our premise. For God of Fate Sama, whether it's her subordinate gods, the humans, or the demons. She only thinks that any of them are just the same as some pebbles on the side of the road. Listening to the words she indifferently said, even the expression on Heart's face turned serious. For God of Fate-sama, most of the things in this world can be moved to do just as she wills it. And that's why she sees anyone's value as no different from a doll. That's why it can't be helped if she thinks of you as some dull being. Just remember this. The God of Fate-sama you saw today is in an extremely good mood. She was so friendly because there was a being nearby that God of Fate-sama thought was interesting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the inn I arrived at, which can be described as being too luxurious. Putting down my luggage is there, I was just killing my time as it can be said that it's evening already. What should I have for dinner? As I was sitting on the sofa in the large room thinking about what to do, I heard a knock on the door. I'm coming, Tilda. Hearing the knock, I walked towards the door. It seems that this inn is currently reserved, so the only people who should be visiting me are the inn's employees or Fate-san and the others. From the magic power I felt from outside the door with my sympathy magic, the person outside is undoubtedly Fate-san, so I opened the door without being vigilant at all. Kaiku-an, Gayu. The moment I opened the door, Fate-san rushed in with the speed of a bullet. Here's one important thing to note though. Fate-san is very petite, so when she rushed in like that, the pit of my stomach received a critical hit from Fate-san's head strike. As if all the air in my lungs were pushed out from the impact, I felt like I would faint from agony. Kai-chan, I'm really teary-eyed. I did lots of work. Heal me, Tilda, pamper me, Tilda. Cough, cough. Fate-san. Wait, step away for a bit. I don't wanna. I'm replenishing the insufficient Kikanium in my body right now. Cough. I don't understand what you mean. Cough. On the first day of my stay in the Hydra Kingdom, it seems that this day isn't going to end so easily. To sum up what she's trying to say, she's asking for praise for a job well done. I know this is something I've thought about many times, but is she really a supreme god? Fate-san? What is it? What's with the situation right now? I'm replenishing my Kikanium right now. Is that so? Now then, as for my current situation, I really don't know why this is happening. Fate-san is sitting on my lap, tightly holding my hands. I don't know what exactly she was replenishing from being in this position, but I do know that this situation is a very bad one. Not to mention the softness I'm feeling on my knees, as she was held within my arms in front of me. In this posture where Fate-san was held within an unplanned embrace, Fate-san's large bulges were against my arm, and it feels like my reasoning is being burned by a wire mesh. However, even if I want to resist, the difference in power between Fate-san and I is obvious, and from a while ago, I couldn't move my hand at all. Whether or not she knows how I'm feeling, Fate-san seems to be in a good mood and she's completely sprawled out and leaning her body against mine. She's completely treating me like a chair. Well, I guess this might be better than usual, as she isn't forcibly trying to do dangerous deeds like usual. You did great on your work today. Really, Tilda, why in the world do works exist? No way, Tilda, I still have to work tomorrow. I hope tomorrow never comes. She's speaking like a student on the last day of summer vacation, but in case you're wondering, she's still one of the great people of the God Realm. This may not be something I should be worried about, but is the God Realm really alright? However, why does Fate-san hate her job so stubbornly? For instance, her knowledge and speed are probably orders of magnitudes greater than mine, so wouldn't she be able to finish her job quickly if she gets serious about it? No. Well, I don't know what it's like to work in the God Realm, so it might take Fate-san lots of times to do even with her abilities. But, Fate-san, why do you hate working so much? I mean, it's boring. Boring. As I recall, you said the same thing when I went to the God Realm before. That's right. Being able to do everything you want is seriously boring, and I hate it with all my heart. That's the reason why I don't feel any motivation at all. While saying this, Fate-san lightly shakes her finger and brings a pitcher that was on the desk close to her. Thereupon, she started pouring red wine that she took out of nowhere into that pitcher. Normally, I don't have to say it, but for you to clearly understand, I'll speak it out loud. Don't blend! Exclamation mark. With Fate-san's mutter, the red wine in the jug cleanly separated from the water, not blending with each other like oil and water. Blend. Separate. Return to vessel. Every time Fate-san said those few words, the red wine that had been separated mixed with water before cleanly separating again, and finally, defying the laws of physics, the red wine returned back to its original container. Kai-chan, did you know about my abilities? You can manipulate fate. Right? Describing it that way isn't a mistake, but accurately speaking, I guess you can say that you're mistaken. Being able to govern fate. If I wish, I can even create an originally improbable fate. Just being able to manipulate fate is a considerably cheaty ability, but it seems that Fate-san's power is more than that. She can even create a fate that was originally impossible. The red wine that she poured out of the liquor bottle goes back into the bottle as if I was watching a movie playing on reverse. It seems that even such an originally impossible phenomenon can be created by Fate-san. I don't know if I should say that it is to be expected from a god or not, but she easily overturned common sense. That certainly shows how powerful she is. Therefore, I can move most things in this world the way I want. This power I have is part of the power of shallow vernal summer. So, if I get serious, not even the god of time and space or god of life can resist my power. Fate-san, your eyes, I've shown them to you once before, haven't I? When I seriously use my abilities, my eyes change to the same color as shallow vernal summer's. Or rather, this is the original color of my eyes, and I usually just suppress my power because it's too powerful. When Fate-san said that with a chuckle, her eyes, which had changed to the same golden color as Shiro-san's, returned to their original reddish-purple color. Apparently, the usual reddish-purple eyes are proof that she is holding back her own power that could even twist the laws of the world. If Fate-san becomes serious, even Chronos-san and Life-san can't match her, but she basically never seriously uses her power, and the only time she used it seems to be in the former battle between the God Realm and the Demon Realm. As I said before, there are only 4 beings in this world that I can't move as I please. Shallow Vernal Summer, Underworld King, Shaldan. And lastly, Kai-chan. That's because of Shiro-san's blessing, right? Right. That's why I was so happy when I first found Kai-chan. I felt really excited at that time. It's the first time I've met someone who can be my soul friend since I met Shaldan. She has only told me later, but when Fate-san and I first met, Fate-san had apparently manipulated fate so that no human could get close to her. That's why there wasn't a single soul around when we met. After Fate-san was silent for a while, she slowly spoke again. Hey, Kai-chan. Can I ask you something? Yes. What is it? Can you honestly answer me? Do you dislike me? Do you find me unpleasant? Hey. It was a voice so frail that it was unimaginable from Fate-san, who was always so cheerful and aloof. Is that why? I didn't really think about my response, as I just told her my honest opinion. No, it's not like I've ever thought about you that way. Really? Yes, I certainly thought that Fate-san is a troublesome person, but I've never once disliked or felt displeased by you. Ahaha, I see. After hearing my words, Fate-san smiled somewhat happily before tightening her hold onto my arm. Then, one more question. You see, my body is petite, but for Kai-chan, can someone like me be a target of your lust? What are you? It's fine, isn't it? Tell me. It seems like she has returned to her usual tension, as Fate-san asked me something outrageous in a relaxed voice that sounds as if she was having fun. While I'm shaken by her question, pushed by Fate-san, who was rubbing the back of her head against my chest, I just resigned myself to I just gave up, and spoke. I think you are Fufafu, is that so? I see. Somehow, I felt like the flow was turning into a dangerous direction, especially since we're in a really bad position. My escape route is blocked. If she comes at me just like she usually does in this situation, I may not be able to escape. As my body stiffened while thinking about it, Fate-san, perhaps sensing my thoughts, turned only her face towards me and gave me an innocent smile. You don't have to put your guard up. I won't be doing anything else today. I'm plenty satisfied for today. Kai-chan feels so warm. It feels much more comfortable against your body compared to my cushion. Fate-san seems to have gone into full-on slacker mode, completely leaning her body against me as if she was melted cheese. I don't know what's going on, but she seems to be in a very good mood and is so relaxed that I think she's going to fall asleep like that. Kai-chan, eh? What is it? Kai-chan is really interesting tilde. I can't make you do what I want or make you go where I want. However, you're kind and fun. As I thought. I really like you the best. I'll definitely have Kai-chan support me. Let's do that. Fate-san was kind of the same as always, but it seems like I got along with her a little better, and she showed me a side of her that I hadn't seen before. Well, even with all the things she does, as expected, I don't dislike her. As I was writing my diary in my room at the inn in Hydra Kingdom, I suddenly remembered a conversation I had with Alice not long ago. Hey, Alice. What is it? When I called out to her, Alice immediately appeared and tilted her head. You remember what you told me before? About how there's a 20% chance of something happening. Were you talking about this situation back then? No, this is a completely different matter. Though I say that, if you were to ask me if it will happen or not, it's more likely not to happen. I asked Alice about the 20% she had mentioned a short while ago. And the way she said it makes me feel uneasy. However, with the way she's speaking, it seems like Alice isn't willing to tell me the details about it. At least, not yet. I won't force you to tell me about it if you don't want to. I'm sorry, this subject is rather sensitive. I'll talk about it when I need to. Well, since Alice said it like that, that probability is probably related to some kind of complicated situation. I trust her decision, so if Alice doesn't feel the need to inform me now, it's probably for the best. Well, I guess there's no point in worrying about it. Besides, it's not likely to happen, is it? That's right. There's just roughly a 25% chance of that happening. It increased though. When I sharply threw at Tsukomi back at the increased 5 points, Alice laughed, somewhat happily, and seeing her like that, I couldn't help but chuckle along with her. This ended our conversation. Is what I thought, but after a little while, Alice's expression became serious as she seriously spoke. By the way, Kaito-san, have you noticed anything strange around you lately? Anything strange? No, nothing really comes to mind. I see. Did something happen? If you ask me what it is, I myself am troubled about it. You could say that it may have just been my imagination, but I feel a little tense lately. With all the preparations for the Six Kings Festival and the other things going on, my mind may have just been too frazzled. Alice smiled wryly as she said that. However, I wonder why. It's not so great as to say I have a hunch, but I feel an inexplicable anxiety in my chest, as if something was about to happen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Standing on the rooftop of the inn where Kaito sleeps, Alice was looking at the stars in the night sky, thinking to herself, I really wonder what this could be. This restless feeling, as if someone is watching me. No, I guess I'm just thinking too much. The only people who can slip through my detection are Kuro-san or Shaloverno-sama. However, it was easy to conclude that it was just her imagination. But her intuition, based on her vast experience, refutes that. It's telling her that she shouldn't be optimistic. Optimism really is the most dangerous thought. Assumptions should be made even further beyond the worst. In that case, let's assume that they are there. I don't know who their target is, whether it's me or Kaito-san. But there's someone watching us, and I can't perceive their presence at all. Assuming that's the case, this is troublesome. Alice's thoughts and intellect are the best in the world. Therefore, she assumes all eventualities, everything, including those possibilities that don't have 1% of a chance happening. This isn't Shaloverno-sama. I have never felt this way before. So it would be better if I think of them as a different being. That means they are a being comparable to the almost omnipotent Shaloverno-sama. When it comes to a fight, is the me right now capable of winning against them? This me who has lost my former strength. After thinking that much, Alice moves her gaze away from the sky and looks towards the direction of the room Kaito was in. No, it doesn't matter what kind of being the other party is. I will protect Kaito-san without fail. Never again. Never will I lose someone again. As strong determination dwelled within Alice's heart. From above the skies, richly colored eyes stared at her back. Volume 9 End. For picking up the 9th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. Thank you very much. In a previous afterword, I said that if the year leading up to the Festival of Hero is one whole part, then the Kuro Arcade would be the climax of Part 1 and the Vir Arc is the climax of Part 2. and that is finally coming to full fruition. Earth God, who is the new character that appeared this time, is closely related not only to Shiloh Vernal, but also to Alice, and can be said to be a very important key character. In terms of her position, she is the god of the world in which Kaito was born and raised, and she will be involved in the story at various important points in the future. To be honest, Earth God's character has changed a lot compared to her web novel equivalent. In the web novel, in the beginning, she was a character who speaks only with words. Well, as the story progressed to the latter half of the web novel, her tone changed and she's making use of a normal polite way of speaking. But as for the reason, it's for the author's convenience, who now thinks that her earlier way of speaking, the way they imagined her to be, was tedious. Then, there's the other promise in this volume, the relationship between Veer and Funf. This itself has been hinted at in previous volumes, but it seems that time is nearing and the details became clear. Funf didn't appear this time in the web novel, and the promise with Veer is a change added in the light novel. Therefore, Veer arc is going to have a lot of revisions, and even though I'm the one who's holding the steering wheel here, I'm sometimes afraid to look where this ship is sailing. Speaking of changes in the light novel, there's another major one in this volume. Yes, it's the Kuramuina chapter in the first chapter, the one you see after opening this book. In fact, after that big event that could be called the turning point of the web novels part 1, or after the Kuramuina arc in the light novel, Kuramuina was a little overshadowed and appeared less and less in the novel until about the Six Kings Festival, although in some sense, it can't be helped. She was being referred to as main heroine, lol, and the author themselves using this gag. But she is the main heroine of this novel, and she will firmly hold on to her presence in this volume. Well, of course, since she's the main heroine, Kuramuina is the author's favorite character, and she is completely favored by the author. I think most of the revisions in the light novel are related to Kuramuina. After her would be Isis and Illness, as they have new chapters written for them. On the other hand, Alice, who has appeared often in the web novel, hardly has new chapters written for her. Though I say that, the crucial moment of the next volume will be Alice arc. Well, there were many stories in this volume that would still continue in the next and subsequent volumes, and I hope you enjoyed them. Considering that the next volume will be the commemorative volume 10, I'm deeply moved. I'm able to reach this far thanks to all the readers who have read our work and picked up our series. Thank you very much for reading to the end. I would be very happy if you can look forward to the next volume and the ones beyond that. Taodai. Today, just as usual, in the waiting room, Sirius Senpai was reading the 9th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. This time's Sirius Senpai was somewhat relaxed and calm, and there was even a slight hint of elegance in her gestures with each flip of a page. Or so, that's how she feels. It was a really good volume. Although there were many fillers connecting to big events in the middle of the story, I can expect a lot of serious development. I suppose this means that my turn will soon come? No, isn't the fact that you're calmly sitting over the while all that serious scenes are happening your answer? Shut up. Who was sitting opposite here while drinking chalky milk, astoundedly spoke. Yes, this room is a waiting room exclusively for those who are treated as unwanted children in the main story. The fact that Sirius Senpai is here even though there are serious scenes in the main story is proof that she wouldn't come strutting around for any serious scene. For goodness sake, just admit it. Senpai is a gag character. No matter how serious the main story gets, you wouldn't appear in it. Up. I'm a serious character. I'm the serious of the serious. I'm seriousness, and seriousness is me. No, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. But if you accept being a gag character, you might have a chance of appearing in the main story, you know? No. If you're a gag character with the name Sirius Senpai, doesn't that make you an idiot? If that's the case, that'd make them just adult who thinks she's actually a serious character, even though their name in itself is a joke. That's a perfect self-analysis, isn't it? It was a very apartment self-introduction, but Sirius Senpai didn't want to admit that she was a gag character, and insisted that she was a serious character. Well, even then, claiming such a thing in itself makes her enough to consider a gag character. But fortunately or unfortunately, Sirius Senpai was not smart enough to realize this. I mean, Senpai. Just now, you said your name is Sirius Senpai, didn't you? I did say that. Does your real name include that, senpai? It's already volume 9, so isn't it too late to ask that? Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's not like I have any kuhais. A goofball to the max right from her name, huh? It seems like, from the moment you are born, you've already turned into a gag character. I don't want my name being pointed out by someone like you. This is repeated for those who may have forgotten about it, but S name is being read as Haitna. However, it's not like that is her real name. As per usual, Sirius Senpai made a fuss with ? But she gasped, seemingly realizing something. Wait, that's not it. Putting that aside, we have to get to the meat of the story. Look, there's that new character, Earth God, who seemed to have a history with you. No, I'm not the transcendental beauty Alice-chan. I'm just Alice-chan's fan. Nobody remembers your setting anymore. Enough of that and let's just talk about it. We're running out of pages to write on. It can't be helped. It was a story of the past. Yes, Alice-chan had met her before she came to Drinya. No, like I said, we're running out of pages here, so don't start with that slow-paced narrative. How about we talk about your real name, which was blacked out, and stuff like that. Wait. We're out of space already? And thus, as per usual, without touching on the contents of the main story, the story in Sirius Senpai's room came to an end.